Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our monthly compilation of true scary stories. This will consist of every story that was read in the month of October, 2024. I hope you enjoyed them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. Back in 2021, my family took a trip to Lake Sanitla in North Carolina, a beautiful lake that's rich in Native American history and surrounded by mountain trails. We decided to go on one of these trails on an overcast day. I'm not an athletic person and suffer from asthma, so I was behind the rest of my family by myself. About almost halfway through the hike, I hear my sister yell my birth name, but it sounded like it was off the trail. She never calls me by my real name, just my nickname that I've had since I was a baby. It sounded like she was scared, so I was very tempted to run off and find her, but I knew my sister wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go off the trail even in case of an emergency. I quickly caught up to the rest of my family, and my sister was there with them, resting on some rocks next to a waterfall, chatting away and taking pictures. I asked my sister if she had called my name. She didn't know what I was talking about. She had been talking to our dad the whole time. I don't know what called my name that day, but I'm glad I didn't listen to it. Who knows what would have happened to me? I haven't been on that trail since this encounter. I don't have a clue what called my name. But if you're educated on Appalachian folklore, please give me some insight on what happened to me. I am from a semi-rural town out in the Ohio side of the Appalachian foothills. We have a lot of folklore in the area, but I actually experienced something spooky back in autumn of 2020. My family loves going on drives, and I especially love the quietness of night drives. I was home visiting, and we went on a midnight drive, with my brother and cousin tagging along. Since it was the start of autumn, I suggested we drive out to one of the old cemeteries near where my mom used to live. It's settled on a hill, bordered by hundreds of acres of woods and farms, spotty cell reception if any, and listed as a non-GPS route. While all of this sounds sketchy, the area is really beautiful, and my family hunts out there, never having encountered any issues. Folks are nice, and it's far enough from town that you don't deal with many of the problems there, like the drugs, crime, etc. It was about 2 a.m., and this was going to be the last stop before heading back to my brother's place to sleep. The route I would normally take was blocked due to the bridge work, and forced us to take a literal dirt road through the woods. I've taken that road one other time, so the bridge closure didn't deter me from getting to the cemetery. We arrived at the cemetery, and I was stopped at one of the forks deciding where to park, so we could get out and walk around. Windows were down since I was smoking when I heard a whistle. Not a bird whistle, but a person whistle, like if you were trying to get someone's attention. This confused me since it's the middle of the night, middle of nowhere, and very close by. My brother asks if I heard that, confirming to myself that my ears did not deceive me. And as I pause to listen for anything else, the silence is broken by my brother panicking. He points to one of the taller headstones about 20 to 30 feet away from the car, yelling, "What is that?" The only way I can describe this is we saw what looked like a very large person bear crawling and darting between tombstones towards my car. It was very humanoid in figure, but looked hairy and lanky. There are moments in life where your lizard brain kicks in, like, hey, you're in danger, please run. And this was one of those times. I whipped out of the cemetery so fast I was worried I was going to pop a tire or spin out. We made it back to his place safely, hardly slept, and recounted our experience to each other in the morning, confirming that we all did in fact hear and see that. I have been back to that cemetery since, with our hunting dog, but have not experienced anything like that again, thankfully. Growing up in the Appalachian Mountains, I could give you a million times as a kid and young adult that I felt scared or paranoid playing in the woods. It's a beautiful place, and I spent my entire childhood getting lost, not literally, out there by myself or with friends. As kids, we never got too far out there, but you could actually see the progression of us venturing further and further out as we got older, because of forts and carvings that we would leave. This one particular time, like 1,000 times before, my friend and I had just graduated high school. It was our last summer of freedom, and we spent the entire summer camping and hiking out there. We had decided to try and find a new place to set up camp, and walked for what felt like a few miles before we came to a nice clearing. The area was relatively new to both of us. We got the camp set up and fire going, and the plan was to wait until nightfall, smoke some weed, and play Monopoly. For sake of backstory on my friend and I, my buddy is a smaller, real goofy guy, but comes from a family of foresters, and always had a deep understanding of all the trees and different plants you came across. He had no fear of going and camping out by himself. If I spent 10,000 hours in the woods, he probably spent 50,000. As for me, I'm a taller, sturdier guy, and as we got older, I spent more time worried about women and sports, and the woods became a place for small parties. Also, I never had the balls to camp out alone. In fact, older me wouldn't go far at all when I was alone, because I could never shake the feeling of being watched, which was just paranoia, but still an uneasy feeling. Anyways, camp is set, fire is going, but it's getting lower and needs wood. Sun is down and we're both cutting up and having a good time. My friend is sitting on this little chair that he always brought, and loading up this makeshift bong, and I was crouched breaking some excess limbs off of some logs we had gathered for the fire. All of a sudden, this strong breeze cuts through the clearing. I couldn't tell you if it was the suddenness of it or what, but my friend and I both stopped immediately and looked at each other. The breeze went just long enough to flicker our fire down to a small flame. We both sat completely still in almost total darkness, and neither of us said a word. Across from us on the other side of the fire, we could hear footsteps. They sounded like somebody was running and would slow to a walk and then run again, definitely on two legs. By the sound of it, they were pacing back and forth over the same spot. Then, just like it started, it stopped, with a softer crunch on the underbrush. I knew by the sound it had taken a crouch. I was crouched still and knew I was staring at it in the dark. My friend grabbed my shoulder and said, "Buddy," and when he did, I felt this surge of fear come over me. I could feel it and hear it in him too. I had been so fixed on the footsteps and rationalizing what I heard that I hadn't even considered being afraid. But this was true fear. It was raw and made me feel helpless. I could hear my friend after a while grab some leaves, and he dropped them on the fire. For the split second the leaves covered the fire, we were in pure darkness. Then the fire sprang to life. We both quickly grabbed more leaves and brush and threw it on the fire. I got some sticks and logs on there, and neither of us took our eyes off of the spot, or moved much for over an hour. Finally, the leaves crunched, and it slowly walked off. Whatever it was had sat crouched, watching us without moving for far longer than any animal would. It wasn't until after the footsteps disappeared that I realized the smell had disappeared as well. It smelled like a paper mill. Spoiled eggs almost. For the rest of the night, besides whispered remarks, neither of us really moved or stopped looking at that spot. Nobody went into the tent, and I had a very short, light sleep sitting on the ground with my head rested on my hands. My friend never went to sleep. In the morning, we packed up and silently walked back home. To this day, we talk about it. In the 7 to 8 years since it happened, my forester friend has not camped by himself out there since.
I have always been an avid mountain person. When people say they go to the beach for vacation, I respect it, but I prefer the mountains 100%. Something about these old giants has always fascinated me, as if I just cannot avoid but to be drawn towards them and be in awe when hiking on them. Over my short life, 21-year-old student, I consider that I have seen a fair amount of mountain ranges in Europe, from the Alps in Switzerland to the Pyrenees in Spain, and from the Italian Dolomites to the Czech Stolo Mountains. I have always hiked and camped outdoors a lot, with family and friends, but also by myself. Now I went to the United States for college, and I have always been tempted to do a part of the Appalachian Trail. From the pictures I saw on the internet, I always wanted to see them in person, and not going to lie, I must say that the great amount of scary stories of these mountains always attracted me a little bit as well. I am definitely not a person who likes scary movies or anything, but I enjoy reading fellow mountaineer experiences, and to be honest, I mostly just read stories about the AT to know how to prep myself for when I was going to do it. The scary stories just got my attention every now and a while. That being said, I decided to go to this year and do a small part of the AT. I went to do a small part between the borders of Tennessee and North Carolina, with Clingman's Dome being the icing on the cake. I was a little bit hesitant to go by myself, since I am not very familiar with both the geography, as well as the wildlife in this part of the states. I wanted to go with a friend or my girlfriend, who is from North Carolina herself, but both my friend from Germany. As my girlfriend declined because they had to work, I had spring break. So I decided I just had to go by myself since I am graduating this year and will return back to Europe. I started at this place called Bryson City and walked along the Tuckasegee River until I reached the Nolan Creek trailhead. From there on, I just followed the trail until I would reach Clingman's Dome, and from Clingman's Dome I would follow the AT for about a week. I had prepared well for this trip. I carried bear spray and pepper spray. I read some freaky stories about people in the AT, and I also brought this hunting knife and axe for wood. I had some canned food and lots of water, plus water filter, and for the rest, just my tent and sleeping bag. So when I started walking away from Bryson City, and I saw the beautiful aura this mountain range had, I couldn't be happier. I had been wanting to do this since I had arrived here in the US, and I was finally doing it. I encountered some people on the Nolan Creek trailhead who were friendly, but I had made up my mind that I would be better off alone than with strangers. I reached Clingman's Dome the same day and went a little further before I would set camp. It was beautiful. At night, I slept a bit off the trail with a small campfire while I had dinner, in which I put out before I went to sleep. The first night went super well, as I also was exhausted from the hike to Clingman's Dome. The next 2 days were just as beautiful, and I saw lots of breathtaking views. The people on the AT I encountered were super polite as well. Then, at the third night, I feel like everything took a strange turn. I had set up my camp just as usual, around 160 feet from the trail. No one was camping close to me, or at least not that I was aware of. While getting dinner, I just had this super weird gut feeling that I was not alone there. I felt like as if someone was looking at me from behind a tree or something like that. I tried to just convince myself that I was having an amazing time, that I was safe, and that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I went to sleep and put out the fire as usual. Then, before it was daylight again, I woke up. I woke up with this same gut feeling that, even though I was in my tent, someone was watching my tent from a distance. I did not hear a single bird, which was weird, because right before daylight is when they start chirping again. I only heard the wind and the leaves. It made me feel uncomfortable, a bit scared even. I didn't fall asleep again, and first thing in the morning, after having breakfast in my tent, I broke up camp and decided to continue my hike. During my hike, I encountered a few people, and again, they were very nice, but I stick to myself. While walking on this part of the trail by myself alone, I felt being observed again. I even had the feeling as if something or someone was following me. So every now and then I would stop dead in my tracks in order to hear if it was real. Now, obviously my mind could be playing tricks, but I would swear that I heard the steps stop a second after I had stopped. So according to me at that moment, someone was following me. I looked around me the whole time and I never saw someone or something, which made it even more weird. After the long day of hiking, I made camp, this time closer to the trail than usual, because for some reason I thought it would be more safe. I again had this gut feeling of being watched while having dinner outside my tent. So I decided to finish it up in my tent, and I went to the bathroom in a bottle, because I did not want to go outside now. I tried to sleep by closing my eyes, but my mind just focused on hearing the whole time. And that is when I heard it for the first time. A knock, as if a branch was hitting a tree, or a small rock was getting thrown at a tree. Silence followed, for what seemed an eternity but probably only 10 minutes. Then again, this time more clear. I was scared now and had no idea where to go since it was dark already. I put on my flashlight in the tent and made myself as big as I could, so that my shadow outside the tent would look bigger because of the light. I don't know why this was my reasoning at the time. I just thought of bears, and I held my hunting knife in my hand. The silence had followed the second knock, but now I shouted to pierce the silence in the dark. First, I shouted that whoever was joking around, I was armed, and I was not wanting to be pranked. I thought this would scare them off. It didn't. I heard another knock, and immediately after a knock, on what I assumed to be the opposite side from my tent. So now I was guessing it was two people instead of one, and that they liked to pull a prank on an innocent passerby. I tried to stay up as long as I could, but around 4 a.m. my eyes just gave up, and I dwelled off. I woke up around 8 a.m. again, with the light of the sun being my savior. I first tried to hear if whoever was pranking me was still knocking. I did not hear anything. I shouted again, stating that I was now going to exit my tent with my knife in my hand, and that whoever had been joking around should make themselves known. I walked out of my tent and I did not see anyone. I looked for tracks around my camp but could not immediately make something out of it. I decided to get out of there. The next part of my week basically continued being the same. At night, I'd hear some knocks from different directions, and occasionally I heard what I would guess was a little bit of humming, like as if a person was just humming a tune. Now I never saw anyone except from the occasional hikers on the AT, so I cannot say I saw something weird, but I never shook of this weird gut feeling of being observed and followed during the rest of my hike on the AT. I am now back and commented this to my girlfriend. She says it was probably my mind playing tricks on me, and I am willing to believe her because I never saw anything. But I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I am in that tent in the middle of nowhere, and someone is watching me and knocking on a tree. And every time I wake up like this, the thought alone scares me.
I wasn't sure where to post this, but I needed the validation that I'm not insane. I've never really had paranormal experiences, but I cannot explain this. I'm in college, and me and some other 7 people from my school went on a backpacking trip, and we had 2 experienced leaders. We drove to Zaleski State Forest, which is in the Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year, and it was cold, and everything was still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp at the backpacking campsite, and there were a couple of other groups of people as well. A few of them were friendly older couples and then 2 college-aged girls. Everyone was pretty spread out from each other. We set up camp further away from everyone else. I've always been able to sense energies of places, and the energy in this area wasn't great. It was almost spooky. Each of us had individual one-person tents, and we formed kind of a cluster in this site, with my tent being in the back so no one was behind me. Our cluster was also right next to the forest, because this backpacking site was like a big cleared off square in the middle of the trees. Fast forward, I'm dead asleep at around 2 a.m., and I wake up to leaves crunching right behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't be a deer or a dog. Also, it sounded like just two legs. I cannot make this up. This creature was circling my tent for long periods of time, slowly creeping up to the sides of my tent and then just stopping for periods of time, and then would move on walking around the rest of our tent cluster. I could hear a human-like breathing from the mouth when it was close to my tent, like a light sort of heaving. I was shaking, too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not, this occurred for hours, and it seemed like I was the only one awake. Out of nowhere, I see an illuminated light shape from my tent, although I couldn't tell what it was from inside my tent because it was all zipped up. It was like a warm glow and it didn't move, like a flashlight would. I was paralyzed in fear. I simply couldn't believe it was an animal. At some point I fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion, but I could hear the heavy footsteps circling until I did. In the morning, I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted she heard the footsteps and noises as well, admitting it was bizarre, and she would have investigated had she not been so groggy. One of the boys in the group said that he also noticed the light that came on, but thought that it was someone else. Not a single person in this group went up to go to the bathroom or turned on a light that night. I've heard things about the Appalachian regions being creepy and bizarre, and now I believe it. Some people on Reddit have leaned towards Bigfoot, because apparently he's associated with light orbs. Never been a Bigfoot believer, but I'm telling you, this didn't feel like just any animal, like a bear. My girlfriend and I went camping out in the backwoods of Greenbrier County, West Virginia. We were both 18 years old and drove about 5 hours to get to the camping spot to stay Friday to Sunday. Friday afternoon, we arrive and make camp. I put up the tent and we take a short hike, and then I built a fire and we settled in for the night. No issues so far. Saturday morning, we wake up and get ready for a day of adventuring. We were busy walking miles and miles, and we ran into two different sets of people who were also camping fairly close to where we were. Eventually, the sun surrenders to darkness, and out in this area, nighttime is super dark. We have lanterns and flashlights, but no major issues except for a few mosquitoes. Shortly after, around 1 a.m., we turned in for the night, zipped up the tent, and we were both out pretty quick after a full day of activity. I'm a very light sleeper, and it didn't feel like very long after I fell asleep that I heard a soft rustling sound. Whatever was making the noise, it sounded like it was about 20 yards away from the tent. I looked over at my girlfriend. Sound asleep. Why can't I sleep like that? I figured that the soft rustling sound was a small animal or something else minor, and tried to go back to sleep. Then, the soft rustling sound stopped. Then suddenly, in the silence of the night, I heard a loud thud that sounded like a decent-sized piece of wood falling onto the forest floor from a couple of feet high, coming from the same direction the soft rustling sound came from. Again, my girlfriend didn't hear anything and was still asleep. I had to pee anyway, so I began to unzip the tent, and my girlfriend slightly woke up and rolled over asking, "Where are you going?" Not wanting to worry her, I told her I just had to pee, then grabbed a flashlight and crawled out of the tent, immediately shining the light in the direction the sound was coming from. There was nothing, just trees, bushes, and total darkness that seemed as if it was swallowing up the beam of my flashlight. I walked around the edge of the campsite looking for anything out of the ordinary, but just as I was about to give up, the flashlight beam caught two reflections out in the dark. They were eyes, and they were looking back at me. I stood there with a flashlight beam locked on the eyes. They appeared low to the ground and didn't seem to be moving, but after a few seconds, the 2 points of light moved to reveal it was nothing but a bunny. I laughed at myself, answered nature's call, and returned to the tent laughing at myself. I settled back into my sleeping bag trying to fall asleep, and I was almost there when out of nowhere I heard a very loud noise that seemed to be coming from only a few feet from the tent. It sounded like a heavy animal's footstep, like the footsteps of the T-Rex from Jurassic Park. I sat up, waiting to hear more sounds, while images of what could possibly be making these sounds in the middle of the night flashed through my head. I remained awake for another hour and a half or so, until I finally fell asleep for the night. In the morning, some of those nearby campers we had met the day before walked up to our campsite asking if we had heard or seen anything the night before. My girlfriend began to reply, "No, we didn't," before I interrupted her and said that I had heard some strange noises. The other campers ran into a wildlife officer who had told them to be on alert because a bear had been spotted in the vicinity.
Southeast Kentucky. It's where the bulk of my family lives, except I have a cousin who grew up elsewhere with my uncle who has money and lives a bit better than most of his kin. My cousin is an artsy guy who was brought up with stories from his dad about the area, and it gave him a very romanticized idea of mountain life. He used to visit a lot as a kid, so he associated the mountains with family and fun, and not the crazies I grew up with some 20 years later. Well, he comes in to visit and has this idea that he's going to go visit and photograph this place called Rebel Rock. His dad has talked it up some, and so it had to be important, right? He just kind of gathered me and my aunt and his wife up and said he knew where to find it, and we were off. I was maybe 16 or 17 at the time, and I realized as we were driving that my aunt was getting noticeably uncomfortable, and I couldn't understand why. It took me a bit to realize that after we'd got back on this back road on the way to Rebel Rock, we were driving past sign after sign that said no trespassing. At some point I brought it up, and my cousin just waves it off as no big deal. Rebel Rock is a landmark, right? His dad visited it, so it must be open to the public. We finally get to this rock, which is right on the side of the road, and it's trashed. My cousin decides to walk further into the woods and leave the rest of us standing outside the car while he's trying to find an angle not covered in beer bottles and graffiti. While we're standing there, I realize that there's words spray painted on the asphalt right in front of where he parked. "We can see you," so I freak out, and my aunt comes over and looks at it and laughs. This is how horror movies start. And that's when we see a glint of light across from us. The way we were parked where Rebel Rock is, we were near the edge of the mountain and directly across from another cliff. And if you squinted, you could see light shining off glass across from us. It's a fucking scope. They were using it like binoculars. We also see movement, meaning somebody is over there. Suddenly, everyone is yelling at my cousin that we need to go. Now. He has the keys. He dragged us up there. We are there basically as his prisoners. We are trespassing, and somebody saw us. And trespassing in the mountains is not a good idea. You may get some irritated old lady. You could get somebody cooking meth. You're equally likely to get shot. This was a bad idea all around. Of course he's not listening. He says we're being paranoid. Or, at the very least, just one more shot and we can go. At this point, we hear a truck coming down the road from further up the mountain, and every last one of us is hoping we found a reasonable bunch. And then comes this pickup, full of folks. They're in the cab, in the bed. It's like they formed a posse just to get us. They start grilling my aunt about what we're doing, and before we can answer, here comes my cousin. They seem even more baffled when they see this city boy with his fancy camera, and my cousin flawlessly integrates himself in to speak. Thankfully, they were nice enough people. Once they realized my cousin was there just to take photos, they dropped the anger and just were picking on him about not listening to the no trespassing signs. Turns out they just monitor Rebel Rock pretty intently because teenagers and younger folks like to come out there and party, drink, do drugs, and trash the place, which is super frustrating for them. Not to mention pricey when they have to have the garbage hauled away. They were baffled when they got to us, and it was one teen, some middle-aged women, and some dude with a camera. They let us off the hook, and my cousin got his pictures, so it ended well in the end. But just the realization you're being watched in the middle of the woods, and just hearing that noisy-ass truck slowly making its way to us was absolutely horrifying.
I was traveling down south and stopped in a little town that anyone from the north going to the south knows, right on the West Virginia, North Carolina state lines. I was staying at a Ramada there, just outside of the town. It's the typical strip of hotels, motels, and a truck stop right off the freeway. I decided to go stretch my legs and walked behind the motel where there was a big field with the freeway just beyond. The sun had just set, so the sky still had that light that makes light-colored things glow a little. I don't know why I went back there, especially alone, but as I was standing there, I started feeling uneasy. Then I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the field. I looked hard and could barely make out something white. I knew there were a lot of feral cats and kittens around, and thought it might be that. Just as I started to realize this was just a bad idea, the little white thing became big and was moving at speed in my direction. I sprinted down the parking lot and towards the office without slowing to look behind me. I knew whatever it was still coming by the looks on the faces of the people unloading their cars for the night as I was running past. Suddenly I heard a scrape, a scream, and a splat. When I turned around, there was a scrawny woman splayed out on the sidewalk, matted hair with dried and fresh blood on her face. She was screeching like a banshee. Someone had tripped her, not knowing what was going on. Long story short, she was in the field after getting dirty with a truck driver in exchange for meth. He punched her a few times and she stabbed him. Minor injury because he went back to his rig and drove away, but later turned up at a hospital in North Carolina. I switched to a different hotel for the night, and when I returned home, I took a concealed carry class and got a license, and a little buddy which now goes where I go. Especially when I'm standing behind sketchy Appalachian hotels, near truck stops, in the dark.
When I was living in rural Appalachia a handful of years ago, I had someone, or multiple people, repeatedly harass me at night for over a year. I never found out who it was, but it might have been either an old friend of my grandfather's who was growing weed near my house, or possibly one of the people from down the mountain who used to dirt bike through the forest in the evening. At the time, I would walk through the neighborhood, which is less a proper neighborhood and more along the lines of 20 houses spread over a half-mile patch of dirt road, and surrounding forest if I couldn't sleep. One night during my usual rounds, I began feeling as though something was watching me. I had seen wild animals during my walks before, including a bear which, side note, was horrifying. So I decided to trust my instincts and get back to my house as calmly but quickly as possible. The eerie feeling of being stalked followed me all the way to my house. I admittedly was a bit too afraid to really listen for the footsteps of whatever was following me. I was 19-20, so the logic of if I don't hear it, it isn't real totally made sense to me. I got back to my house safely and went to bed that night sure that were I to search the woods the following morning, I wasn't going to find any trace of what had been tracking me. Unfortunately, I was wrong. When I searched the woods the next day, I found a used condom right at the tree line beside my house. After that incident, I began hearing knocking on the wall nearest the tree line, tapping on the windows, and the sounds of people speaking. I did convince my mother to go check it out a few times, but whoever it was would already be loudly running back through the forest by the time she got around the house. Things got so bad that I was eventually, after months of dealing with these nightly occurrences, and my grandparents refusing to let me do anything about it, able to convince my uncle, who lived nearby, to put up a security camera. Unfortunately, it was the kind that only displayed a live feed, and he had it facing my front door instead of the woods. If you're wondering, I absolutely thought this entire setup was sketchy. He also insisted on monitoring from his house, and he insisted that he never saw anyone on camera. It was around this time that someone also sliced through the fabric cover on my grill and stole a storage crate full of my old clothing from inside a shed. Once the batteries in the camera died, my uncle declared that I had been imagining things, despite the damaged property and missing clothing, and insisted on removing the camera from my property. Not even a week later, I was walking to my grandparents' house, which is a little more than 100 feet up the hill from my own house, because I had forgotten to lock their door, and they rarely did so themselves. I was in their driveway when I saw something duck behind their porch. I rushed back down to my house, and I asked my mother to lock their door instead, because I thought I had seen something. I didn't want to say that I had seen a person, because by this point my uncle and grandparents had me half convinced that my mother and I really were just imagining things. But no, long story short, she had to chase a man in light-colored clothing off their property. She unfortunately didn't get a look at the man's face. On the bright side, he ran into a tree. That last incident happened in November, and my grandfather's friend died that December. The strange occurrences pretty much halted after that point, though the following year I heard a cell phone ring outside my window. Someone broke into my uncle's truck and rummaged around, and my elderly neighbor had someone pacing her driveway during a power outage. Being from the city, and before that a railway town, I'm not exactly a stranger to creepy things happening at night, or attempted break-ins, but there's something uniquely sinister when these things start happening in the middle of nowhere. In May of 2003, I was fresh out of high school and had just joined the Marines. There was a period from when I joined until I could go to boot. So I took those few weeks to sign up for a survival camp. A local company in Gatlinburg offered survival techniques over a 10-day period. We met at the Elkmont campground in the Great Smoky Mountains with a group of 5 other survivalists and a group leader and his assistant. They would stay with us for 3 days and show us techniques. Things like setting up tents, identifying local flora and fauna that was edible, how to set traps, etc. Each of us were given a backpack with items that you may commonly carry when hiking: chapstick, binoculars, some protein bars, lighter matches, and we were allowed one personal item. I brought a small hatchet as I knew what items was included in the backpack from the start. In case you didn't know, you can walk down the Elkmont Trail, and you run into an abandoned town. It's an eerie place, as it was a dreary day. The town was all but abandoned in 1992, when the leases expired and people living there left. There were a few people living there, until 2001, when the last person left for good. All the places are kept up by the NPS, and they are all well preserved from the logging town it once was. So with approval by the NPS to use one of the buildings as base for the first few days, we started our training. For 3 days, our group did several things. We used the Little Pigeon River to get water, which we liked boil for 15 minutes to kill anything in the water. There are a few natural springs in the area that you can drink fresh, and the guides showed us these. We learned how to make lean-to, how to use rock walls to make shelter with fire, heating it up to keep warm, how to build hammocks out of kudzu vines, what wild strawberries look like, along with several other things. They did not show us mushrooms, as these are easily misidentified, so they don't chance that for legal reason. But the puffball ones are the only ones they allowed us to pick, as they are easily identifiable. We also made traps like snares and rock falls, along with making fishing line out of kudzu vines and makeshift hooks, or finding fish in quiet zones of the creek where you could trap trout. We learned how to make fire with binocular glass, matches and lighter, and proper teepee builds for you kindling. After the 3 days, we were let go on our own. You would stay at base camp, and the leader would walk you several miles into the undergrowth. Each of us were taken at different times, and given a satellite radio in case we had an emergency. So we set off on our own and made the best of it. The group leaders would stay at base and wait 5 days, then come get you. Day 1, nothing out of the ordinary. I set a few traps, built a decent lean-to on the side of a large boulder. Fire is doing a solid job of heating the rock wall to keep it pretty warm inside. The air was crisp, not quite cold. Some drizzle, but no deluges. I'm close enough to the river that I only need to walk 70 yards or so. I'm not quite up the mountains, but on somewhat of a hill, surrounded by pawpaw, rhododendrons that are starting to bloom, catalpa, and several conifers. I eat half of a protein bar and collected quite a few plants. First night is quiet. Only hear a few things out in the forest. It's very dark outside the firelight. I've collected enough wood to keep any critters at bay, namely black bears, as they can be curious. I was awoken at some point in the night by the sat phone. Another survivalist is complaining about some large animal walking around his campground. Seems to believe it's a bear, but it sounds like it's walking on 2 legs. Never says anything else the rest of the night. Night goes by without incident. I will say I did find tracks that looked human but were indicative of a Bigfoot, as the footprint wasn't formed quite like ours. I wear a size 12 boot. This I put my foot into the print, and it was a solid 5 inches longer. Now there are stories of the TN Wildman in this part of the country, and several of the stories originated in Coke County, which is just to the north of Sevier and Jefferson, on the other side of the GSM. My grandfather owns a small cabin in Newport, and has told me stories about him hunting and something following him. I brushed the stories off until I saw that print, and from night 1 sat call. Night 3 is where everything went to crap. Around 1 a.m. is when I started question things when a large rock hit the back of my lean-to. I figured it was from the boulder, and something simply broke off, as rock slides are common around here. After that woke me up, I grabbed the flashlight and assessed the damage. I rolled the boulder off the shelter, and it wasn't too far from breaking it completely. I partly fixed it and figured I'd just fix it in the morning. I had caught a rabbit in a snare, and I cleaned it not far from camp. I'd say 100 yards off. I could hear noises from that area, but chalked it up to raccoons or a fox. I shined the light that way but saw nothing as the trees were too thick. Then something screamed. It sounded like a gorilla when it gets angry, followed by a chuffing sound, like when a dog has drank too much water. That deep in the throat, like it's clearing it out. I stood there frozen in this tiny clearing, thinking a bear is finishing off the entrails of the rabbit I cleaned earlier. I have no weapons other than my hatchet and a pocket knife. I come out of my trance and walk over to my backpack, never taking my eyes off the woodline. Everything in the night is quiet. I only hear the river running and the logs crackling. I sit down with my hatchet and throw more logs on the fire, hoping that it gets large and hit enough to keep thing at bay. I sit for maybe 30 minutes and I'm kind of dozing off. Then another rock comes hurling from the left side of the forest and falls 10 yards away. I know the boulder didn't do this based on where this rock came from. Now I'm panicking. I stand up, hoping to make myself look large with my shadow on the boulder behind me. I hear the chuffing again, and smaller trees further in are clearly moving back and forth rather quickly. I can see a large black shape moving around the firelight, just at the edge of the end of the light. 40 yards in, maybe. I can hear this thing breaking limbs, crushing leaves with every step. Thing was at least 8 feet tall if I had to guess, but it was pretty far away from where I was. It's slowly moving away, but I could tell where the thing's head was watching me, as every now and again I'd see eye shine. The sounds started getting fainter and fainter, and I could hear it go into the river and cross it. that loud shush shush sound from the water as it crossed. We're only a few steps, it was about 20 feet across the river at this point. I sat back down and contemplated what to do. It's around 2 a.m. and I have a few hours till daylight. I don't want to walk the 4 miles back to Elkmont in the dark, in a place I'm not familiar with. Fast forward 2 hours. It's 4-ish a.m. The sat phone turns on, and a guy is screaming into it. Something is trying to kill me. I've had several ricks thrown at me. A large man is outside my shelter. I can hear it. This isn't a bear. I don't know what it is, but I need help. Silence. Another guy comes on. Something did that to me last night, but I thought it was a bear. I stayed here thinking I knew what it was. Rocks weren't thrown though, but I could hear it walking the perimeter of my camp. The guides must have awoken at this point as the lead got on and said they can call the park service to come get everyone. But that would be hours, and it's better to stay put and make do. So I wait. It's close to 5 a.m. now. If I can make it a few hours until daylight, I'm fine. All the forest sounds have returned. I'm still waiting, and around 7:15 a.m., and I can see flashlights in the distance. Sun isn't quite up yet, but that eerie dawn light is filling the land. The clearing is still pretty dark. I start gathering my things and start putting the fire out with dirt around the pit, and by the time it's out, the rangers are there with me.
One of them was very obviously of Native American descent.
He said there are stories of men in these woods that don't take to people living on their land, that tribes have always sought harmony with each other. I tried to ask more, but he said we do not talk of these men. We walked back to Elkmont and met the rest of the group. One guy was clearly shaken up, and I assumed he was the one yelling on the phone. He only said its teeth were like an ape's, that he can't get those teeth out of his head. I still go to the GSM often as my parents live there. I still hike and camp, but I never go alone. Even as a former Marine and seeing some terrible things, I have never felt that primal fear as I did that night 17 years ago. That's my story of the time I did a survival camp, and only lasted 3 days.
I grew up in western New York, near the Pennsylvania border, and hunting is really big there. Seriously. The first day of hunting season, everyone skips school just to go. Anyway, about 10 years ago, my best friend and I were smoking and riding around on her four-wheeler, and behind her property was a big open space. So we were just cruising along, and from out of the tree line, this big redneck, like 6'5" guy, no teeth, scraggly gray beard and hair, was covered in blood and holding a deer's head by the antler in one hand and a shotgun in the other. He stops us and tells us to turn the four-wheeler off so that we can hear what he says. And he says, "If you little ladies come on my property again and scare away my game, your butt will be next." And with that, we rode back as fast as we could to her house to tell her stepdad. And then he got on his four-wheeler and went back out to find him, because apparently that field was owned by her stepdad's uncle or something, but couldn't find anything. Not the scariest thing, but when you're high, that made us almost crap ourselves. Back when I had just got my license, we would go camp up in the George Washington National Forest, so we could drink a few beers underage and not get in trouble. It was me and my 2 brothers and another friend one night. We had a fire and played music loud and got drunk. They all wanted to go back down the road to this cabin because we saw on the drive-in that there was what looked like a party going on, and we knew the cabin owner, so they went off in the dark walking to the cabin, while I stayed back and tended to the fire. Anyway, a few hours later, like 2 a.m., they all stumble back, and our one buddy is complaining that these people stole his cell phone, and he wanted to go back and get it, but we told him we'll stop in the morning to look and go to bed. So the next morning we pack up and head out down the road to the cabin. And as I'm driving down the road, out of nowhere, this dude flies out of the woods and starts beating on the hood of my truck. He was completely covered in blood. We all get out, and we tell him to back up and try to figure out what's going on. This dude says the people in the cabin took his phone and beat the crap out of him. Not a good situation. So we go down to the cabin because I wanted to see if the owners were there, but they were not. The people staying there were what we described back in the days as devil worshippers. You know, back when the whole satanic panic was going on. Anyway, my buddy is frantically looking for his phone, and the bloody guy comes down to the cabin, and this huge goth grunge guy comes out of the cabin and just starts beating this guy with a log. I tell my buddy and my brothers that we have to leave now. Screw your phone, and we got the heck out of there. I think we called 911 once we got back into service to tell them what we saw, but we never knew what happened after we left.
Alright, I don't know if this is really what y'all are looking for, but here goes. And I should say I'm weirdly sensitive to like vibes or whatever. One time I was walking through like a gulch or whatever, and I got a super bad feeling. 2 days later they found a body there. I was working on farm through Texas, and then got a tip on one that was hiring outside of Mobile. So we packed up and head to Alabama. It was okay. The farm owner used to tell us Civil War ghost stories around the fire. Anyways, so we head over to Jackson, Mississippi. We stopped to get gas, and we're living in a camper on the back of my truck. And I asked the attendant, "Hey, do you know of anywhere to park where we can stay the night?" He looks at me, then my rig, and then my girlfriend pumping the gas, then back to me and says, "Do you know where you are? You're in Jackson, Mississippi. Don't stay here. Leave." So I'm like, okay, that's weird. This guy is a freak, but whatever. So we start heading towards Memphis, and we Google mapped a campground just before the Tennessee line.
We ended up getting gas again, and this crew of real Hickory kids pull up in a crappy bubble window style Ford Taurus.
And like 4 quads. Everyone gassed up, and I go in to pay, and the cashier says that crew of kids is up to no good. So I'm like, dude, Mississippi in general is messed up, I guess. It's been a way longer than expected drive, and we get to this campground. There is only us and the campsite like maintenance guy or whatever staying there. And I just can't get the first guy's words out of my head and the image of that Hickory gang out of my head. But it's super late. I need to walk the dog. He's a big black German shepherd and he doesn't frig around, but he's silent. I didn't even know he knew how to bark until months after I adopted him. Things are feeling super weird. I'm getting a very strange feeling. I'm walking the dog around the campground and get onto this trail, and he stops. And I trust him. I always trust a dog before a person. It's just moonlight, but pretty dark. I know he's locked into something. I say to him, "You feel that too, eh?" And he loses his GD mind and just starts barking like he's yelling frig off to whatever it is. So I turn around, and he's just walking backwards, face still in the direction of whatever he was barking at, until get like a good 50 away, and he finally calms down. Wake up to a foggy, frosty morning still with grim feelings, but I'm determined to make the best of it and start fresh with a positive attitude. Stay in Memphis, feeling all right. Then go to the Jim Beam Distillery in Kentucky. And I don't know if you've been there before, but that place is grim. Just massive black barns that could hold bourbon, or witches, or stacks of dead. Just couldn't shake the super grim feeling until we got to Pittsburgh. The South is weird. I mean, nothing happened, but it still just got me so shook.
In November of 2012, Hurricane Sandy hit our forested property near the Delaware River in New York. We had thought that since we lived a couple of hours inland and over 1,000 feet higher than sea level, we were fairly safe. We've always made some preparations in case of emergencies, but we had a lot to learn about being ready for a situation like this. We knew the storm was approaching quickly, and it was going to be severe. We had waterproof canoeing go bags ready, and we had a 625-gallon above-ground water storage tank and a good, non-electric water purification system. Even our dog had his saddlebags packed with his food and supplies. But we were not prepared for the intensity of this storm. Bugging out was not an option, at least by car. When the storm hit, the winds kept getting stronger. Just when we thought it was as bad as it could get, the wind picked up even more. Trees blew down and ripped out the power lines to our house. The circuit breaker box exploded. Several large conifers fell on top of our house, partially crushing the roof. Our daughter was watching the storm just as the wind hit, and a huge tree blew down and landed directly on the roof above her room. An old garden trellis made from large timbers took the brunt of the force and probably saved her life. We gathered the kids to the center of the little house, as far from the windows as we could get. We had a few battery-powered LED lanterns lit because the power was out. Trees and downed power lines blocked our street, so we had to shelter in place and tough it out. I think there might have been a tornado along with the hurricane, because some trees were twisted in half and not just blown down in one direction. Once the storm passed, we had to assess the damage. No one was hurt, thankfully. We made sure the propane tank was shut off and every appliance was unplugged. Clearing the driveway and property of downed trees and debris took several days. We had no intention of clearing out the road of trees. It was too dangerous since the power lines crisscrossed everywhere. We were able to check on our neighbors and offer what assistance we could. We had to stay in the house since the roads were impassable and dangerous. Since we have a private well and use an electric well pump, we had no running water. We had plenty of fresh water in the water tank, fortunately, and every drop of water we consumed went first through our countertop purification system. After the house was rebuilt and the storm was mostly behind us, we made lists of things that we could have done better. The first thing we did was to make a plan in case we got separated. Perhaps next time an emergency struck, we might not all be home. We planned where we could meet and who we might call for information. Over the next couple of years, we invested a wood-burning stove and a generator that could run on either gasoline or propane. Gasoline was scarce for weeks after the storm and rationed. 20-pound propane tanks were available, though. We also built a battery bank for backup power. Several deep-cycle batteries connected to a power inverter. So we had 2 power sources. We now all keep a pair of jeans and sturdy slip-on shoes next to our bed, so we're ready to go in 5 minutes flat. A few other changes we made to our preparations. We got 2 camp-style toilets, emergency non-perishable foods like freeze-dried backpacking meals, MREs, canned foods, more lanterns and extra batteries of all types. A good quality AM/FM and weather radio that runs on either batteries, AC power, or a crank/dynamo. And we doubled the size of our garden. Some 8 years later, we continue to improve our emergency preparations and refine our plans. I have been through 3 major hurricanes that tore up my area of Virginia pretty badly. My first lesson learned was Hurricane Isabel in 2003. Isabel really messed our area up in the northern neck of Virginia. No power for 13 days. Nowhere to get gas or ice. I will never forget the howling of the winds, or thinking, will this ever stop? Many houses were lost in the Rappahannock and Potomac rivers during Isabel. My next experience was Hurricane Irene. A microburst, powerful wind, came right across the street. It looked like someone's hand just cut a swath right through the trees. The sound of that wind. It creeps me out every time. No power again for 7 days. Last year, Hurricane Michael got us. No power for 5 days, and many main roads washed out. Several roads were impassable until this past March. I do not play with these storms. Do not think that just because you're not taking a direct hit that it can't be destructive. Prepare ahead of time. Buy lots of water. Fill up large buckets with water to flush toilets. Buy batteries, charcoal to cook food, table sandwiches, food like peanut butter and jelly will help too. Always have paper plates and plastic utensils. Get baby wipes for personal hygiene for everyone, not just babies. Fill your vehicles up with gas and remember your pets. Get extra pet food, litter, etc. Get your prescription and over-the-counter medicines ahead of time. And don't forget, you need a NOAA weather radio when the power goes out to stay on top of things. Be prepared to be self-sustaining for days, because you will be without power for days and possibly stranded for days. Do not ever wait until the last minute to gather supplies. And if they tell you to evacuate, then please do it. I'm a retired man who lives in Tampa Bay area and lost power for 73 hours as a result of Hurricane Irma. I slept like a baby for 3 nights and did not lose any food to spoilage. I took some common sense steps to achieve those results. I froze tap water in several 2-liter bottles. I also froze bottles of bottled water, 16 to 20 ounce size preferred. I assumed I would lose power, so I turned the AC down from the usual 76 to 71, so when my power went off the walls, ceilings and floors would be at 71 instead of 76, keeping me cooler for longer. I never opened up any windows. Better to have 80-degree air in my condo without humidity than 85 to 90-degree outside air with humidity. The combo temp reached a high of 80 after 3 days. When I went to bed the second and third night, I took 2 frozen bottles of water and put each in a Ziploc bag to collect condensation, and put each water in a sock. Then I replaced a bottle on side of me to help me keep my body temperature down. When I woke up, the ice was water, and I now had more water to drink. The last day I did the same as number 4 above, but placed bottles on each side of me while sitting in my chair. I was cool as a cucumber. No reason old people should be dying of heat stroke. I also poured cold water onto a towel and wrapped it around my neck. Wring out and repeat. When power went out, I took all of my frozen food and bottles of water and packed it into coolers, and put the coolers into the freezer and refrigerator. My food was still frozen when the power was restored 73 hours later. I took shelves out of the refrigerator section and put all of my refrigerated food, beverages, and condiments into coolers, along with the 2 frozen liter bottles of water. Food was in perfect condition 73 hours after losing power. Pack remaining space around the outside of coolers with as many frozen bottles of water as you can fit. I believe that these tips will keep food cold for 5 to 7 days and provide plenty of cooling water. As a member of Bellevue Hospital Medical Center medical staff, I helped evacuate the hospital during Hurricane Sandy. I'm a registered nurse, and with the help of all the staff and many city and governmental agency staff members, we evacuated 520 patients to area hospitals. When I say all the staff, that meant people from accounting, chaplains, medical residents, and even 2 brand new nurses. I was assigned to the 14th floor. I was instructed that because of my seniority, to guide the 2 new nurses during the hurricane. Talk about trial by fire. We lost power the second day, while the storm was raging. We ended up having to carry patients down from as high as the 22nd floor. When I say all governmental agencies, we had Oklahoma City Fire, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Army helping. I have to say, everyone pitched in. There was an unbelievable sense of camaraderie. When New York City needed help in its most desperate hour, the Bellevue staff, and especially the nursing staff, answered the call for help and came to the hospital. We evacuated 520 patients with one birth and one cardiac bypass along the way, and everyone was safely evacuated. We are flood victims from Hurricane Irma. We live in Jacksonville, Florida. Hurricane Irma hit us on September 11th, 2017. Thank God we had some friends we were able to stay with who lived on higher ground. Thank God we got out of there and moved our van. I believe they said the hurricane was a Category 5. When we were allowed back in, we were told we had to move out within 7 to 10 days and that we needed to throw everything out. The river was very dirty, and it came up 2 feet. They brought great big dumpsters in, and all of us on ground floor filled them with our furniture. It was the most devastated situation I've ever been in. I thought I was going to have a nervous breakdown. It was horrible. I wasn't worried about our belongings, but we came very close to being homeless. I'm 69 years old, and I take care of my 82-year-old uncle. When we got older, we don't cope with things as well as when we were younger. Most of our family has passed away, and the ones who haven't are old and not able to help us. Most of our friends have passed away also, so we came very close to being homeless. We moved 2 times and are moving again. This has been a nightmare. There is so much to tell, but this kind of sums it up. Thank God we received some help from FEMA and from the country western singers who put on a concert to collect money. Truly, we appreciate all the prayers, love, and concern that people have shown us. By the way, they have a tentative date to move back on July 20th, 2018. We have a lot of work that has to be done as soon as we can get back in. No bodily harm and no lives were lost, and we now can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
I remember the day Hurricane Ike struck Texas and Louisiana back in 2008. It was Friday night, September 12th, 2008, in Houston, Texas. I was 11 at the time, and my mom and dad were sitting in front of the TV, watching as Ike crept closer towards Texas. My dad went to Walmart and got some dry food, flashlights, and batteries for the storm. I was really nervous because of the size of Ike. It was 450 miles wide, and the damage it might cause overnight. I was walking around thinking the worst, and even taking a long last look at my apartment complex with my neighbor's friend. It started getting windy around 6 p.m., winds around 40 miles per hour, and we got scared and ran home. Twigs from the 100-foot pine trees started to break off, and leaves were flying everywhere. My mom and I were walking to Pop's supermarket to get some last-minute things, and the checkout line was long. When we were finally done, the winds blew open the door, and everybody went silent. We went home quickly. Dad was in the bedroom with his hard hat on playing with the flashlight as he watched the news. There was a phone bank with citizens asking questions to Dr. Neal on Channel 11 about what kind of damage they could expect. I ran outside at 10 p.m., and the winds were still at 40 miles per hour, but they started to gust past 50, and I was on my porch watching the palm tree near me sway in the wind. The tall pine trees were bending slightly as I heard them rustle in the wind. More leaves and trash were airborne now. I couldn't stand against wind as I tried to go downstairs, and the wind kept pushing me back. I gave up and went back upstairs once my folks told me it's no longer safe to be wandering. The wind was howling at the back window. My dad managed to use an old bed to cover the window, and it was reinforced with the couch in his bedroom. I tried to fall asleep, but the wind was howling constantly, and gusts started to become a little more frequent. At around 11:30 p.m., it was getting blustery outside, and my dad tried to microwave a burrito. Worst time for a snack, and the lights started to flicker. We ran to the closet, but we started to fuss when my mom didn't want to get in. She was terrified, and we tried to calm her down, but another loud gust blew in, and the carport downstairs started rumbling. The wind was starting to make squealing and screeching noises. We were silent for a couple minutes, staring at the back window. I could see an outline of the trees whipping in the wind from the streetlight. Dad and I went inside, and Mom slept in the living room. For another 30 minutes, the lights would flicker as we listened to Paul and Tom on the radio. I lay down on the floor, and Dad sat on his big toolbox, playing with the flashlight. Around 12:30 a.m., we lost power, and he winds got louder. It sounded like a train 1 minute and a wolf howling the next second. The winds were probably between 70 and 80 by that time. My dad went out to get my mom, but I remember my mom opening the door to look outside to get a peek. It was terrifying. In the sea of darkness, the palm tree was bending back and forth violently. Water was falling from the roofs like Niagara Falls. The giant pine trees were bending at 45-degree angles with branches snapping off. Mom closed the door and finally took refuge in the closet. She was crying at one point, and we told her we were going to make it out. At 1:30 a.m., the back window shattered, and glass and rain started to come in. I flashed a light to help Dad see, and he had to get some trash bags to cover the TV and computer in his room, and push the couch to push the beds that were covering the broken window back up. But the wind kept pushing them down. Around 2 a.m., the radio said Ike made landfall at Galveston and Houston, and the surrounding area was being battered by high winds and heavy surge flooding. Dad took note of the sky looking orange when we opened the closet door to let some cool air in, since it was hot inside the closet. I heard debris hitting the building, and the wind was deafening. The winds were above 75 miles per hour around that time. All night the wind was screaming. We spent 10 to 12 hours in the closet until noon Saturday. It was a mess outside. Shingles littered the floor, and tree branches and twigs were everywhere. My dad's old pair of shoes were still next to the door. The courtyard was even worse. Pine trees were snapped in half, and entire trees were down on the ground. I helped our neighbors clean up the debris and clear the pathways. Dad went to get more food and water. We ate what we could, and had to walk around to find some food and hot water. Mom and Dad were upset but glad we made it out unscathed. We walked around the neighborhood seeing the damage. A lot of tree damage and some leaning power lines. I couldn't sleep that Saturday night with all the humidity. My mom and I were listening to updates from the mayor and city officials. We were both scared out of wits, and I cried, but my mom reassured me that we made it, and we are okay. By Sunday afternoon, the power was restored, and we started to learn about the true devastation Ike did to the state. I was thankful that we didn't lose our home or lives for that manner. Some areas along the coast were wrecked or wiped out from the storm surge. I remember the reporter on 13 trying to get a grip on his emotions as he went through the damage and ruins at Bolivar Peninsula. Watching the wreckage, it ran a chill down my spine. But it showed me the true power of these cyclones. Ike would cause me to take preparations more seriously, and now I stock more supplies to prepare for every season. I know it's not much of a story, but tropical cyclones are nothing to mess with. The story I will tell my kids one day. I had never witnessed that level of destruction or devastation before. The eye of the storm hit around 10:30 p.m., so most of the guests, including myself, were sheltered in the hotel ballroom. What made this storm unique, and the reason it caught the southern Baja Peninsula so off guard, was the fact that it rapidly intensified and changed course. It was originally forecast to head west and weaken as it went out to sea, but instead, it made an almost 90-degree turn and headed directly for Cabo San Lucas as a Category 4. It was a Category 3 when it actually made landfall, but the millibars of pressure in the eye were extremely low for a Category 3, and the hurricane slowed and caused massive destruction. because of the initial forecast, people were not being encouraged to evacuate. Our hotel was prepared as possible and technically designated as a hurricane shelter with the ability of a Cat 3 storm and had excellent safety procedures in place. But no one expected the storm to be as bad as it was. The hotel had a shelter set up in the hotel ballroom, but also told guests that if they felt more comfortable staying in their rooms, then they were more than welcome to do so long as they kept the windows and doors completely shut and did not venture outside. At the point of their original instruction, the hurricane was still not expected to be such a massive threat. My friends and I originally thought we would ride it out in our hotel room, and were almost poking fun at the evacuation room that was set up. We figured we would hole up in our room with food and wine and watch movies until the government formally shut down the power grid, as planned and mentioned in the bulletins they were sending us. Everything was going as planned for us until about 8:30 p.m. The sliding glass doors were shaking violently, and then all of a sudden a large portion of a palm tree snapped off and hit our window. It didn't shatter, fortunately, but the scare was enough for us to put all of our things in the bathroom, grab our passports and wallets, and make a beeline for the hotel ballroom. At that point in our room, there was water already starting to gurgle, get sucked out of the toilet, and the shower was making a howling noise. It also took 3 of us to pull the hotel door open because of the low pressure suction. The hotel hallways were partially outside and exposed to the elements. By the time we, safely, thankfully, made it to the hotel ballroom, the hotel staff were already running rescue operations to retrieve people from their rooms. They were taking attendance on the hotel room roster and rescuing accordingly. There was an elderly couple being carried in with blood all over them from being cut by glass and some other injuries. None of them major, thanks to the incredible care and rescue effort of the hotel staff. The pictures on link below will tell the story of the destruction, but the main reason I felt that this was an important story to share is because Odile was a storm that took everyone by surprise. We were incredibly lucky to be in the care of the hotel workers who slaved away all night to keep us safe. But a lot of people were not so lucky, and the widespread destruction over the Baja Peninsula was immense. So, for anyone else who doubts the power of Mother Nature and doesn't take weather warnings seriously, just take some advice from anyone who experienced Odile. Weather forecasts can change in a heartbeat, so always err on the side of caution. We were stranded in Cabo for an extra week because the airport was completely destroyed. There was no phone service, internet, or any other form of communication. Our friends and family feared the worst after they didn't hear from us for several days. Food and water had to be rationed. The Mexican military had to perform food drops for the local residents because all of the roads were washed out. I could write a book about all of the experiences of that week, but I will let my photos do the talking. Needless to say, I made some lifelong friends during that week and saw things that I couldn't imagine even in my wildest dreams. Mother Nature is beautiful and amazing, but give her respect before it's too late and she demands it from you.
I live practically dead center of North Carolina. The only hurricane to pass over me in my lifetime was Fran on September 5th of 1996. I had 3 pet potbelly pigs at the time. We had a nice big pig palace, fenced in and well built. My husband built it, and he is meticulous in everything that he does. I got Nora first, and when I got Arthur and Robert a couple years later, she never forgave me for it. I used to let them roam around our yard, snuffling and digging, until time to be fed and go to bed. Nora was mad at me and refused to go in the pen, much less the house. It got windier, darker and wetter, and yet Nora refused. The more I prodded, chased, K-holed, tempted, and food and cussed, the more pig-headed Nora became. I kept this up for about an hour in the dark, getting drenched despite the umbrella, crying and worrying until I could no longer do it and feel the least bit safe, which was about 3.5% by that time. My husband was asleep already and slept the entire night, completely oblivious to the goings-on outside, and to his wife right beside him, tossing and turning and worrying. The next morning, when all was said and done, we look out and saw the damage. Lots and lots of trees down. The roof blown off the well house, and the giant oak tree at the corner of the house had been uprooted and taken the power lines down with it. It was parallel to the house about 3 feet away. There between the house and the tree was Nora, shaking and in shock. It took a couple of days to get Nora back to normal, about a week to get power and water restored, and weeks to get everything else taken care of. That was an experience I'll never forget, and surely not one that I'd ever want to go through again. I'm a Florida native, and most recently went through Matthew and Irma. Generally, the hurricane itself is not the worst part. The aftermath is. Hurricanes are a siege situation. So if you're going to stay put, you need at least a gallon of water per person per day. They say for at least 3 days. I always up this to 7 days. That's your drinking water. You'll want more water for non-drinking purposes. You can fill your bathtub ahead of time. Do this a couple of days before so that you can make sure your tub will hold water and not drain it out all overnight. Make sure you have the same 7-day supply of food that doesn't need to be cooked or refrigerated for yourself and your animals, and the same for medication. And gas in the tank. Do this early. You're almost certain to lose power during the storm. Think of this as inevitable. You may be out of power for days afterwards. I didn't get my power back until a week after Irma. It was miserable. If your power company isn't prepared for the massive amount of damage to the grid, you may be out of power for several weeks, like many were in 2004. Be mindful of what you won't have access to without power. If you're on a well, you don't have running water. This is where that bathtub of water comes in handy. If you don't have gas, you won't have any way to cook. If your power is out for more than 4 hours, you'll have to throw most things out your fridge and freezer, as they're no longer safe to eat. If it's still oppressively hot there, I highly recommend you try and get your hands on a battery-powered fan and enough batteries to run that thing for 24 hours a day for 7 days. Seriously, the #1 quality of life improvement post-hurricane. It may already be too late to get a generator, but if you think you want one, do not use it indoors. You will gas yourself and die. Seriously. Every hurricane, there's always someone who runs their generator indoors and kills their entire family. Also, make sure you looked up and know how to disengage your garage door motor, so that you can get that up after the storm, when you don't have power. It's usually pretty easy. Depending on where you are, and how robust your cell network is normally, you may or may not have cell reception. Normal text messages is the smallest thing you can send over the network, and it'll get through, even if multimedia messages or phone calls can't. Please note, group texts are MMS, not SMS. However, after Irma, the cell network was so damaged that I couldn't even get SMS through. I had to eventually drive into town a ways afterwards to get reception several days later. So that's probably going to crap out, so be prepared for possibly no communication either. Now we get to the point on whether or not you should actually stay. I feel comfortable riding out storms in Florida. I have a reasonably new concrete block house about 8 miles inland and not in a flood zone. But Florida has built itself to be a hurricane tank for the last 25 years. We have hip-style roofs to mitigate wind damage. We build concrete block. We have shatter-resistant glass for the windows. We build our houses up several feet above the road so that they don't flood. We have a ton of ditches and do a lot of work on drainage. Your home in your state likely hasn't done that same prep work we have. So think about how your house is constructed, how new it is. Are you above the level of the road you're on? Are you in a flood zone? How does the water drain when you get a lot of rain? In hurricanes, you hide from the wind, but you run from the water. That's why mandatory evacuations are for areas in danger of storm surge and flooding. It's already a Cat 4 and predicted to just be under a Cat 5 by the time it hits. And there's not anything in the way that'll bleed any of that off, really. I'm seriously expecting the Carolinas to get wrecked in a way that we wouldn't be if it hit here in Florida. Good luck, and make sure you prep for that aftermath. Floridian here. I've ridden out my share of major storms. The first one was Hurricane Ivan. That was the worst. The one that probably scared me the most and did the most damage to the immediate area. That night, me and my family went into the master bathroom, and it was pitch black minus the flashlight. The winds absolutely roared. The roof was pummeled with rain and debris. At a certain point, the radio lost a signal, which added an extra layer of creepiness. The neighborhood was in pretty decent shape, but thousands of trees had been uprooted or simply snapped. Knocked out all of the power for over a week. The next was Hurricane Dennis a year later. That one was also pretty bad, but hit during the day, so it was much less scary. My sister and I went out into the yard until the winds picked up to dangerous levels. Hurricane Katrina didn't hit us hard at all, but it did manage to knock the power out. Another daytime storm, so it was kind of neat to be able to watch it in action. It knocked out the power for about 10 hours. Not knowing when the power would be restored, we went ahead and started cooking all of the frozen meat, that way we didn't want it to spoil. We had pork chops, bacon, sausage, the works. Right as we finished cooking it all, the lights came back on. Then was Hurricane Irma. Didn't hit me too bad, but I was in an older house surrounded by trees which can be dangerous at lower wind speeds. Another daytime storm. It wasn't too eventful. I slept through most of it and at one point got up and saw the trees swaying to and fro, probably moving at least 10 feet at the top. For those in the path of Florence, be careful. These storms can kill you. They can cause incredible damage. If you're on the coast, you need to evacuate. I wish you all the best.
I arrived in Biloxi, Mississippi almost 50 years ago, a young military wife. It was during the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Camille that my husband returned from Vietnam to Keesler AFB to finish his 4-year stint. What I saw, or rather we saw, was something so catastrophic, we swore off of ever living in a hurricane-prone coastal city forever. Visit? Maybe. Keep in mind that Camille was not a storm of size, as some hurricanes are, and the pristine beaches of Mississippi with their pale sand and glittering calm Gulf waters were not yet discovered, so the residential areas were still relatively uncrowded. There were only 1, 2, or 3-story older structures, on pilings or on concrete slabs. Thus, the somewhat compact Camille would not take out the entire coast, but what she did hit was totally and completely annihilated. Since we were just arriving in town for the first time, Biloxi and the adjacent miles upon miles of white sand beaches simply looked like extremely underdeveloped areas to us. Damage? We didn't notice much. It was just beaches. Upon closer observation, we suddenly noticed pilings after pilings and empty concrete pads, but there was no wreckage on the beaches. Then we found out why. Dozens of tornadoes in our immediate area had touched down, just ahead of Camille. They were evidently her calling card. People who left late spoke of rows of funnel clouds tearing across the shoreline, doing initial damage to structures. But as Camille drew closer, her own winds took over. At 100 miles per hour, authorities thought the worst was upon the coast. But as they also told us, it would continue to increase to become a howling living hell. The destruction would be horrific. I need to add that in the hours prior to Camille, while a very inexperienced public debated on staying or going. Reports came into the authorities of roads being alive with snakes, swamp critters, and wildlife. They were fleeing the area. Their exodus even made some roads slick as tires crushed the crowded pavement. And it began when terrain-leveling winds were destroying homes around their occupants, and those who still were alive thought they still had a chance. In rushed Camille's crushing 30-plus foot ocean surges, moving far inland. The tsunami-like surges destroyed levees, roads, homes, commercial dwellings, killing abandoned livestock, wildlife, and whatever poor people who tried to ride it out. Not a huge number of deaths, perhaps 250, but only because of a last-minute race to get off the peninsula before the Bay Bridge closed. Still, it was death to those coastal dwellers that stayed. Thus, hurricane parties ended in death. Riding it out did too, and the lack of evident wreckage along the once prime real estate was because nothing was left. It was so mind-boggling to us with our Midwestern roots. When locals showed us the before pictures, we finally realized that the Mississippi coast was gone. Water had both ravaged and then washed away the destruction in areas closest to the ocean. But further inland, where the water just kept rising, it would be a different story. Wreckage stood as tall as the former buildings. It looked like an enormous army of warriors with chainsaws. Flamethrowers and bombs had come through, and scattered among the wreckage, most of the Biloxi shrimp boat fleet lay in ruin, and gigantic barges tipped sideways that were driven over 2 miles inland. The city was still reeling. One thing that still bothers me in dreams was when I was sitting at a light about 2 miles inland. We'd been living there for a few months, and I was comfortable in a city that was struggling to rebuild. It was dinner time and I was bringing home some carryout. Suddenly I saw the taillights of the vehicles in front of me drop. I watched in horror as 2 cars and a pickup disappeared into a deep sinkhole that had opened up without warning. It was evening, so the traffic behind me didn't see it, and began honking as I sat terrified with both of my feet locked on the brake pedal, sure that I would be next. Once the other drivers realized what happened, they did back up, and I got away from that huge hole. Camille had evidently cracked through the sealers used to keep rocks in place, so erosion didn't occur. Thousands of waves a day, months later, ate caverns under the coastal highway I-90 and into the town. I recall that I had purchased seafood gumbo for dinner. But once I got home, I was so shaken my husband opened a bottle of bourbon he'd been saving for when his enlistment ended. After a healthy dose, my insides finally calmed enough to eat. The base was short on available housing, as off-base housing was destroyed, forcing the military families to take whatever was available. So that last year, we lived in a large house that was converted into several rental apartments, only to find out later that it had been completely submerged in Camille. The walls became soft as rot, and mold grew behind the lousy paint job. Drinking water became tainted, and I got a rare strep infection that not only nearly killed me, but caused me to miscarry. It would take nearly a year to cure once we got back to the burbs of Chicago. Thank God for good Midwestern doctors. Camille is still the second most powerful storm to make landfall in the USA. Because the instruments of that era were primitive, today's meteorologists put her sustained winds at 180 miles per hour plus. However, for those of us who were there to listen to the reports days and weeks following the storm, 2 separate wind meters, including one at Keesler AFB, measured sustained winds of 200 mph before snapping off of their supports, and barometric pressure dropped to a horrific low of 900 mb. Only the 1935 Texas Labor Day hurricane was stronger. No, I wasn't in Camille, but I will never forget her wrath. I learned that a few months after we came home, our residence was leveled by the Board of Health, along with whatever homes in the area that, despite being erect, were rotting from within. It would be years before most of the damage was eradicated, but Biloxi has been hurricane hit more than a couple of times since then. Like I said in the beginning, a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there.
I grew up in Florida. I don't even remember my first hurricane because I was still a toddler when it occurred. It was bad enough that the name Andrew was retired afterward. The first hurricane I remember is Aaron. That name was also retired, but not because of the severity of the storm. Rather, it was the flooding afterward that was the problem. It was so bad that we could swim in the street. I think the only way out of the neighborhood was by canoe. They completely revamped Florida's drainage system to prevent that from ever happening again. Mostly, though, I remember preparing for the storm. Tape on the windows, filling up the bathtubs with water so we'd be able to flush the toilets if the power went out, and hiding in the half bath once it had passed because it had spun off several tornadoes. The storm itself wasn't that bad. Later, we got a generator, which made dealing with the aftermath even easier. It didn't produce enough electricity to power the air conditioning, which kind of sucked. Florida in summertime with no air conditioning is no joke, but at least our food didn't spoil and our plumbing worked. We were on well water at the time. My senior year of high school was 2004 to 2005, the first year of drastically increased hurricane activity. The lower grades actually had an extra week or so tacked on at the end of the school year to make up for all of the school that we missed due to the storms. One of them, I think it was Francis, caused us to miss school for about 2 weeks if I remember correctly. The worst part for a lot of people was that they were without power for months, since there wasn't just the infrastructure to repair that much damage in a timely manner. But as a minor who wasn't responsible for dealing with insurance claims and repair companies, it wasn't that bad. In fact, a lot of Floridians joked about it. Probably partially a trauma response. But also, the same was Northerners' joke about heavy snow. It's bad and it sucks, but we know how to handle it. Heck, some of us even throw hurricane parties. And of course, there are always the memes. No one blows like Gaston. No one grows like Gaston. No one, I forgot the word that goes here, tropical lows like Gaston. He's particularly good at precipitating. My, what a storm, that Gaston. Hurricane Mitch flooded my 2-story house completely. I evacuated, and the waters didn't let me get back home for 3 days. When the water levels went down, I found my house covered with 1 foot of mud inside, plus 2 feet of mud for about 100 feet to get to it. Us neighbors had to shovel mud off the streets and sidewalks for a week to be able to get to our houses. Every door was jammed due to the sand on the locks. Most appliances survived the water, but the beds had to be replaced. Clothes were still usable, but the colors were faded. Photos and videos were lost. Same with books and notebooks. I was able to get back home after about 15 days of living at my mom's house. Things got back to normal about 6 months later. However, it took years for the whole country to get back to quote-unquote normal. And some places are still not the same to this day. My first job as a newcomer in Canada was at a busy real estate office. I was excited about the job. I saw it as an excellent opportunity for professional growth, and my coworkers were welcoming. My main task was to speak on the phone with prospective clients and drum up leads. All around me, phones were constantly ringing as other agents in the office took calls, bustled in and out for showings, and chatted with clients. Within the first few days of my new job, I felt overwhelmed. Even though I was used to a busy office atmosphere from my previous jobs, I was struggling to multitask and focus here. I couldn't seem to filter the sounds around me to hear clearly on the phone. The office seemed excessively loud, even though no one else seemed to be having any trouble. During that time, I also noticed I couldn't hear my daughter seated in the back of the car if the radio was on, even at a low volume. I was getting close to 40 and assumed hearing changes were a natural part of aging. I felt like the two issues were somehow connected. I had my hearing tested, and the results showed that there was nothing physically wrong, so I questioned the technician about why I was struggling to hear if the test showed no hearing loss. The technician hypothesized that my brain might be struggling to isolate and process multiple sounds simultaneously. That's when a light bulb went off. In 2019, my family and I barely survived Hurricane Dorian when it hit our home in the Bahamas. While we were sat waiting for the floodwaters to reach the attic and potentially drown us, the wind and rain that pounded the roof echoed remarkably in our cramped quarters. As we sat terrified during the worst experience of my life, the volume of the noise changed how my brain processed and interpreted sound. At least, that's what my wife and I felt must have happened. We were lucky to make it out alive and unharmed, save for many bruises. In the aftermath of Dorian, we immigrated to Canada with only 3 weeks of planning. The stress level in those first few months was immeasurable. Eventually, our whole family sought the help of a therapist. We understood that we could not cope with the emotional after effects of the natural disaster trauma on our own. Before Hurricane Dorian, I never had trouble isolating a person's voice in a crowded room. But it seems that the trauma of what we experienced was still affecting me 2 years later. Learning to cope with the anxiety brought on by surviving a natural disaster has taken many different strategies. I've practiced creative visualization, picturing calming locations, and listing all the sensory attributes associated with the image. Meditation and structured breathing exercises have been helpful when I've had trouble falling asleep, as my mind imagines I'm back in the ocean, being tossed around by the waves. I used a gratitude journal for a while to combat hopelessness and depression, when my mind fixated on the idea that I would never feel any better. Writing therapy helped me the most. After years of working on my mental health, I was finally making solid progress, and I started my new job at the real estate office, only to realize my new job might now be outside my capabilities. I sought the help of another therapist who specializes in trauma recovery. He explained that many people with PTSD struggle with symptoms similar to attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, including an inability to sit still. Check. Struggling to multitask. Check. And difficulty isolating sounds. Check. I was floored. When I explained my problem to my boss, they were supportive and got me a phone headset. For several weeks, I continued trying to force my brain to process more sounds than it could, but eventually I was forced to resign from the position, and I took on a new job that allowed me to work from home and control the noise level in my workspace. More and more Canadians are experiencing the trauma of natural disasters yearly. Sadly, the frequency of these events is increasing. The historic flooding in Nova Scotia in July, and monumental wildfires continuing to burn throughout Canada, have kept natural disasters at the forefront of news outlets in 2023. The billions of dollars in property damages worldwide is evident for all to see, and it's horrific to hear about the number of lives lost. However, there is another invisible toll that these events have on people like me who survive them: mental illness. New Brunswick has experienced 2 milder post-tropical storms in 2023 so far. While I don't fear for my life during those events, as I did during Dorian, my anxiety increases with the constant updates and news preparations. It's an ongoing battle to remind my body that it doesn't need to react with a rush of adrenaline just because I have several things on my to-do list, including buying storm supplies. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one who feels this anxiety. Hurricane Ian upended everything for Cecilia Donald's family: their furniture, their home, and their lives. Water flooded Fort Myers, Florida home Wednesday night, leading her to believe that they may not make it out alive. We got on the counter at first, and then I told my husband, "I think we're going to drown," she said. They were so unsure of their survival that at one point, Donald and her husband considered tying themselves together so no one would wash away. but I couldn't find a rope, she said. Donald's daughter feared for the worst. They gave each other an emotional embrace when they saw one another for the first time on Thursday after Hurricane Ian had passed. The last message I got from her was that the water was waist high and she didn't know if they were going to make it, Donald's daughter said. Residents throughout Donald's neighborhood shared similar stories. Fire and rescue teams were going door to door conducting wellness checks because people were trapped inside their homes. One elderly couple was rescued and brought to safety. Spencer Mume posted a video to Facebook showing the water rising so high in his home that the only place his family could go was into the attic. He brought his 6-year-old daughter and 6-month-old daughter to safety there. CBS News met the grandparents of those kids on Thursday as they desperately looked for their grandchildren. I can't imagine how they feel right now. Our little grandbaby probably scared to death, crying all night, the grandmother said. CBS News was able to share the good news with the grandparents that everyone was okay. Now, the entire community begins a journey to recovery that is likely to last much longer than the storm. Since Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida on September 28th, survivors' harrowing stories of battling the Category 4 storm have slowly come to light. Ron Cook, a Florida Baptist disaster relief volunteer, shared an account his team heard about an 80-year-old neighbor who survived flash flooding and 155-mile-per-hour winds by taking shelter in his van, breathing through a small air pocket near the roof as storm waters surged through his vehicle and carried him away. On October 4th, Cook's team assisted homeowners Stan and Amy Wiggins, who had evacuated to Amy's sister's home when the storm started rolling in. Florida Baptist volunteers spent an entire day removing flood-damaged furniture, baseboards, and other fixtures after 4 feet of water flooded the entire first floor of their home. The day of the storm, I got a text from a neighbor who had escaped to their attic. They were in a 1-story house, Amy said. I got another text from a girl in our neighborhood who said they were on their counters watching their stuff floating by. We knew when we got home it would be bad. The Wigginses reached out to their McGregor Baptist Church family requesting help, and Florida volunteers with Cook's team stepped up to respond, as they'd done for many others in the community that week. It's overwhelming as far as the sense of gratitude, and just not knowing where to begin as far as expressing how thankful we are and how unexpected it is, said Stan of the help he and Amy received from Southern Baptists. It was daunting to see what was before us, and not even knowing where to begin, and then to have so many people come in and just lend hands and want to help out. Cook's team began recovery efforts, like their work with the Wiggins family the day after the storm. We're doing a mud out of their home. What that entails is removing all of their possessions affected by the floodwaters, Cook said. After that, we will remove all of the affected drywall and the insulation, taking everything down to the studs. Then we will be spraying for mold so we can get this home as livable as possible for them while they wait for the rebuilding. Cook said an incredible number of workers' orders requesting help have been coming in, and hundreds of Southern Baptist disaster relief teams from 17 state conventions are pouring into Southwest Florida to minister to the overwhelming need. So far, Southern Baptist volunteers have provided flood recovery, roofing repairs, debris removal, and more to over 500 homes impacted by Hurricane Ian. Another way SBDR volunteers are meeting needs is through emergency feeding. Southern Baptists have established 9 feeding sites, collectively preparing over 385,000 meals in cities like Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, and Naples to feed families who lost power during and after the storm. Thousands are still without power in the most impacted areas, and these volunteers will continue meeting this vital need until power is fully restored. Send Relief is supporting the SBDR response by sending emergency relief supplies and meals for survivors to disaster relief teams on the ground. Just days after the storm, Send Relief sent an initial shipment of recovery supplies, including protective suits, gloves, masks, and other construction materials. This truck was also loaded with bottled water, tarping for rooftops, and shockwave treatment to disinfect and kill dangerous bacteria in flooded homes. We're here to help support the state disaster relief teams, fill in any gaps that they may have in the response. We have multiple ways at the national level to help solve those problems, said Coy Webb, Crisis Response Director for Send Relief. We also seek to mobilize the resources they need quickly so that volunteers can get started as soon as they arrive. In anticipation of a long road to recovery in Florida, Send Relief sent a second semi-truck full of emergency relief supplies to restock inventory for SBDR teams and provide materials for the next phase of rebuilding. These emergency packages include roofing materials, Tyvek suits, N95 masks, safety glasses, and work gloves. Send Relief will continue sending shipments of supplies to help replenish SBDR inventory for volunteers on the ground, with the next shipment heading out to Florida on October 11th. We talk about the cooperative program, and usually we talk about it as a funding mechanism, said Florida Baptist Disaster Relief Director David Coggins. Cooperative program in this regard is not so much about the funding mechanism as it is really about the cooperative nature of what we do as Southern Baptists. This is it in practicality and reality. It's one thing to send your money to something. It's another thing to see the result of that in a very practical, experiential way. Thank you for your continued prayers for the Southern Baptist response in the wake of Hurricane Ian. Everything SBDR and Send Relief does to meet needs in the throes of a crisis center on not only meeting physical needs, but extending the invitation to receive eternal spiritual hope. We want to make sure that first and foremost that people know why we're here, who we're here to represent, and why we're doing what we do to bring them hope in the name of the Lord Jesus, said Coggins. That's always forefront in all our minds. Pray that our volunteers and our witnesses across all of our locations would be strong and powerful and visible. Pray for the homeowners and survivors. These folks have been devastated. All right. So picture this. It was a Friday night, and my friend Sarah and I decided to check out this old abandoned amusement park on the outskirts of town. Back when we were kids, we used to hang out there, which made us think it would be a fun trip down memory lane. We returned home after spending the evening reminiscing and goofing around. The darkness outside was creeping me out as the sun had set. And then, out of nowhere, we saw this guy crouching by the road, staring at us as we drove past. It freaked us out big time. We continued driving, but when we glanced back, the man was gone. The tension in the car was so strong you could cut it with a knife. We were on edge, to put it mildly. At around 1 a.m., the wind was howling like crazy outside. Sarah and I were feeling hungry, so we made the decision to get a late-night snack. We headed to the car, which was parked near the woods. Not the most comfortable spot, let me tell you. As we approached the car, I swear I saw a shadowy figure lurking in the trees. Sarah freaked out and I screamed, causing us to both back away in panic. To make things even scarier, a peculiar car was parked near us, its headlights glaring at us like something out of a horror film. Even after calling my mom for reassurance, fear persisted. We sat in the car, observing as the mysterious vehicle recurred, sending chills down our spines. We were locked in that car for what felt like forever, and the tension increased every time the strange vehicle came back. When it finally disappeared, we took the initiative to investigate, driving around to see the license plate. After a night of fear and uncertainty, we decided to call it a night and go home. We were shaken by the events of that night, a reminder that darkness can be more than just the shadows. Several years ago, I got my first healthcare job as a psychiatric technician at this outpatient clinic. Psych techs have many different tasks. In that office, my role was like a medical assistant. I was excited to start my career in healthcare. I felt like I was contributing to something really meaningful. The team was all warm and welcoming. All the staff were really polite to each other and to patients. There was this one assistant, though, let's call him Tom, who was a little eccentric, but he was mostly polite. Nothing about him screamed danger or anything, but it just felt awkward with him. He had this habit of standing way too close when we talked. His gaze when we talked to you was seriously intense. It was like he was trying to read my mind or something. At one staff meeting, his stare was so distracting that I lost my train of thought. Our break room had this huge screen showing live footage from the security cameras around the clinic. We didn't record anyone's appointments, but we recorded everything else, like the waiting room, the little conference room, etc. One day, I saw Tom just hanging out in front of the screen, completely fixated on a patient in the waiting room. He wasn't just glancing, he was standing there paying really close attention. That patient was literally just sitting and waiting for his appointment. I asked if something was up with the patient, and Tom said something like, "No, I just find it interesting how to observe how they act when they think that no one is watching." That was a really weird thing to say. The longer I worked there, the more I noticed some concerning behaviors. He would linger around patient files way too long. Most healthcare providers had switched to electronic patient records. For some reason, that clinic did not switch. All of our records were still paper, and we kept them in a file room. Once, I caught him deep into the file of a patient who didn't even come to our clinic anymore. When I asked what he was working on, he just said, "Oh, just catching up on some old cases." One of our patients was a young, sweet woman, whom I will call Rachel. Rachel confided in me that she felt like someone was watching her all the time. It's super important to take those feelings seriously in our line of work and dig deeper instead of just brushing them off. Rachel mentioned that she thought that someone from the clinic might be keeping an eye on her outside of work. My heart sank when she said, "I think it's Tom." To be honest, if she had said anyone else's name, I might not have reacted differently. But when she said it was Tom, I instantly believed her. She hadn't seen anything super obvious, like a parked car outside or anything like that. But she had noticed Tom hanging around her apartment outside the complex sometimes. Like I said, hearing her say that she thought it was Tom made me trust her instincts. A few nights and days, I decided to test the water and casually asked him, "Hey Tom, what do you know about that patient Rachel?" His answer was uncomfortably detailed. He told me all this irrelevant information about Rachel's personal life, which had nothing to do with her treatment plan. Then he mentioned how Rachel had canceled her last appointment, not because she was busy, but because she went out for lunch with friends instead. He saw it on Instagram and calculated what time it must have been. He talked about it so casually that it felt like monitoring her personal life was just a normal part of the job. I didn't know what to say. His idea of professional boundaries was so different from mine that if I told him he was being inappropriate, I didn't think he would agree. The next day, I brought this up with another one of my coworkers, whom I'll call Sarah. Sarah said something like, "Yeah, I've heard the rumors. Some patients have mentioned seeing him outside the clinic." It felt like everyone had sensed something was off about Tom, but no one had taken any real action yet. Then, one chaotic day while trying to catch up on documentation, I asked Tom if he had a spare notebook. He handed me one. I don't know if it was a notebook that Tom meant to keep to himself, but it wasn't empty at all. It was filled with detailed notes about patients, what they wore, their addresses, their departure times from the clinic. Way too much information. And there was even a section dedicated to Rachel with all these little details about her coffee preferences and jogging schedule. I immediately reported that notebook to our supervisor, who promised to look into it. But nothing happened after that. I ended up quitting and finding a different job. I could not stay in an environment that allowed his behavior. At the time of writing this, the story that happened to me was 5 days ago. It was on a Saturday, and for context, I'm a 16-year-old French boy. So I was with my friend this Saturday in my little French hometown, casually hanging out at the border of the town for a whole hour. My friend here is a 17-year-old girl. We were sitting on big rocks behind the kindergarten school of our town, right in front of the beet field at around 8 p.m. The sky was starting to turn dark. Nothing has ever really happened in our town since we live in it, except recently, when a dad stabbed his daughter and wife 40 times. But it has nothing to do with my story. Note that there aren't many foreigners there since it's kind of a lost country town close to Paris. So I was sitting with my friend eating stuff like we casually do when we hang out, when suddenly, I spot a man with a beanie. He had his hands in his sweatshirt and was directly walking towards us. He was way too close for my friend and me to get up and walk away. He comes right in front of us and starts talking English. My friend doesn't speak English, so she didn't really know what was happening at this time. So this guy comes right in front of me when he noticed that I was able to speak English and tries to shake my hand, which I deny the approach. Note that he didn't look like he was drunk or under drugs. The weird guy starts talking to me, and he points out the field that was behind my back, which means that if I wanted to look at it, I would have needed to turn back to him. And then he says very insistently, "Is that cabbage?" I responded yes, but he wasn't satisfied by my response, since he was trying to get me to look behind me. However, there was literally the other part of the field that was in my line of sight at my left. He tried to get me to look again and again, which was kind of stressing because this guy was at like less than a meter away from me, which means that he could have done anything that he wanted to me. Then he told me some incoherent stuff like my driver told me there was cabbage, or I asked people they didn't understand. Right after saying that, he pats my shoulder, goes behind me and crouches at the border of the field. He tells me to come see if it was cabbage, when I clearly told him many times that it was cabbage, even though it was not. I was just trying to get rid of this creep, but it kind of looked like cabbage. Right when I see that I'm out of his range, I say to my friend to take her bag and start running. At first, she thought I was joking, but when she saw me running, she changed her mind. We were like 20 meters away from him, and he started walking towards us but rapidly disappeared behind the kindergarten school. My friend and I were both really unsettled and quickly wanted to go home. We said goodbye to each other, and we split in two different directions. I needed to go by the elementary school that was right next to the kindergarten school to get home. Suddenly, I see this creep coming from the road that was between the field and the kindergarten school, with his phone on and in his hands. I quickly turned around and went at my friend's house with her, waiting for his father to drive me home. Later that night, my friend and I were talking, and we suggested that it may be someone kidnapping or organ trafficking stuff, since it was the first time we saw an alone foreigner that didn't speak a single word in French. The fact that he got up and escaped quickly when we started running hinted me on the fact that it was just some pretext to get me to move away from my friend. Maybe he had texted some guy waiting in a car for them to kidnap me or my friend, since the creep was clearly trying to make us lose time with the cabbage thing. Later that night, I told what happened to a friend that lives in the same town as us, and he told us that this guy was hanging around the town with a weird behavior that day as well. We were really unsettled and scared after that event, but now we're completely good, and I'm wondering if we're doing too much about this guy even though my intuition really told me to get away from him. If anyone has anything to say to help us clear this up, or if anyone knows any known cases, or maybe this has happened to someone else, please let me know. But to the creep that made me feel like I was being trapped in a horror movie, let's not meet again. Last year, I started law school in Los Angeles. I have never lived in a big city before, and I was really excited to be in a massive city with over 4 million people. Ever since I was little, I always knew I had a half-sister in LA, but my parents had this weird anger towards her that always made it feel like a taboo topic. Of course, I had looked her up on social media, and I knew what she looked like, but that was about it. We had never actually met. She was never that active on social media, so there wasn't a lot that I could see. Out of nowhere, one day in my first year of law school, I got a friend request on Facebook from my sister. Her profile seemed legitimate. She had Facebook friends, and her profile picture looked like her. She sent me a message, inviting me to a little dinner party at the park with her friends. We could finally meet each other for the first time. I was new to LA, still am, and I had no idea which parts of the city to avoid at night. I was so excited about the idea, but I had a lot of anxiety about it too. It would be nice if we met, totally clicked, and became besties for life. But what if we ended up sobbing like we were in some dramatic movie scene? What if I tried to talk to her and she just didn't click with me, and she started showing me an attitude? Or worse, what if it's all going well until we have some kind of disagreement? Someone said something hurtful, and then we were both crying in front of everyone. Honestly, if she had suggested a cozy little bakery for desserts instead, I would have gone. But going to a park with other people didn't feel right. I thought it was like such a precious moment that I didn't want to have it in front of all of these other people. I couldn't bring myself to go. I didn't want to risk having a meltdown in front of other people. I was worried about how messy it could get. A few weeks later, I Googled that park to see what it was like. Maybe we could meet up there together, just one-on-one. That's when I learned that something was wrong. I won't say the name of the park, but anyone who has lived in LA for long will tell you that it's not a safe place for girls to be having a dinner party at night. The area surrounding that park has very high violent crime rates. It's controlled by gangs. Even people who do illegal business in that park are forced to pay a tax to the gang in exchange for being left alone. So now, I was really concerned and curious. I actually tried to get a hold of my sister myself. She was an undergrad at the time, at a local college. I had a friend who went to her school. I asked my friend to reach out to her on campus and ask her if she'd be okay with meeting us. They connected, and the three of us met at my friend's house. It was great. We got along so well. My friend was also very happy to do that for us. The three of us had so much fun. We weren't bursting in tears, but we let out a few. We had dinner. We watched a movie and we spent the night at my friend's house. When I told my sister about that whole thing, she said that she hadn't used Facebook since high school, so clearly someone was impersonating her. I would have told her to report the fake account, but it had already been deleted. She knew that she had been impersonated on social media though. Another one of her friends had been scammed by someone pretending to be her. It was some scheme involving fake concert tickets or something like that. Someone had been impersonating my sister. They knew that I was in town, and they literally tried to lure me into one of the most dangerous parts of LA at night. I have no idea what their motives were. I don't know if I even want to find out. Meeting my sister after all of these years was a beautiful thing, but the whole backdrop was terrifying.
This happened 4 years back. It was the middle of winter, and the night was unseasonably warm, without a hint snow on the ground. I left my apartment around 8 p.m. to go for my daily walk. I worked nights and my schedule was screwed up, hence the 8 p.m. walk, figuring I would cross the bridge into the city nearby. For further context, I'm a tall guy who's fairly athletic, and I was in my late 20s at the time. I'd rarely had a problem walking at night, and at the time, I felt safe to do so. I put on my headphones and headed towards the bridge. The first 20 minutes were uneventful. I passed by old houses, a subpar Mexican restaurant, a really good Mexican restaurant, a sketchy gas station, some newly built upscale apartments, and finally, I was at the river, enjoying the view of the bright lights over the dark flowing water. not yet frozen. I crossed the bridge into the city and hit a crosswalk button at a four-way intersection, then noticed someone standing on the corner opposite, the only other soul I'd seen outside that night. Seemingly, she was doing nothing, and I assumed she was waiting for an Uber to come pick her up, since she didn't seem to be waiting for the light to change. The street, ordinarily busy during the daytime, was silent. The light changed, and I crossed, headed in her direction. As I neared her, I noticed that she would cast glances in my direction, then look away, almost sheepishly. She did this multiple times, and I figured she was unnerved by me. I sympathized, figuring it must have made her uneasy, us being the only two people on a dimly lit street. As I passed by, I took in her outfit, mostly because I thought she looked cold. She wore a knitted hat with tassels, a sweater that looked too thin for the winter, tight jeans, and a little plastic children's backpack on her back. I thought she was in her teens at first, but upon closer inspection, she appeared to be in her late 20s or 30s. She had short, cropped light brown hair and a pale complexion. She was skinny and was of average height. I was maybe a head taller than her. I walked by and continued down the street. I passed by high-rise hotels on my right and left, and made my way into a central park. During peak hours, this place would be packed with tourists and locals alike. But that day, at an odd hour, and with the pandemic in full swing, I felt like the only man in the city. I admired the brilliant display of lighted trees as I crossed through the center of the park. Then, figuring I was at a good halfway point in my journey, I made my way around an old marble and stone library, back towards the bridge. As I turned the corner of the library back onto the street from which I'd come, I nearly collided with someone, moving towards me. It was the same woman I'd seen not 10 minutes earlier. My noise-canceling headphones were still on, so I pulled down one side and said something by way of apology. She said nothing in return. Instead, she stepped back from me and stood below a streetlight, not making eye contact. She stole tiny glances at me, that same tick I'd noticed before. I put my headphones back on, nodded a good night, and headed towards the nearest crosswalk. Reason told me that she must be headed in the direction I'd come from, since we'd nearly run into each other headed opposite ways. But some part of me whispered that she wasn't headed that way. Sure enough, when I turned to look, she was trailing close behind me, her strides surprisingly long and energetic. I found this odd enough that I continued to watch her out of the corner of my eye. Shortly after I reached the crosswalk, as I stood there waiting for the light to change, she caught up with me, passed me by, and stopped. A car went past, and as it did so, she squatted over her plastic bag a few meters from me, rifling frantically for something, looking up at me on occasion. I hit a button on my headphones, stopping my podcast so that I could hear her better. What I found disturbing about the motion of her looking through her bag is that it struck me as fake, as though she were pretending for some reason. She was barely looking inside, and her careless motions struck more like bad acting. Something about her motions, the way she kept looking at me, felt wrong. The light changed, and I began to walk quickly, but she was faster. She stood suddenly, darting past me towards the museum, swinging the half-open little pink backpack over her shoulder. I watched her silhouette disappear into the darkness beyond the reach of the streetlights. I hoped that that was the end of that, and after a few beats of not seeing her, I let my guard fall a little, restarting my podcast. Beyond the museum was a patch of poorly lit sidewalk, in front of a squat building with mirror-like windows. I wasn't far from the bridge now. As I made my way back there, I turned my head to look at the reflections of buildings and streetlights in the windows. To my horror, a dark figure sprinted silently towards my reflection, dreamlike. I'm not sure why, maybe out of sheer confusion, but I turned to meet her as she hurtled towards me. Perhaps surprised by my sudden turn, she halted mere feet from me, staring. Her eyes were wide and looked frantic, wild. She kept looking at my arms, then back at my face as though sizing me up. My accidental bluff had worked, and in the darkness, I suppose I must have looked more prepared to fight back than I felt. She gripped something small tightly in one hand, though she held it off to the side, and in the shadow of the building I couldn't see what it was. Seconds dragged as we stood there, staring at one another. Immobilized by fear and confusion, I waited for her to make some move, to attempt to use whatever object she held in her hand. Just then, to my enormous relief, a car trundled slowly past. A bit of my strength returned, and over my blaring podcast I felt more than heard myself shouting at her, "What do you want?" No reply. I slowly backed away from her, expecting her to move. She just watched me, that same intense look on her face. I took another step back, then another, steadily backing away from her until I felt confident enough to turn and carefully walk away. As I reached a better lit area, I began to move faster, all the while keeping my eyes trained on her shadowy form. She stood there for some time, statuesque. Then abruptly, having spontaneously abandoned whatever plans she may have had for me, she turned from me, and without looking for traffic, she crossed the street with long strides and disappeared around the corner of a building. Something about the casual air of it disturbed me. I kept my eyes trained behind me on my walk home, afraid that she would follow me. The bridge was well lit, and I saw no sign of her. Knowing that this was the only way for her to follow me and keep up on foot, I breathed a sigh of relief. I saw no more cars headed from the city, no more pedestrians out walking. Nothing happened after that. I'm not sure why, but I didn't call the cops that night. I still regret having not called, despite my roommates insisting I do so. I just remembering thinking that I wasn't sure what to say to the cops, that I hadn't really been attacked, that they wouldn't be able to find her anyway. I made up excuses. I suppose I must have been in shock, in denial at having been nearly ambushed, especially by someone smaller than me, in my own city, so close to my apartment. One of my roommates called the cops for me. A cop drove through the area, but by that point she was gone. Woman with the little pink backpack. Let's not meet again.
This happened a few hours ago, and I'm not scared anymore, just angry that my pizza got stolen. In my town, there's a story that a guy has moved into the deep woods close to our town. I never believed it, as I go for night drives occasionally and never saw him or anything resembling a man that lives in the woods. Anyway, tonight, I decided to go for a drive and drove past a pizza place. Being hungry, I decided to get a pizza before I went home. In my head, I had a plan to eat the pizza and play some Minecraft, as I'm in my 2-week Minecraft phase at the moment. I paid for my pizza and started walking to my car with the pizza in one hand and my phone in the other, messaging my friend, asking if he wants to play some Minecraft when I get home. I look up from my phone to cross the road to the car park, and I see something under my car. It looks like a shadow or something dark. I put my phone in my pocket and pull out the keys. I unlock my car to scare off anything close to the car. I was thinking it may be a cat or a dog just hanging around my car. But when I unlock the car, nothing happens. No cat running away, and nobody running away. The shadow looked like it was cast from the driver's side, so I was gonna have a look to see what it was, and whether I wanted or not to get in. I put my keys away and pull out my phone again, and turn the flashlight on to see better in the dark. As I turn towards the driver's side of my car, I see him. A dirty, naked guy with big eyes staring right at me. He was crouched down, trying to hide from me. Now, I usually don't get scared of anything, but this guy scared me. He looked like he rolled around in mud, and it dried out on his skin. His eyes looked creepy, bloodshot, and kind of bulging out of his head, and he was naked. I get startled and jump backwards out of instinct, dropping my pizza in the process. It falls out of his box and onto the floor. I start moving back slowly and shout at him to get away from my car. He looks up at me, then at the pizza, then back at me again. He tilts his head to one side and then jumps towards the pizza like a dog, grabs it and starts running away down the road. and I assume he ran all the way to the woods. I wouldn't know where he went as I didn't feel like following him. I lock my car and run back to the pizza place and stay there for a bit. The workers obviously don't believe me when I tell them what happened, but I know what I saw. Once the fear subsides after a while, I realize that this guy just stole my pizza. Angry as I was looking forward to it, I decide to get another one and run to my car this time. I get in, put the pizza on the passenger seat and go home. Once I got home, I locked all my doors and windows. I even locked my bedroom door as I feel a little bit scared still. I think I'll be playing Minecraft until the sun comes up. Creepy, dirty guy that lives in the woods close to my town, I never want to see you again, because I may have to fight you for stealing my pizza.
I posted here before about one of my creepy encounters with men and got some good feedback, so I thought I'd share another experience after it came up in conversation today. This experience occurred several months after the other, and it was the remaining paranoia from it that helped me realize what was happening, and very well may have saved my life. I was 18 at the time, although commonly mistaken for being in my early teens, and had just finished some errands in town and decided to take a shortcut to catch the bus home, said shortcut being a narrow street one of the shopping center's entrances opened onto. It was honestly more of a glorified alleyway, but since the street connected onto the high street and it was the quickest way into the shopping center, it usually got a decent amount of foot traffic and was extremely safe to use. However, depending on the time of day, there may only be very few, if any, people there. And that was the case on this day. Just as I was walking out of the entrance and celebrating the fact that it wasn't blocked by people standing around talking as usual, a young man around my age startled me by stepping out of a small alcove beside the door and blocking my path with an, "Oh, hi there. How are you? Have you been shopping?" The way he had approached me immediately put me off, but the overly familiar fancy seeing you here sort of tone he was using made me hesitate for a moment, wondering if he was just someone from high school who recognized me and wanted to say hello. So I muttered, yeah, hi, to stall for a moment while I racked my brain for who he could be. It didn't take me long to confirm I didn't know a good-looking, fit, blonde 20-something with bright blue eyes and a heavy accent. And since I couldn't think of a good reason someone like that would approach me, my socially awkward, non-confrontational past self decided the best way to deal with the situation was just to dodge around him and leave. He didn't let me, though. Instead of taking the hint, he immediately started walking in stride with me on the side of the street closest to the road, so that I was between him and the side of the building. And when I tried to speed up because I didn't like the feeling of being penned in, he sped up along with me, keeping me between him and the wall. As off-putting as that already was, he began asking me questions that seemed innocent enough, but all centered around where I was headed, and if anyone was going to be waiting for me there. Where are you going now? Have you not finished your shopping? Are you meeting your friends? Maybe I could come with you. Or are you meeting your family instead? Do you have a boyfriend? Is he who you're meeting? Are you going home? Do you live near here, or are you getting a bus? I had already asked him to leave me alone once, and he acted like I hadn't even said anything, so I was ignoring his questions and glancing around, desperately hoping someone else would enter the street with us in case he didn't react well to being asked a second time. And that is why I noticed the second man. He was older, in his late 30s or early 40s, with dark hair, a short but scruffy beard, and had the kind of face and expression that tells you that you might need to be cautious when dealing with this person. I have no idea where he had come from. My guess is he was hiding in the alcove on the other side of the door from the blonde, or further down that side of the street out of sight. But he was now walking in line with us on the opposite side of the road, staring the entire time. I tried not to let either of the men realize I had seen him while my brain went into overdrive, trying to figure out what their endgame was. Were they going to assault me? Surely they wouldn't risk being caught doing that in broad daylight, right outside a shopping center. Maybe they were just going to rob me. But if they wanted to do that, the blonde could have just grabbed my bag and ran when he had the element of surprise, back when he was hiding behind the door. Then I remembered something that made my blood run cold. At the end of the street was an underground parking garage, the entrance of which opened up onto the pavement. Me and the blonde were walking on, and I would have to walk right past it because of the way he was pinning me in towards the wall. It would take him barely any effort to shove me through it, and the dark-haired man across the street had been toying with something in his pocket that I worried at first was a weapon. But what if it was car keys? What if they were planning to drag me in there and into a car, take me who knows where, and do who knows what to me? We were very close to the end of the street now, so I abruptly dropped back behind the blonde and darted towards the road, wanting to get away from the garage and make a beeline for the end of the street without getting within arm's reach of the dark-haired man. The blonde immediately darted after me and blocked my path, hurting me back towards the pavement and pinning me in so close to the wall this time that my arm was almost scraping across it as I walked, all while still talking to me casually, as if he wasn't doing anything wrong. They obviously knew the game was up at this point though, and when I glanced over at the dark-haired man to check where he was, he locked eyes with me, laughed, and called out to the blonde in a different language. The best I was able to determine later was it was Eastern European, but not Lithuanian, Polish, Romanian, or Russian, saying something that made him laugh too, and doubled down on his "is anyone going to miss you" questions, while also asking me if I had ever had a boyfriend, if I had ever kissed a boy, would I like him to be my boyfriend, etc. Obviously, I continued to ignore them and was panicking more and more as we approached the garage. But fortunately for me, the dark-haired man started to lose his patience with the blonde's lack of progress with me and began snapping at him, presumably demanding he get me to answer because the blonde looked worried and his tone was getting more urgent every time the man spoke to him. Only a few feet from the garage, the dark-haired man apparently crossed a line because the blonde suddenly looked furious, stopped walking, span around, and started shouting back at him. I immediately took the opportunity to bolt for the end of the street, and although I heard the blonde shout, "Hey, where are you going?" and what I assume was both of them running behind me, I managed to round the corner and lost them by ducking down the next street, and then several more just to be safe. I didn't feel safe enough to go to my original bus stop in case they stayed in the area and saw me, so I headed for one several blocks away instead, on edge and jumping at the slightest thing until I was on the bus and headed home. Although I tried to report the incident to the police, they weren't particularly interested since neither of the men had actually put their hands on me, and I had no proof of what I assumed they were planning to do to me. I never heard about any abductions, assaults, or robberies in that area, so I'm hoping they simply gave up after the plan didn't work with me. I'm glad I was paranoid enough to save myself from that situation, but do worry sometimes that another girl wasn't as lucky. Nine years ago, I had met a person that to this day, I still wish I never did. I was an isolated, bullied, and depressed 8th grader, with the added state of being a plus-sized kid in a sports-centric town. So basically, I was beaten and ridiculed on a daily basis. I couldn't make any friends with my new classmates. All of my old friends from elementary school I got placed in different classes, and nobody was in the same after-school groups as me anymore. We were also all in a scout group, but that disbanded before I got into middle school. I was also lonely that if someone talked to me without picking on me, it made me happy. I had a Google Plus account, the only social media I could access at school, that I kept hidden from my parents, that I would use to check out my favorite fandoms, and hopefully use to make some new friends. One day I was on Google Plus in the computer lab, and I had commented under a piece of fan art of a character I liked. The person who made the post had replied to me not even a minute later. I remember getting very excited seeing that notification, my heart swelling up in excitement. The two of us spent the next 10 minutes of my class talking to each other in the comments section. We ended up replying so much, we flooded a good portion of the comments with our talk. After I had to change classes, I logged back in on one of the Chrome books we had stored in the back of the class and saw that she actually messaged me. Her name was Haley. At least, she told me that was her name. But years later, I'm not as sure it was actually her name. In the message I got, Haley told me she was 2 years older than me and that we had a lot of things in common. I spent the rest of the school day on my phone, not caring about anything in my classes. We talked for the next week in our direct messages until she suggested that we message each other in a private chat room. Later that day, we made a private chat on an online messaging site, and in our first conversation, we at first talked on messages. Then Haley asked if we could also do a voice call. I told her I wasn't sure, but she told me it was only to better hold a conversation with me, and eventually, after she asked me multiple times, I gave in. After an hour of us talking, she then suggested we video chat. I agreed, both to make sure she was actually my age, but also to put a name to a face. Haley turned on her camera and she did look in the same age range as me. I don't know why, but that fact haunts me more than anything else. The fact that she looked so close to my age, plus that she easily smiled and spoke so friendly to me, made me feel that I had nothing to be afraid of. So that led to me quickly believe that I could trust her. We ended up talking for hours after, with me practically on cloud nine the entire time. In the beginning of our little friendship, things were going all right. We told each other about our schools, what we liked, and gushing over our favorite series we liked. We talked almost every day, and stayed up late talking nearly all night. We even exchanged a couple of silly pictures of ourselves, and memes back and forth a lot. After we had been talking for 6 months, Haley asked me if I would like to meet her friends. At first I was ecstatic, and the thought of having more friends made me so excited I didn't think twice before saying yes. Haley invites me in, and I got to meet her other friends. I had a completely different feeling about these people compared to what I felt with Haley. Something made me feel unsafe in that chat room, even though they all seemed nice, and that Haley reassured me I could trust them. It felt like my instincts were trying to warn me, but I wasn't sure about what, so I ignored it. Most of them were much older than me. In a chat with her main friends, there were 6 other people. Most of them were 18 or 19, but there were 2 guys that I distinctly remember being in their 20s. I asked how they all met, and they told me they all met either on another social media site or from real life, but wouldn't answer any more of my questions. I was a bit naive, so all of the red flags that were popping up went completely over my head. From constant loud talking to frequently overlapping each other, the calls I were on with them were pure chaos. The messages were even worse, because they would frequently drop cuss words and topics that should not be brought up with someone who was still a minor. I tried building genuine connections with them, but they all acted dismissive to me and acted like I was annoying whenever I tried to talk in a conversation. Needless to say, I did not like them very much. Haley, on the other hand, was all about them. She would pull the exact same habits, jokes, dirty words, and all of that with the others. They could say something super problematic, but she would be laughing right along with them. I was shocked by this version of Haley, because she never acted like this with me when it was just the 2 of us. We still talked a bunch, but slowly she was talking to her other friends more than she was with me. At first I thought it was fine, but the more she ignored my messages or didn't pick up my calls, the more I got bothered. When I called to confront Haley about blowing me off, she went ballistic on me, saying that I was being selfish and that I didn't want her to talk to her other friends because I was jealous. I explained that wasn't true, but she wouldn't listen and then hung up on me. Haley then ghosted me for almost a month, leaving me worried and upset over what happened. When she started talking to me again, I was so emotionally distraught. I was crying on our first call and apologizing for what I said the last time we talked. She told me it was fine. She just needed some time alone and that she would talk to me a bit more. And indeed she did, although not what I thought she would. Haley began to tell me she had depression and that was the reason she wouldn't talk to me for a month. I didn't judge her about it, and said whatever she needed to talk about, she could come to me. This led to her trauma dumping on me nearly every day, talking about how crappy her home life was, and how bad her relationship was with her mom, and how much she hated herself. I was there to offer an ear and some kind words whenever Haley called or messaged me about it. This quickly became part of our routine. Almost daily, in the middle of us having any kind of conversation, she'd begin complaining about anything happening during her day. If not that, it would be about how ugly she thought she was, or how much her life sucked and wanted to end things. The last one freaked me out the most. I was worried about her because we lived in different states, and I couldn't help her in person. Every time she would become self-deprecating, I would say otherwise, giving her compliments and words of affirmation. For so long, my throat ached and felt raw. And then, just as fast as she'd bring it up, she'd drop that conversation, and we talked like we were before. Haley also began calling for long periods of time and messaging me late into the night. Phone calls would stretch for hours at a time, and her texts would come in until 3 or 4 in the morning. The thing was, it was mainly her talking now. Every phone call, she'd take over the conversation. If I didn't message her back quickly enough, she'd spam multiple texts back to back faster than I can read them. I would try to end them myself, but every time I would try, Haley would chastise me for wanting to leave our conversation, when not long ago I wanted to have her attention. She basically guilt-tripped me back into talking to her, and it worked. Even if I had lost interest in our talks, or didn't want her to message me during class, I would still let her talk and reply. At least I still had her attention, and she still wanted to talk to me. This all went on in a cycle for 2 years, and it left me feeling more anxious and exhausted than anything else ever did. It felt like we had nothing in common anymore, and she either ghosts me for a week or spends the entire weekend texting me nonstop. The topics of her self-worth have also gotten worse. They escalated to her messaging me goodbye or, "I can't live like this anymore," without responding to any of my following messages or calls. Alongside of that, she would send me pictures of her, marking herself, telling me about how it felt to do it. The sight of those messages would send me into panic attacks, and every time I would panic and message her after, I would be sent into tears. Not only that, the group chat with her other friends got worse. Arguments broke out frequently, drama and gossip spread like an oil spill, and it led to people being blocked and unblocked almost every few days. I hated talking to them. They began ganging up on me in messages, and Haley was often the first one to make rude jokes about me that they would all laugh at. I began getting sick of it, and would stop messaging and calling both Haley and her friends, despite her begging me to. One late night, while the group was in an argument over text, I hit my breaking point. I was tired of all the drama and them treating me like crap all the time, so I messaged the group chat that I had enough of them, and privately messaged Haley that I needed a break. Then I left both chat rooms, blocked everyone I talked to, deleted my messaging account, and deleted the site from my computer's history. Once it was all over, I felt like I had been freed from some kind of prison, and all I could do was cry in relief and euphoria over the whole thing being over. I later found out that all of the pictures Haley had sent me were all stock images and photoshopped. I also found out from a bit of digging through her background, a lot of things didn't add up. I learned that she was actually a lot older than what she originally told me, at least 6 years older than me, meaning that when we first met when I was 14, she was about 20 years old. Many things from our interactions still haunt me, especially the picture of her marks and her scathing, self-deprecating messages. For almost 3 months, I would have nightmares about Haley getting back in contact with me and what she would say or do to me. I have many better friends now, and I am absolutely certain I will never have to hear from Haley again. But sometimes, I still wonder who that woman really was, and what was it about me that she was interested in. Hopefully I won't ever find out. So to Haley, if you somehow ever find this story, let's not meet again. Edit. For clarification, and the fact I got tired of explaining it in the comment section, The pictures she would send me when we would message each other were all pictures of her friends and family, places she claimed to have been to, and items she owned. A few weeks after I blocked Haley, I found them stored on my computer. I got curious, so I reversed image searched the pictures she sent me, and they were all stock photos. Every result I found from her picture led back to a stock photo site, with the only difference between them being that she cropped out the logo of the site from the pictures. Basically, I was lied to. A lot.
I matched with a man on Tinder one day. The conversation got spicy and I gave him my number so that we can continue chatting. We texted that night. We never exchanged photos or anything like that. Never made plans to meet up. The conversation died and I forgot about him. Weeks go by and I deleted the conversation. Then late one night I get a lewd photo of a man that I don't recognize. I think of insulting them but decide to just delete it and not respond. A few weeks later I get another one. I have the idea to check my deleted messages to make sure that I don't know them. Sure enough, I find out that it's the Tinder guy. It's really weird of him to text me a month later just lewd images after no contact or anything for over a month. Ew. So I blocked him. A couple weeks later I get a lewd video on my Apple Watch. It's the same guy. I'm not sure how I got the message on my watch if I already blocked his number. I block him again on my watch. What a weirdo, I think. A week later, I leave my apartment to go on a walk. I see him. He is right there in front of my apartment, walking towards me. He has the same outfit as his profile photos and same tattoos and hat, so I'm certain that it was him. I never mentioned where I live. I'm freaked out. But I'm dressed in baggy clothes and recently changed up my hair color so I can keep my head down in hopes that he doesn't recognize me. I walk right past him. I was too scared to look at him to see his reaction if he recognized me. I was too scared to look back in his direction to see where he went, so I just kept walking forward. I was severely freaked out, but nothing else happened after that and I never saw him again. I never mentioned where I lived. So my only thought is that he must have used my phone number to look me up. It was the least likely person I would have expected. Just some random person I messaged for only one day on Tinder. Even with the lewd content they sent, I still just thought that they were a regular perv. I never expected them to somehow show up at my apartment. They didn't even text a word to me or attempt to meet up. They just sent lewds over 2 months and then appeared. It's just so random and weird. I think their motive was definitely something sexually perverted. It gives me creeps to think about what they wanted, but I'm glad they left me alone. I never give out my real phone number to dates anymore. It's my day off, and my husband is traveling for work. I had just come upstairs after a run on our treadmill, which we keep on the ground floor where the garage is. I came upstairs and was about to hop in the shower, but on my way up I saw these 2 plastic skeletons that I'd bought for Halloween. The plan was to bring them up on the awning so it looked like they were sitting on our front balcony. It's a bit dirty, but I decided to set them up before I got in the shower. So I was outside in my sports bra and leggings only. I had to bring a chair from the dining room outside so I could reach the top of the awning. There are hooks for hanging plants up there, so I was using said hooks to hang the skeletons. The door to my house was ajar while doing this. I was done hanging them and adjusting their poses when a woman came running up the stairs to our front door. To be honest, I was so startled that there was a random woman on my porch that when she said, "I'm dying of thirst. I'm so thirsty, can I have some water?" I just went inside and grabbed a water bottle. We recently had a box of bottled waters delivered, so they were just inside the foyer. This woman followed me inside and I started to panic as I realized that I was now inside my house with a strange woman. There's a lot of homeless people and junkies in the neighborhood, but she was well dressed. Besides that, she was wearing a wool peacoat in 80-degree weather, which is odd, and clean. I'm a small person, and she was probably a head taller than me and outweighed me by 30 plus pounds. She chugged the water bottle and started chatting with me as if we were old friends. She asked how long I'd had the house and where my parents were. I'm over 30, so it was a weird question. I told her my parents had never lived here, and then said, "I have to leave soon, so you'd better get going," and literally shoved her out the door. I texted my husband, who is overseas, and could see on the Ring camera that she left the property. He kept asking why I let her in. Honestly, I'm not sure why I did, but I also really didn't expect her to follow me inside. So, strange woman from the sidewalk who came inside my house, let's not meet again. I was in my early 20s and went camping with my spouse and another couple, way up in the Smoky Mountains, about an hour from the nearest small town. There are 2 to 3 other sites, but none close enough to hear anybody. It's probably 1 a.m., and we're sitting around the fire talking and hear somebody whistle the Hunger Games whistle 3 to 5 times. We laughed it off and kept talking. Figured it was another camper out for a stroll or something. We do live in the crackhead capital, and people do weird stuff. Let me set the scene. My friends were on the opposite side of the fire facing the rest of the camp. My back is to camp and I'm facing the woods. My dog is asleep by me. It's fall and there's leaves everywhere, and walking through camp was crunchy. An hour or more later after the Hunger Games whistling, I feel eerie. Like it's pitch black around us, and I've always been a little bit scared of the dark. I turn around and glance behind me, and I felt what I thought was something white and then something black attached. I even said that it was weird, and we kept talking. It had to be my mind playing tricks in the dark because I'm a pansy. A few minutes later, I still feel weird. I turn around again, and my eyes focus on the white and black. I can now tell the white is the top of a shirt, and the white short sleeves. I literally screamed, "Who the heck is that?" and flashlights immediately click on. A federal marshal introduces himself. A game warden was with him. I literally saw his white t-shirt and black vest in the dark. He was no more than 5 feet behind me for God knows how long. Like I said, it's very crunchy out, and my high alert cattle dog never heard them either. I'll cut the end short. I've rambled long enough. They checked all our alcohol. He wanted to know where to buy my blackberry whiskey, and looked in cigarette packs, and located a roach my friends had smoked hours earlier. He said that's mainly what they do in this area, is listen in on camps and try to do drug busts. They park way down the road and walk into camps. He said they wouldn't have even bothered us if I hadn't noticed him. Wrote my friend a $300 ticket for the roach and disappeared back into the dark. Scared the crap out of me, to say the least. I don't think any of us spoke the rest of the night, and we packed up early the next morning and went home a day early. We camp a lot. And 10 years later, I still get a little sketched out after dark. How 4 people and a dog could be snuck up on in the middle of the woods like that still creeps me out. Okay, so my friends and I decided to go camping and have some drinks. We were pretty far off in the woods and there were no houses or other campsites near us, and no sign of any other people in the area. We eventually fell asleep for the night. Everybody else was asleep in their tents, and myself and one of my friends fell asleep in hammocks we had set up near the road. At one point in the night, probably around 2 to 3 a.m., we both wake up cold. because we only had thin blankets and start talking and trying to wake up a bit. Then out of nowhere, we hear this weird human-sounding whistle. It didn't scare me at first, because I know there are a lot of animals who can make that kind of noise, especially where we live in central Missouri. But it was strange, because it was a two-toned whistle. Think like Negan in The Walking Dead. And we heard it every few seconds. It seemed to get closer every time, until eventually it sounded like it was maybe 20 feet away. At that point I was really scared, and my friend and I jumped up to start a fire, and heard it once after that, maybe 2 to 5 minutes later, on the opposite side of the woods. I did a lot of research the next day trying to figure out if there were any animals that could make that sound, but I couldn't find any that whistled the way that whatever was in the woods did. I'm wondering if anyone here knows what kind of animal it might be, or if somebody has any kind of supernatural explanation, because I found plenty about why you shouldn't whistle in the woods at night, but nothing about hearing whistles. A few years ago, I went camping near Green Peter Lake for a few days. We started off near the lake, but ventured further in the mountains each night. On our second night, we found a spot maybe a half hour east of the lake, up a decent altitude, and this is where things start to get interesting. It's late, and we're drinking and playing card games and such, and I wander the perimeter of the campsite. We're on a mountaintop setting over a small valley, and on the other side of this valley along a near sheer drop, I see a blue orb. It was maybe a kilometer away and slowly faded in and out, but was very apparent to me. I called everyone over and they all see it too. One of the guys had a PVS 14 night vision monocular, so he pulls it out to see if we can get a better view of it. For those of you unfamiliar with night vision optics, the PVS 14 is a passive night vision device. It intensifies incoming photons and brightens the image rather than emitting IR light itself, so you can see the faintest of light sources with it, even stars invisible to the naked eye. It can also see infrared light. The thing is a wild piece of technology. So we try to look at the orb with the night vision, and it's not there, yet it was still visible with the naked eye. Somehow this orb was not detectable to the night vision. I try and adjust it, and no matter what I did, it wouldn't show up under the night vision. It's almost like the orb was emitting some wavelength of light that the night vision couldn't pick up, but I'm unaware of what that would be. Anyone have a similar experience? I'd be curious to hear input from any veterans, or people more familiar with the kind of night vision that I was using, because as far as I know, this shouldn't be possible. Yet it happened, and all of us saw it.
When I was young, around 16, early 2000s, I lived in Wauzeka, Wisconsin, and one night me and a friend were sitting on the sidewalk on the outskirts of town. Across from us was nothing but some swampy area, a river, and then endless forests and hills and caves. Around like 2 or 3 in the morning, we heard what sounded like a person yelling help off in the distance out by the river. My friend thought maybe someone had gotten stuck out on the river, or tipped their canoe or something. So we actually called the police, which took a good 45 minutes to get there, and they came and walked out there for a minute with flashlights, but didn't see anything and left. So the next night, we decided to sit out there again to see if it would happen. It was incredibly foggy that night too. Could only see a few feet in front of you. And around the same time in the middle of the night again, we heard it. Except this time it sounded like a scream off in the distance. And as we sat there, it kept getting closer and closer, until it finally sounded like it was right across the street from us. Which at that point we both got up and started booking it back to my place in town. And whatever this was chased us. We had to pass several abandoned buildings on our way back into town, and we could hear it screaming and keeping up with us. Its screams would get muffled by the buildings. We made it back to my place, told my mom about it in the morning, and my mom jokingly mentioned the Irish banshee and how it screams to forewarn people of a death. I shrugged it off, but about 6 months later, my friend's brother crashed his car into a telephone pole right across from where we had been sitting, and then he left the scene of the accident and went to his dad's house and shot himself. It got ruled a suicide, but nobody could understand why he did it. So I thought that was an incredibly eerie coincidence. Yes, some animals in WI are known to scream, like foxes, cougars, rabbits, etc. But I listened to soundboards back then of all the wildlife in southwestern WI, and nothing matched what we heard. The scream was way too much of a shrill and long-lasting, very loud. Imagine a person screaming with all their might and being. So whatever it was had to have good-sized lungs to make such a sound. It was loud enough that it reverberated even. Most animal screams are very short, soft bursts of shrieks rather than actual screams. Had several other experiences with other people there as well, including living in a haunted house in Steuben, Wisconsin. It was so creepy that everyone at this party literally ran down this hill in the darkness to get to their cars and get out of there. So I think there's more than meets the eyes in the rural parts and towns of Wisconsin. In the late fall of 2010, my dad, mom, sister, uncle, and I decided to try and hike to the Goat Canyon Trestle, located deep in the desert of San Diego County in Southern California, near the Mexico border. The trestle is basically a very tall bridge-like structure made entirely of wooden beams and columns that was built with the railroad in the early 1900s. The railroad is now decommissioned, and the tracks, bridges, and tunnels are all abandoned. There is a lot of good and interesting information about the trestle online if you are interested. It is allegedly one of the tallest freestanding wooden structures in the world. I believe now there is a lot more information on how to hike out to the trestle online, but back in 2010, there was very limited information about it, and you really had to search deep to get information on where to start and what route to take. My uncle was super into these remote abandoned locations at the time, and it was his hobby to research and plan out how to get to them. There was no dedicated trail at that time to the trestle. I am not sure if there even is one today, and you had to more or less make your own path across the rocky desert hills. I was a sophomore in college at the time, and we all decided it would be best to do the hike over Thanksgiving weekend, when me and my sister would be in town for the holiday, and it would be cool enough temperatures to attempt. When we got to the location where we parked our car, it was pretty barren and out in the middle of nowhere, with desert all around. My uncle told us we would have to hike up into the hills ahead of us, and then down the other side through a canyon that led to the trestle. It's this canyon that the trestle traverses. The hike started off without incident, but the lack of a dedicated trail soon made it difficult. The terrain was very rocky, with loose slate-like rocks that were lined with sand, and made you slip and fall easily. Within the first few hours, I had fallen and scraped my knees and hands several times. It was a lot of scrambling over rock to get up into the hills, and it took us much longer, and a lot more effort than we expected. We probably started the hike around 9 or 10 a.m., and by the time we reached the top of the hills, it was already mid-afternoon, and we still had to traverse down the canyon on the other side to the trestle, and then walk all the way back to the car. Recall that it was around Thanksgiving time, and the sun would set around 5 p.m. My mom and dad were naturally worried that we didn't have enough daylight to make it to the trestle and back, and thought that we should start heading back to the car. But my uncle really wanted to at least see the trestle from the top of the canyon, and said he would go on ahead alone while we went back. Being the young, invincible-minded male I was at the time, I convinced my parents to let me go with my uncle. My uncle and I were much faster hikers than my parents and sister, and we were sure we could make it to the trestle and back with enough light. We parted ways, and my uncle and I continued into the hills towards the canyon. And this is where things started getting very strange. I want to take a moment to explain a little about the area, for those who might not be familiar. As I said above, the trestle is located relatively close to the Mexico border, with the abandoned tracks, running between Yuma, Arizona, and San Diego, California, more or less paralleling the Mexican border. This area, at the time, was well known to be a very active route for illegal immigrants crossing into the United States from Mexico. There were stories online that my uncle found that said that people would hide in the abandoned train tunnels to escape the Border Patrol officers during the day, and would then walk the abandoned tracks at night. Border Patrol was also very active in the area at the time. It was also a hot spot for coyotes and mules, not the animals, but individuals who help escort immigrants into the country, and individuals who are transporting illegal drugs. Getting back to the story, my uncle and I continued through the hills in search of the canyon that led down to the trestle. After we had been walking for a while, we came across a small grove of fan palms. If you are not familiar with fan palms, they are basically a shorter and stockier version of a typical palm tree, with a lot of palm fronds arranged down the trunk of the tree, such that the actual trunk can't be seen behind all the fronds. The palms in this grove were all relatively short, ranging maybe from 8 to 10 feet tall, and the fronds dropped all the way to the base of the tree. I remember it was a little creepy, coming across the grove in the middle of the hills. It felt like something was behind the thick layer of palm fronds watching us, and I would be lying if I wasn't a bit relieved when we continued past them. Eventually, my uncle and I found the canyon that we thought led down from the hills to the trestle. The canyon was very rugged, with tons of loose rock. You can only imagine how difficult it was trying to go down it, slipping and sliding over rocks the whole way. Once we were about halfway down, the sun was just starting to set, and that eerie quietness that comes with sunsets in the desert washed over the canyon. It was also starting to get cold, with the sun dipping below the hills, covering the canyon in shadows. It was around this time that both my uncle and I started seeing things. We both swear we saw my mom at the top of the canyon looking down at us. My uncle joked with me that my mom would never let me go on alone, and she must have followed us. We continued down the canyon some more, and when we looked back up, there was no one there. We thought maybe she had just walked behind some rocks or something, and began calling out to her from below. There was no response. I admit was a little freaked out then, and told my uncle we should start heading back. But my uncle wanted to keep going and insisted that we must be close. He was right. Around the next few bends, we saw the trestle ahead of us. It was very cool to see, but we still had a good way down the canyon to actually get to the base of it, let alone climb to the top of it, which was our original plan. My uncle, being the crazy adventurous guy he is, insisted we keep going. But as we were heading down further, I stumbled and sprained my ankle very badly, and decided that I couldn't go any further down. My uncle finally agreed and said he would just go alone a little way farther to get some pictures, and then we would turn around and head back together. So there I was, sitting alone in this canyon that was getting darker and darker by the minute, trying to mend my twisted ankle, when I looked back up the canyon to see if my mom was visible again. I didn't see anything initially, but something large moved out of the corner of my eye up the canyon some, like it was darting behind a rock. This freaked me out, and I felt a sense of dread wash over me like I was being watched from every shadow. I remember it was so quiet. It felt unnatural. A little while longer, my uncle returned, and we began to make our way back up the canyon. It was very dark at this point, and just a glimmer of sunset was left on the horizon. I was really starting to freak out, because I knew we would be walking back in pitch black. When we were almost to the top of the canyon, my uncle, who was walking ahead of me, stopped in his tracks and pointed ahead. It was my mom again, standing at the top of the canyon looking down at us. We both yelled at her, but she didn't respond or even move. She just stared at us. We continued forward, thinking maybe she couldn't hear us, and when we came around the next bend, she was gone again. I was losing it at this point, and I am not sure what I would have done if my uncle hadn't been there with me. We eventually made it to the top of the canyon, and it was indeed pitch black. There was no sign of my mom or anyone else. We were utterly alone in the dark desert hills. Luckily, my uncle had a small headlamp that he brought with him, and we used that to start our slow trek back through the hills to the car, and hopefully to my waiting family. I can't explain to you how dark it felt out there. It felt like I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The only thing keeping us on somewhat of a path was this small beam of light from my uncle's headlamp. We had no camping or emergency gear, stupid I know, but we were able to find the small path we had come by on the way into the canyon and began following it back. After some time, we made it back to the grove of fan palms. I would be lying if I told you I wasn't terrified seeing those trees in the dark, just standing watch over the path like ancient sentinels. I remembered how I felt the first time we encountered the palms, and how it felt like something was watching us through the fronds. I hesitantly followed my uncle through the trees. As we walked by, there was a loud rustle from one of the trees, much too loud to be just a rodent or reptile. My uncle swung the headlamp around on the tree, but there was nothing there. A few seconds later, there was more rustling from the tree behind us. Again, my uncle shined the headlamp at the tree, but it was completely still. It was at this moment that I felt something push me hard, away from the palm I was standing in front of, and I crashed down into the dirt. I remember it felt like something had reached through the fronds and pushed me from behind, but I don't remember hearing any rustling, even though I was so close to the tree. I was utterly freaked now, and started yelling at my uncle that something had pushed me from inside the tree. My uncle went up to the tree with the headlamp and peered deep inside to see if he could see anything, but there was nothing. After that, we quickly made our way out of the grove and continued through the hills back towards the car. I remember it felt like forever walking through those hills in the complete darkness, and every once in a while I would hear rustling behind or to the side of us, but there was no way to know what it was with no light. The whole way I felt like something was following us though, trailing just behind us outside the light where we couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. Finally, we made it through the hills and were about to traverse back down to the car. In the distance, we see a faint light coming towards us. As we got closer, it was apparent that the light was coming from someone with a flashlight, and me and my uncle were nervous whether this individual was there to help or harm us. Given the position we were in, however, we decided to make our way to the light, and thankfully it was a border patrol agent who was actually out looking for us. The agent had come across my family who were waiting for me and my uncle in our car, and my parents told them that we were still out there. The agent then went looking for us. The agent led my uncle and I back to our car, where my terrified mom rushed forward to hug me and scold my uncle. We then told my mom that we had seen her at the top of the canyon and asked her why she didn't respond to us or wait for us to get to her. I will never forget that sinking feeling I felt in my stomach when my mom told us she had never gone any further after her. My dad and my sister turned back and left me and my uncle to go on alone. She said they had been waiting in the car for hours for us to return. I don't know who or what me and my uncle saw in that canyon, or what was inside those fan palms, but I know for certain we were not alone out there that night. Maybe it was all just our minds playing tricks on us, but it's been 14 years now, and I still think about it to this day.
Today, my girlfriend and I went backpacking in Angeles National Forest. We traversed a few miles deep into canyon before setting up camp. While my girlfriend gathered firewood, I was pitching a tent near a hillside. As I broke out the tent and started assembling it, a guttural growl or grumble came from the dense vegetation on the hillside. It was deep, and I couldn't pin it to any particular area. It was just in one general direction. It was just so harsh and low, I'm having a hard time putting it into words. It continued until I backed away from the area. My girlfriend saw something dash through the veg on my right side. We weren't there for all that long. We grabbed our things and left. I'm accustomed to the sounds of this particular area. I can identify noises that bears, mountain lions, etc. would make. I cannot pinpoint this kind of growl to anything I've ever heard in my life. Whatever it was big and didn't want us there. What could this even be? I once held a hunting lease in Middle Georgia. It was an abandoned hunting camp that hadn't been used in several years. I'm not superstitious at all, but this place was legitimately spooky. It was miles down an overgrown dirt road and completely surrounded by woods. It's probably the most secluded place I've ever been. I used to hunt there by myself a lot, and there was always this weird sense that I wasn't alone out there. There was a locked gate at the front of the property, but it was not uncommon for us to find the front door of the cabin open, even when the door was locked. That was pretty creepy, but that's not what this story is about. One evening, I was hunting down in a small valley by a food plot we put lining a creek that bordered the property. From the minute I sat down, I had a weird feeling, like I wasn't in a safe place, even though I was holding a .308 with ballistic-tipped rounds. I didn't feel like I was the top predator out there. I didn't see any deer while I was sitting at the stand, but the forest was abuzz with activity. Birds, squirrels, and other critters singing their normal evening symphony. And then, all of a sudden, silence. Everything just stopped. It felt like everything in the woods was looking right at me. It was getting dark fast anyways, and I was extremely creeped out. So I packed up my gear and started the walk back up to the cabin. About 100 yards away, I had this feeling that something was coming up behind me. I spun around and pointed my rifle back down the path towards the food plot, and that's when I saw it. There was something standing in the middle of the path. It wasn't a person, but it didn't look like a deer or anything I've seen before. There was hardly any light to make out any features, but it almost looked like some kind of bipedal deer or something. It was just standing there, staring at me. I quickly made my way back to the cabin, packed up my stuff, and got out of there. I just let the lease run out, and I never went back after that. My story probably has a logical explanation, which is partly why I'm posting. I'd love to know what the purpose of antenna dogs could be. My ex and I were driving through the mountains of Tennessee and North Carolina, 129/Tail of the Dragon area for anyone familiar with the area. Being dumb out-of-staters, we thought it would be fun, fairly quick drive. It wasn't, and we were still picking our way through the very late at night. No civilization except a random gas station where teenagers were hanging out. Going up a hill, suddenly we saw two largest dogs standing in the middle of the road. These dogs scared the crap out of me. First off, because I could have hit them and gotten murdered by some backwoods dog owner. Then I noticed that they each had antennae, like a radio antenna on their collars. They stared me down as we approached, slowly, and finally moved out of the road. We made our way back north like the wussy Yankees we all are, and all was well. But what is the purpose of antenna dogs? I'm a hunter, mushroom forager, etc. Bottom line, I do a lot in the wilderness. So tonight, I went scouting for a hunt. As I came up to the cattle guard in my side-by-side, lights hit this individual holding a beer by the gate. I hop out and asked if he's okay. He had no light or anything, and he doesn't even look at me. 40 minutes later, I'm coming back to my vehicle. I close the cattle gate and hop in my car. This guy just walks up to the gate that I just closed, opens it up, closes it, and walks into the dark without a light. Nothing. Mind you, I'm a mile into the wilderness. I call out to this guy and he walks as if I didn't exist. No light and a dead look on his face. Really freaked me the heck out. His blank, ominous demeanor was something out of a horror movie. I've had quite a few negative experiences in this area. Okay, my friend told me this story and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. He and a friend were out on a creek fishing that they weren't really familiar with and had started to go downstream to look for a better spot. Mind you, they are far from any town and there are no houses nearby. They suddenly come up to a clearing that has a dome-shaped building that is dissipated and can barely be seen under all the trees and brush. Of course, curiosity got the better of them, and they decided to take a peek. Upon going inside, there are a lot of strange random items. As they venture further through the building, they come upon coffins that were very small, like for a children or an infant. They started getting really creeped out, but continued exploring. They then come across a heavy door that leads into a room painted in extremely bright colors, with pictures on the wall like a daycare or a preschool would be. And all around the room was wrapped in layers and layers of chicken wire. And it was done in a way not to keep someone from getting in, but to keep them from getting out. At that point, they were so creeped out that they just got the heck out of there. When they made it home, they told the dude's girlfriend what happened, and she called the police to report it. She was so freaked out. He never heard about anything about it and moved shortly thereafter. He says it's been on his mind often since then, and when he talks about it, you can see that he's genuinely freaked out, and he doesn't scare easily. Edit. So after investigating further, I found out that I got a few details wrong. So there is the dome building, a trailer, and one or two tiny house type things. The room with the baby caskets had gurneys in them also. I have no idea what this place could be, but if any of you have any ideas, please let me know. Less than an hour ago, I and 3 other people heard what sounded like 4 long, goose-sounding wheezes. We have no idea what it was, but we had filmed an interview in southeast central Oklahoma. I know that sounds wonky, but we are at a place that's closed to the public, especially at 10 p.m. at night. Another way I could describe the noise is that it sounded like when a house cat gets something caught in their throat, and they do that deep coughing thing. Not the same kind of sound they make when they're about to vomit. Also similar to a deer blow, but distinctly different enough not to be that. Has anyone else heard something like this before? What is it? My friend and I backpacked into the Raggeds. We found our campsite 9 miles from the trailhead. Our plan was to go hike to a basin to try and summit a peak the next morning. We woke up at 6 a.m. and got ready for our hike. We walked on the trail for a few miles till we couldn't find it anymore, so we decided to just follow the creek up. We walked up the creek for a mile or so, but it was too slippery and sketchy to keep going. We decided to get on a shelf probably 100 feet from the creek. The shelf wasn't any easier. It was covered in ferns up to our necks, and we realized we needed to find some sort of game trail or easier way. While we're making our way through the ferns for a mile or so, we decided to go filter some water at the creek. On our way down to the creek, we found some trash. 2 soda bottles, and a jet boil canister. We thought it was odd because of how remote we were. I asked my friend if he thought it washed down in a storm, but it didn't make much sense for that to have happened. We made our way down to the creek to filter some water and took some time to recover. We walked up into the forest and found a bone hatchet lying on the ground. I thought it was pretty cool and wanted to keep it. Then we started to look around the area. Fans, that's when we come across the campsite. The first thing I noticed were some XO gloves half buried in pine needles. I looked up at the tree they were under, and there were deep gashes in the tree, probably from the hatchet. I thought that it was odd, so I told my friend to come look. This is when we both just felt some bad energy, but we decided to keep looking around. I picked up some trash and put it in my pocket, when I then tell my friend me to come look what he found. There was a tiny pond. The first thing I saw in the pond was a basket, but I looked harder and there was a big black tarp, and it looked like it was wrapped around something big. My heart dropped. Right when we saw that, our fight or flight instincts took over, and we decided to run. We ran up towards the basin. The forest where we were running was thick and steep. We felt like animals running from a hunter. When we got far enough to feel safe, we tried to rationalize what we saw, but we honestly couldn't. We had to go back up down to the creek because we got cliffed out. We followed the river for another mile or so before it started to open up into a wetland area. We found some hunter's campsite, and the trail which was a relief. So we kept pushing to the basin. We found a little stream and filtered some water, but didn't fill our water bladders up. We started to follow the trail up the ridge. We were pretty much just following elk trails the whole time, until we realized that we were running out of water. We looked at our GPS maps and saw there was a drainage about a mile from us. So we decided to keep pushing, hoping that it had water. We lost the trails again and decided to just walk across a super high exposure shell field to get to the drainage. But I was dehydrated. My legs were cramping and I could barely take another step. I almost fell 1,000 feet to my death multiple times on that shale field. Finally, we made it to the drainage, and there was water. We filled up our bladders and drank a lot of water till we felt better. We decided to keep pushing through the shale. When we got up on a shelf, and that's when we saw how far we had actually come from the basin and the peak. So we decided to turn around. Our way back went a lot better. We met the hunters who were camped and talked to them for a while. We told them about that other creepy campsite, and the hunter said this would definitely be the best place for someone to do some sketchy stuff. He showed us his GPS app so we could follow the trail back instead of bushwhacking. He said, if you get in the craps, you're too low, the trail will never go near the creek. We headed back to our campsite, and when we got there, we looked at the hatchet closer, and it looked like it had blood splattered on it. We put it away and tried to have a good night at camp. The next morning, we were hiking out. While we were hiking out, we came across some other hunters. We started talking to them, and we just kept getting red flags from them. They told us that they had rented some llamas, and they were at the camp. We hiked down to their camp, and from across the creek, we just saw so much smoke coming from where their campsite was. We thought the forest was catching on fire. We dropped our bags and ran. They had left their camp's fire smoldering, and there were sticks on the hot coals, and a bag of Blackbeard fire starter on the hot rocks right next to the fire. We put the fire out and hiked out to tell the Forest Service and the Pack Llama Company about those people. My friend turned the hatchet into the local police department, and we're still waiting back to hear about everything. This is my third alarming experience in the last couple of years in northeastern Pennsylvania in state game lands. A couple years ago, I was hiking with my 2 dogs on some trails. Some of the hike was along power lines. I know this area well. I grew up in the other side of the power lines. I've since moved and came into the area on a different route than I typically took from my old house. The majority of the hike was fine until I went down an old quad trail that was pretty grown in. I know the trail and it leads down to a very old quarry, maybe 2 miles. As we hike, my dogs stay behind me, which is unusual, but they were still exploring off trail and romping around, so I didn't feel alarmed. Eventually, we crested the trail and hit a decent clearing, and I just hear in a low voice, "Help." I keep moving, slow my speed but look around. My dogs are near me and not alerting, and being as invisible as possible. At this point, I'm feeling like it's time to turn around, and I do so. As I do, a low voice calls out, "Turn back." I'm terrified at this point, and so are my dogs, so we hightail it out of there and head the heck home. If it was a person, my dogs would have alerted me of that. Based on past experiences, this has to be the mimic I've experienced in the past. This was the first time I hiked those woods in over a year. I moved west of the Cascades recently. We have been doing tons of yard work, cleaning out trash in the yard, digging out garden beds and repairing them, etc. Disturbing the yard may have done this. I don't know. Anyway, my spouse and I were sitting on the porch looking at the stars. There is almost no light pollution. The only thing around is from an elderly neighbor about an acre away, which is always on. We were watching the stars and heard a distinct humming very, very close to us in the pitch black darkness. It was beautiful sounding, and like alluring almost. But immediately we turned tail into the house due to being raised with the knowledge that if you ever hear or see something, no you didn't. What could this be? It definitely sounded deep, like a very deep-voiced man. The only thing that exists the way that the humming came from is a cow pasture, then a mountain. Does anyone know any folklore? It was unnerving. I know I sound crazy, but there were no humans other than us nearby. Edit for clarity. This hum was someone singing at us. An actual tune or song like the humming at the beginning of the Misty Mountains song from Lord of the Rings. I know it's a dumb comparison, but it's the only thing that I could find that reminds me of it. All great resources have been given here though, so thank you for all your comments. And if anyone else has any other suggestions, please feel free to let me know.
So a little backstory. My friends and I have been hiking and backpacking around the area many times, at least once a year on a good long multi-day backpacking trip, a few times in this same location, and other than car problems and sometimes friends not bringing the right gear, we've never had any issues. This specific trip was a 6-mile in, 6-mile out, 6K total elevation shift, both ways trip to a lake. We did it in October, so we were preparing for extreme colds, potentially below freezing at night. There were only 3 of us, and we were all geared up for this. I was probably the least geared out of the trio, and I knew I'd be perfectly comfortable. So we began the trek in. Took us until end of day and we got to the lake no problem. Set up camp and just enjoyed ourselves to the sounds of nature. Some MREs and a couple pints of whiskey. At the end of the night, we all settled into our sleeping quarters. Myself in a small tent. My friend in a hammock right next to me around the fire pit, and our other friends some distance away from us in a tent. Now it's important to note that my friend in the hammock was camped right next to me, maybe 10 feet away, while our other friend was probably 100 feet away or so. I had trouble sleeping. was restless, and even though I was warm, I kept getting shivers frequently and tossing and turning in my sleeping bag, which I just attributed to the cold. I didn't think anything of this at the time, and eventually I began to drift to sleep. The forest around was quiet, with the occasional sound of insects buzzing or a bird taking flight from a tree. That's when I was awoken by the sound of my friend's voice. Clear as day, I was groggy and a little confused as to why he was waking me up, but I clearly heard him say, "My name, help me." I immediately froze as he sounded really desperate and said, "My name, help me," again. Then before I got the chance to speak, I heard the voice again, "My name. Help, I have to pee." And then he laughed in a way that sincerely only my friend does. It was a giggle that I'd known him to have since we had met many years ago. And so I responded, "I'm trying to sleep." And I thought that he was just trying to be funny. Thinking back on it, it would be very out of character for him to wake me up, to pull some stupid joke like that. But I was half asleep and wrote it off. Although I knew something didn't feel quite right about it, I decided to just ignore him and let him do his business. He persisted. "Help. I need you. Come out here." I just mumbled about going back to sleep and to just go if he needed to. My memory is a little foggy as to how long we conversed back and forth and what exactly was said. But afterwards, I had noticed that he hadn't made any noise to leave to go pee or get back in his hammock as I was trying to fall back asleep, which I found odd, but again, brushed off as nothing. Once the voice had been gone for a while, and I assumed he had quietly gone on and gotten back to his hammock, I realized I had to pee badly and wasn't going to get any sleep until I did. So I got out of my tent and immediately walked over to his hammock to pull the same stunt he had on me, calling his name in a joking manner and waking him up to let him know I was there. But when he woke up, he was immediately thrown off by this. That's when I told him I was just going to pee like you had told me you were a bit ago. Maybe 15 minutes had passed, not enough time for someone to get back in their multi-layer cold weather hammock setup and fall deeply asleep again. Not to mention he hadn't made a sound since our conversation stopped.
He asked me what the heck I was talking about,
and I asked him over and over if he was just outside my tent. He swore up and down he had been asleep since he laid down that night and never once got out of his hammock. That's when I felt the real chills go down my spine. Whatever had been outside my tent asking help in this high-pitched mocking voice that my friend would sometimes joke with was not him. I told him, "Oh, okay, it was nothing then," and I proceeded to go pee, keeping eyes on my surroundings the whole time. Eventually, I was able to get back in my tent, warm up, and get drowsy enough to sleep, even though the events that had just transpired terrified me to my core. I am well aware of the lore of the areas around northern New Mexico, and I wouldn't be the first of my friends to go missing without a trace. Had I opened my tent and followed that voice that night, somehow I shook it off and was tired enough to start drifting to sleep after I got cozied up. That's when it actually tried to get me. That half-awake state between sleeping and awake. You know, the place where you suddenly feel like you're falling but get jolted awake. Except this time I wasn't falling. Something had grabbed onto my tent and was dragging it at what felt like 50 miles per hour across the forest floor. I felt every bump when the tent was hitting tree stumps and rocks, destroying my tent and trashing me around viciously as I was being pulled at an insane speed through the trees, seemingly in a straight line, though which didn't make sense in hindsight with how dense the trees are there. I yelled out and could feel my vocal cords moving, but very little sound came out. I must have traveled a good several hundred feet like this. That's when I opened my eyes. The only thing that felt different was the tent was no longer moving. During this weird trance state of being dragged in my tent, everything looked identical. I was perfectly aware of my surroundings. It felt nothing like a dream. However, when I finally opened my eyes, I was laying in my tent, seemingly undisturbed and unharmed. I called out to my friend, feeling bad for waking him up, but needing to know that this was reality, as the last place felt so real. He groggily woke up and said something back to me before going back to sleep. His response sounded legitimate to me, I thought. That actually sounds like him. Realizing that whatever I had heard earlier was so far from anything he would actually do or say. That thing that called out to me in a high-pitched, whiny voice, mimicking my friends saying, "Help, help me. I need help. I have to pee. Come out here." It still weirds me out to this day. After asking him about it the next morning, he just laughed and swore to me that he absolutely did not get up in the middle of the night and say anything to me, much less try to joke with me about getting out of my tent to help him. Whatever that was, specifically targeted me.
My friends have been back since, but I opted out of that trip. How do I deal with a paranoid person or other mental illnesses? I know that sounds unusual, but the following true story broke my heart. I had barely gotten my business up and running. I had practically exhausted my entire savings, and like many new business owners, I was slightly anxious to begin making an income. I got a call from a woman. I'll call her Anne. The first words out of her mouth were, "I need help. I'm being stalked. But I don't want to talk about it on the phone." Now, when I get a call like this one, I try to determine early on if this is a matter for the police. But since this lady didn't want to pursue discussion further on the phone, I scheduled an appointment for later that day. She insisted I come to her home. When I pulled into her driveway, I admit I was impressed. Her home was beyond beautiful. It was breathtaking. The first word that crossed my mind was mansion. When the door opened, a very elegant woman answered. She introduced herself, then she led me into a small room off the entry, where a tray of coffee and tea was waiting. I pulled a yellow notepad from my briefcase before setting it next to my chair. As I was taking my first sip of coffee, Anne began speaking very softly. "I had you come to my home because I rarely leave my house, and my husband is out of town. He wouldn't want me to call a private investigator." She folded her hands in her lap and seemed very nervous. For some reason, I started to feel uncomfortable. I asked Anne, "Why would your husband not want you to call an investigator?" Her answer would explain my discomfort very quickly. Anne looked down at her hands, which were in a constant twisting motion, saying, "My husband doesn't believe I'm being stalked." I could tell she was struggling to fully answer my question. I asked, "Could you explain how you're being stalked?" Anne glanced towards the floor, then her eyes moved to the edge of the room. "I'm being watched through the heat vents, and they listen on the phone and send me subliminal messages." Well, dang. I was suddenly acutely aware of Anne's stalking problems. She's mentally ill. How am I going to handle this mess? My desire to get up and leave was outweighed by my sympathy and concern for this sweet, frail lady. Despite her obvious mental weakness, she exuded class, elegance, and wealth. Added to this was her innocence, almost naive demeanor. My heart ached for her circumstance, but I also knew that I was helpless to assist her. She must have sensed my quiet hesitation, because she looked directly into my eyes and said, "You don't believe me, do you?" I sat my paper and pen onto the table, and in an effort to put her at ease, I said, "It doesn't matter if I believe you, Anne. All that matters is what you believe." She gave me a look of doubt and said, "None of my family believes me. I can't call the police because there's something on their files saying that I made threats to the governor." Let me remind you that this story is absolutely true. The only thing changed is the client's name. Oh my God. Then Anne added, "All I did was call the police and told them to warn the governor that he was being stalked. Now I'm on some list." Tears were slowly dripping off her chin. I handed her a napkin from the tray and asked, "Anne, do you have a doctor or a therapist that you talk to?" She looked embarrassed and said yes, but my husband doesn't know I haven't been going to my appointments or taking the medications. I don't like how they make me feel. I had picked up my paper and pen and was packing it into my briefcase. Anne seemed very nervous. She pulled a checkbook from her pocket and said, "Look, I just want you to maybe watch my house. I'll pay whatever you want." I needed the business so bad, but I said, "Anne, nothing I can do will help you." She asked if I would refer her to a colleague. I very carefully explained that any PI who accepted her case would be stealing from her. She seemed to be very down when I stood up to leave. She stood up to walk me to the door. As I reached for my briefcase, she said, "Wait, I want to show you something." I sat my briefcase down, not knowing what to expect. Anne was wearing a beautiful, delicate white blouse. She unbuttoned the top couple of buttons, revealing several deep, long claw marks. I was aghast. It looked so painful. I was embarrassed by my own reaction of horror, but I honestly couldn't help myself. "Oh my God, who did that to you?" I asked Anne while I tried to regain my composure from the shock of what she had showed me. I repeated my question. "Anne, who did that to you?" As she rebuttoned her blouse, she said, "I don't know. It happens in my sleep when I'm home alone." At this point, I was feeling very much in over my head. I was disappointed in myself. I almost always know what to say or do. Not this time. I hugged Anne gently and promised her that I would call her by the next day to see how she was. As I walked to my car, my heart felt so heavy. I genuinely felt helpless. As soon as I got to my office, I called the director of our state's PI licensing board. I was fairly certain I knew the answers to my questions, but being so new to the business, I needed reassurance. I wanted to know if there was anything that I could do to help this poor woman. The answer was no. Private investigators are subjected to the same rule of evidence and duty to confidentiality as lawyers. I wasn't even sure what I wanted to do for Anne. Call her husband? All I was sure of was that I didn't feel right about her being alone in the mental condition that I witnessed. But in the end, I couldn't do a thing. I did call her the next day and encouraged her to contact her doctor and start back on her medication. In conclusion, I want to say this. Over the next few years, I would regularly receive calls from mentally ill people seeking help for what they perceived as them being threatened or violated in some way. The small population of these individuals have exhausted their local police department and their families and are searching for help anywhere they can. And so far, they're simply not being helped. Thanks for letting me tell this story. I've had a few scary incidents, but this one I will never forget, as things could have gone wrong for me really fast, especially since the agency I worked for didn't want us to carry. Well, don't send us in surveillances in really dangerous areas. I was doing a surveillance in a really bad neighborhood. It was a workman's comp fraud case. It stuck out like a sore thumb, to say the least. I was looking down for a minute while I was on the car phone with my mom. Didn't have a cell phone back then. It was 1995. And suddenly we hear gunshots. My mom said, "Is that what I think it is?" I looked up and said, "Oh my God." There was one group of older kids right in front and to the side of my car, shooting at another group across the street and vice versa. There were literally bullets flying over the hood of my car. I ducked and hightailed it out of there, doing a U-turn to go to the opposite direction. Before I did that, one of them saw me and gave me the motion that I better be quiet or he would shoot me. He pointed it at me and put his fingers over his mouth as if to say shh. I saw one across the street and he was down on the ground and his friends were trying to drag him away. I knew many police officers at that department, and the one who took my call I did not know. I wasn't a police officer myself, I just knew so many from school, work, and personally. They called me later on to say that they found no shell casings or anything, and no one was down. They asked if I was sure. Maybe they were playing. I stated my credentials and said that I'm working as a PI while going to graduate school for forensic science, specializing in advanced criminal investigation, and now you're just insulting me. I know what I saw, and my mom heard the shots over the phone. And I said, "You can ask the officer so-and-so," and threw out like 6 names of officers who know I wasn't mistaken. I called one of them who was a detective and knew me since I was 5 years old, and I said that I think I'm qualified to know what I saw and heard. He agreed, and I also know in these areas they often have 1 or 2 people who are not medical professionals, that they dress wounds and remove bullets because those who seek them out want to avoid the emergency room because they know they can get arrested. I told him that I could see that at least 2 of the guns were 9mm Glocks. He looked into it and called me back and said, "You're absolutely right. There were a bunch of spent Glock 9mm casings right where you said they would be, amongst others." He said that I was probably right about them avoiding the emergency room, and that because there was no body found and these scenarios are a dime a dozen for a large busy police department, they often don't bother to investigate further. So I asked, well, why didn't they just say that? He and another said because the last thing they want is for a civilian who knows what they're talking about, because of my training, to criticize or go to the press. I was hired by a client to place her husband under surveillance because she feared he was being unfaithful. The client traveled out of town, leaving him home alone. The client and her husband lived in the northwest suburbs in a newer subdivision. I was able to park in the driveway of a newly built home that was not yet occupied and started my surveillance of the client's husband. I remember this night distinctly. It was Halloween night, and I remember thinking, where are all the trick-or-treaters? Looking back, I realized that this was a new subdivision, not many occupants and not many children. In any case, as with many surveillances, nothing happened. The client's husband never moved, but I have, of course, remained on surveillance, alert to any possibility that somebody would visit him, or he would leave. As evening turned into night, this new subdivision became pitch black. I could barely see the client's home approximately 50 yards away. For late October, this was pretty mild eve, and I had rolled down the window to enjoy the weather. Now, when I'm on surveillance, I regularly end up listening to talk radio. That night was no different, but because it was Halloween night, what I ended up listening to was scary Halloween stories. Just about midnight, I was listening to one particularly disturbing story. Suddenly, I heard a slight rustling to my left. I froze, ears alert, waiting to hear that noise again. My eyes darted to my rearview mirrors. My first thought was somebody was trying to sneak up on me. Wouldn't be the first time. Most often it's our heroic suburban police officer out to catch a burglar. I waited and waited, but nothing. Eyes and ears alert for any sound, any movement. All the time wondering why I had just rolled the window down, putting myself more at risk than I would normally do. Then, just as I was ready to relax, out of the corner of my eye something dark and gray jumped towards me from the dark. It jumped. I jumped. The adrenaline surged. I may have squeaked. I'm not sure. But I scared the cute little bunny rabbit sneaking up on my car, just as badly as he scared the fearless PI that Halloween night.
The summers are fairly cold up here, but at least there's no snow. I'm sitting in my office finishing up one of my previous cases. Just general reports left. Lots of paperwork. Boring stuff that seems to cause the world to drown in a cacophony of summer insects. The tedium is broken when my phone begins to ring. I pick it up, only to hear the voice of one of my closer PI friends on the other end. We chat casually for a few minutes. Mostly just me trying to get my mind off of the writing pains in my wrist, but it's obvious that he's called for a reason. He explains that he's been on a missing person case, a small boy around the age of 4. His mother and father had divorced a few years ago, and his mother is currently holed up here in my area. The boy has apparently been missing for quite a while now. The police had been contacted first, but they turned up nothing. After a week passes with no sign of a missing person, you kind of have to start assuming the worst. Nevertheless, we're usually the last resort for these cases. So my buddy goes asking around, and apparently he manages to dig up a couple of accounts, saying that the kid was seen boarding an olive green SUV with a woman looking to be in her early 30s just hours before his disappearance was reported. Nobody thought to note the license plate. His dad, my friend tells me, had left his son home alone for a half hour or so to run out for groceries. Why he didn't take his son along with him, I don't know. At first I thought it might be deliberate, like he had for some reason done it on purpose. Of course, the human brain works weird sometimes, and dumb little human errors are always possibilities. I can only imagine the grief that must be felt after realizing one of those tiny bursts of idiocy may have caused something so heart-wrenching. Long story short, he matches the description of the woman. Short, mid-30s, long brown hair, overall rather average looking, to a fair amount of other women. One sticks out though, the boy's mother. The child's father had been granted sole custody of the kid. Apparently the kid's mom had a little cabin out here, which she would regularly visit and spend days worth of time in without alerting her husband. And whenever she was back home, she'd either be asleep or out somewhere. So my buddy says he wants to team up for this one, split the pay. He's in a slightly larger town, and the closest one to mine, but that's still a good 5-hour drive. Since he still has a few leads over on his end, he wants me to check out the mother, see if anything comes of that. It appears to me at this point that the case is pretty cut and dry, so I accept. He emails me the address and a picture of the kid and his mother, and I finish up my paperwork before setting off. I drive around, semi-lost for a few minutes before I finally catch sight of the gravel road that breaks through the wall of bark created by the forest's border. I glance down at my phone and sigh, placing it into my pocket. Guess it was stupid to expect this to be on Google Maps. Now, I always despise having to go into the forest. As I begin to slowly pull down the path, towering green giants blotting out the sun overhead, I'm starting to regret taking this case. The gravel slowly turns to dirt, and the small break in the tree line slowly begins to disappear at my back. It's dim in here, dense pines doing a good job of casting an impenetrable veil of shade over the woods. Now don't get me wrong, the Canadian boreal forests, and this one is no exception, are absolutely stunningly beautiful. Birds chirp their cheerful tunes. Small rock faces jut out from the land like Mother Nature's own sculptures, and streams of sparkling clear water babble across the rocks into cute little waterfalls, and occasionally picturesque lakes and rivers. But that's exactly why I hate these forests more than any other. More than anything, it always, without fail, seems like some horrible, sprightly facade. Like the entire forest is attempting to scrape this movie set together in order to offset the constant gnawing that I feel at the back of my neck and in the very core of my stomach whenever I come in here. The silhouette of a small building finally begins to come into view off on the horizon. So with a small sigh, I park my car and get out. As much as I'd love to stay cooped up in that metal haven of protection, I am here on a private investigation job. I do have to remain relatively covert. That's not happening if a car just suddenly pulls up onto the front lawn of your isolated cabin. As I get a little closer, I begin to notice that something is off about the trees. I can't place exactly what it is. They just seem strange somehow. The path eventually opens up into a small clearing, a makeshift wooden gate sitting at the end of the path. It's not stopping anybody as there are no walls on either side of it. Its only purpose seems to be presenting a tattered no trespassing sign. Past the gate is the cabin. It looks to be in surprisingly good shape, and from the outside appears rather modern. In front of it is a small patch of grass, which acts as a parking space, and a few areas in which it's been worn down by tires. The tracks leading right to the gate, and the path I've just come down. Slowly but surely, my eyes drift up from the patch of grass to the car that's been parked in it. My heart suddenly beginning to dance around in a mixture of joy and dread. Not surprisingly, it's an olive green SUV. I pull my camera up to my face and peer through the viewfinder. The SUV, the license plate. I snap a picture of each. Slowly but surely, the frame drifts over to the cabin. I snap a picture, and it's at this exact moment that I realize the front door has been wide open this entire time. I go quiet on instinct, the surrounding area suddenly feeling like it's been hit with a blast of cold air. Then I hear it. A faint humming coming from inside, soft like a woman's voice. Once I hear it, I suddenly become unable to stop hearing it. It's a haunting, drifting tune, equal parts melodic and eerie. Every once in a while it stops or skips a little bit, as if its source is running out of breath or having voice cracks. Before I really even know it, I'm taking a step forward. I know it's a stupid idea, but my legs are moving faster than my mind. Just a little peek, I tell myself. Just one peek to satiate my curiosity. That's it. The cabin looms over me as I get closer. The grass crunches under my feet until finally, just barely, the inside of the building begins to come into view. I stop dead in my tracks. Branches. It takes a moment to register, but there are tree branches covering the floor. When I say covering, I mean covering. These are not sticks. They are long, spindly, thin tree branches, deliberately cut off of their trunks. Like a natural line, my gaze follows them to the single piece of furniture in the room. A small white coffee table and a CD player perched on top. And I realize why the humming sounded like it was skipping. The trees around me suddenly feel like they're closing in on every side, like the earth below my feet is trying to swallow me whole. I don't take another moment to sit and deliberate on it. I just book it out of there as fast as I can will myself. I launch towards my car, slam the door shut, put it into reverse, and punch it out of there. That place simply felt wrong. The first thing I did was contact the police. I sure as heck was not going back there, but there was no way I just going to let it sit there like that. They investigated and were just as weirded out as I was, but ultimately didn't turn up anything of use. The house was deserted, save for the sea of branches, the white coffee table, and the lone CD player. The SUV too was near pristine, not unlike a new car. Investigations continued for a while, but it was more or less a dead end. Nobody ever returned to the cabin. My buddy's leads never panned out either, and the child's mother suddenly went missing as well. No, this isn't a messed up joke. We never found any of them. In the end, things unfortunately had to be called off. This wasn't really a crime per se, but it was a scary incident with a sad outcome which I was involved in, which led to me associating with law enforcement and using some amateur detective skills. Long story short, last November I came across a neighbor lady dying in her yard while I was walking my dog. She was lying half under a tarp wearing a sweatshirt, leggings, and sneakers. Her face was expressionless and pallid, her eyes and lips barely open. I approached her thinking this had to be a mannequin. She didn't look real, and people do dress mannequins up for Halloween to use as decorations. So I thought perhaps someone was simply putting the mannequin away and had to go inside the house for some reason. I knocked on the door, beheld two worried-looking dogs, walked back to the figure in the yard, and asked doubtfully, "Ma'am, are you okay?" No answer, so I knelt and felt her wrist for a pulse which I could not detect. I then saw she had wireless earpod in her ear, and knew she had to be real. This was not a mannequin. I pulled out my phone and called 911. The police were there in 2 minutes, and they attempted CPR on her, then took her away in an ambulance. A neighbor from across the street came over as they were trying CPR, and told me he had seen the lady doing yard work. Then when he didn't see her, she assumed she went into the house. He could not see where she was lying from his window, but he had seen me arrive with my dog investigating the scene, then pull out my phone, and he knew something was wrong. I'll be honest, I was glad for the neighbor's presence, not only to have someone to talk to, but so that, if the police suspected any foul play, the neighbor could corroborate that I simply showed up, checked the scene out,
then called 911.
He would be my alibi, in other words. An officer called me the next day to inform me that while they had detected some measure of brain activity, they could not save her, and she passed away. I later found out she had had a burst aorta, which likely caused her to collapse on the spot. There was no foul play. I was not a suspect in any way. I deduced the presence of an ear pod meant she had to have a phone on her. I saw no sign of a phone in her hand. Whatever happened to her, it happened so fast she didn't have the time or ability to pull out her phone and call for help, much less go in the house. I didn't even know her at all, but I think about that poor woman every day. I hope she is at peace. I have two that come to mind. I was investigating a death that was ruled a suicide by the police, but this kid's family and friends could not accept it. The official story was that this 20-year-old kid had been rejected by a girl, climbed to the very high roof of a local cathedral, and jumped to his death. Not even close to what actually occurred. I learned he and his friends had a habit of doing stupid, dangerous stunts, including car surfing on the highway, climbing billboards, towers, and anything else challenging. Turns out, he simply left a late-night party slightly intoxicated, thought it would be fun to climb 100 feet of construction scaffolding to the roof of the basilica, and peek over the edge. Problem was, the ledge was copper-clad and the roof was wet. He slipped and fell. The scary part for me was having to climb a 40-foot extension ladder off the 50 scaffolding to get to the roof area of the basilica, all while carrying 30 pounds of photo-video gear to document the scene. About 3/4 of the way up, the ladder slipped a bit, and I thought I was done for. I did some serious praying to sweet baby Jesus and his golden nook of divinity, and made it up and back down safely. The other that really stays with me was getting shot and chased while trying to pick up a bail jumper with a buddy. I didn't do this often, but helped a friend out who did when he needed it. It was supposed to be an easy pickup little woman, about 5'5", 120 pounds. Just a flight risk who didn't show up for court on a drug possession charge. Well, turns out she didn't use the address she posted under any longer. In fact, the sleaziest bunch of meth heads I've ever seen did, and they didn't take kindly to being disturbed. We rolled up quietly about 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning, near a double-wide mobile home in the country. It should have been called Crackhead Estates the way the place looked. We were almost to the front deck when a very large and obviously agitated Rottweiler came out from under the trailer
and started after us.
We were cut off getting to our vehicle up the road, so we ran towards an old barn to try and away from the dog. The mobile home door flew open and someone started shooting in our general direction, not even taking time to aim. I could hear bullets hitting the side of the barn as we ran inside. It was dark and we were tripping all over junk as we tried to find an exit. We finally kicked out some rotted boards at the back to escape and ran into the woods, hearing gunfire the whole way. Luckily, the dog had a long chain on it and couldn't follow, but as we were running, more people were coming out with more guns. We circled around to the field across the road and tried to sneak past the drive to our car. Would have made it too, but the damn dog was unchained now and heard us, started barking and running, and the people in the yard started shooting again. There was no way they could see us, but they just kept shooting. We finally reached the car and took off, stopping at the first phone in town to call the police and explain what happened. They were already sending a deputy out to see what the shooting was about, and the dispatcher sent another to get our info. We were later called to testify because it turns out the gentlemen living there were selling weed and crack and had a rather large amount of it stashed under the mobile home. It's one of the few exciting times I had as an investigator. Most of the time it's just boring surveillance, record searching, or report writing. This thread's not getting any traction, but I'll bite regardless. I'm not a private detective, but I like solving problems and am good at finding things. Sometimes I'll have someone talking about something and will offer help or something. I won't ever do too much, as in if there's any serious inconvenience to me. Now, there were a couple of stories I was involved in over in India when I lived there, mostly familial drama. There were some gnarly bits, but nothing severe actually came of them. Back home in the UK, I got caught up in a quite famous 20-plus-year-old missing persons case. I knew someone connected to the family, where some pretty creepy stuff happened, but it's still actively being looked at by the police. I just Googled it and it's still on the net, including a Reddit thread which I'll go and look at now. My inquiry was a much more informal look at it. I wasn't actively looking for the people, and would have not taken that on, but it was more a case of familial drama, which got kicked off after the event. The creepy stuff happened within the family. That's about all I'm going to go into about this one. More recently, I helped a friend figure out if her SO was cheating on her while abroad. It was quite easy to figure out, but horrendously difficult to find hard conclusive evidence for. However, the creepiest one is certainly one that's not mine. It's one of my mom's. My mom lives back in India, and since I left, she's rented out the downstairs as a guest accommodation. We usually get young women staying for a few months while they're at the local colleges from all over the country. We've had a few odd ones, and one certainly takes the cake. First, I should mention that this girl I'm going to talk of succeeded a long-term tenant we had, the only distant family relation who stayed over. My mom had kicked her out for being a right twat and trying to murder her boyfriend across town. She was never a good tenant, but had recently survived an assault, and my mom kept her on sentiment and tried to help her through. This girl was total nuts. While sweet and very nice to my mom, she was apparently a totally different person downstairs. She did put the other tenants off, but never in a way that would inconvenience anyone else. She suffered from some form of social disorder, I'm sure, and she would hide away and run from the first sign of contact. Long story short, her roommate read her diary one time and ran up to my mom. In it, apparently, the girl had scrawled all these names over and over again. In it, she was going by two other names with totally separate identities and histories. One was a 5-year-older woman who had been married into India from Pakistan and had been moved around by the family to different cities for unclear purposes. The other was a girl about her age who'd suffered an assault and was part of some cult. Important to note that this girl obsessively washed herself with cold water, and that was apparently a part of this cult thing, as was the consumption of a few substances, which I don't think we could ever pin down, and something to do with snakes. The girl had a ton of rope with her in the room. Anyway, my mom, being a little too interested in the weird, casually mentioned that in conversation after skimming through the diary until she came back. The girl turns pale and excuses herself and whatever, and my mom calls her parents and asks them if the girl is on any medication since she's been a bit sick lately. In the ensuing conversation, she asks them about where they're from again and drops some of the names from the diary, including some hotel names the girl had mentioned in the diary. The girl disappeared a few days later when my mom was away for the week, and the family had left a message that she had to go home because of some issue or the other back at the house. When my mom gets back, she calls them, but the numbers are continually off, so my mom files a report with the police for avoiding rent and some other minor things. Since she's in the hotel business and has friends in it, my mom checks through records at places at the most recent places the girl had written about. Some were very out of the way, and not places you'd know until you were actually there. Few results came through. No one by the family's name had ever been there, including the family name. But there was an account of a girl being beaten in one of the rooms one night by an older man in a party of 4. Different name, could have totally been another party, but it could have been the girl in question. Funny thing is, the girl had hidden a piece of notebook paper in the kitchen downstairs, which we found sometime after. It almost got thrown out, in which she'd written down a number. My mom calls the number and asks for the girl. It's a guy on the other end. Turns out it's her husband. She was apparently 5 years older than said to us, and had been whisked away from him by her family and never come back. They'd met at a hotel after she had been beaten by her father, and had run away with him, not the hotel in question, and then had been taken away by her parents. My mom put in an additional report, and the guy said he'd update his. My mom told me about this sometime after it all blew over, and things were back to normal. I have my theories, but it's not something I've thought over all that much. But still, pretty creepy, wouldn't you say?
Last year, I was 17. I pretended to be a private investigator just for fun, and my neighbor gave me $10 to go look for his missing cat. I guess he just wanted me to have some fun, and I was just fooling around, and I was pretty sure I wouldn't find anything. But dang, did I find something. At the bottom of my street, there was an old abandoned retirement home, closed a couple of years after I moved in. I went there first and found a blood trail leading into the place. There wasn't a lot of blood, but just enough that it could have been cat's blood. Case in point, the building was being used by some druggies that were hiding their operation. Just some weed, meth, and coke, and a couple of guns. After seeing that, I crapped myself because I was only going into the whole PI thing as a joke. I anonymously tipped off the police who raided the place. Apparently, one of the guys accidentally attacked the cat, who started to wail loudly, and he was scared people would come to investigate. He couldn't bring himself to kill the cat, so he dragged it inside and forgot to clean the blood away. It was one of the most thrilling, yet terrifying things that I had ever gotten myself into. But hey, at least the cat lived, and my neighbor got her back. I don't have my license, but I do work in a PI office. I'm the only administrative staff member. It's basically me and my Vietnam vet boss and a Ron Swanson, April Lugit type of situation. A story he told me recently comes to mind. He and his partner were once hired to sweep a house and look for any valuables. They agreed to the case before knowing the full extent of the damage to the home, because the lawyers were willing to pay well, and our caseload was small at the time. The home was owned by a man who inherited a large fortune because his father had invested in a little movie that went on to become one of the biggest horror franchises of all time. The son never worked a day in his life. He had a big mansion out in the boonies. No one ever saw him or his wife because they spent all of their time inside. The home was now empty because he was nuts and murdered his wife and their dog. He was serving life in prison, and the family's estate needed the home cleared. When my boss and his partner got in there, they realized how bad it was. For years, this guy and his wife had been shooting up drugs in the house. Every square inch of the mansion was covered in trash. After binging on drugs and alcohol, the two would puke and then just cover the vomit with trash and leave it there. The same went for the dog crap and pee. This went on for years. In addition to the puke and animal waste, there were needles littered throughout the trash. My boss had to buy hazmat suits to sweep the home and look for valuables. Apparently, there was a ton of diamond and gold jewelry just thrown right in with the filth. At one point, they found a table behind a door that was missed by the forensic crew, completely covered in the wife's blood from where he had mutilated the body. They also found an entire room full of a many $1,000 kiln and ceramics supplies, all untouched. I guess the guy decided that he wanted to become a master potter before quickly abandoning that pursuit to become a murderer. They could only access the home through one exterior door that wasn't blocked. When they eventually walked around the exterior of the home, they found that the guy had purchased himself a shark cage, as in he decided he wanted to become a shark photographer, and ignoring the fact that he didn't live right on the ocean, bought a shark cage and stuck it in the yard. Eventually, people started to invade the grounds and steal stuff from the home, and one day the shark cage just disappeared. This is the first one that came to mind, because it just escalated so much as he relayed the story to me. It's hard for me to tell a lot of these stories because of our confidentiality policy, but if I think of any more I can tell, then I'll edit this. My boss has other crazy stories from working private security for Paris Hilton, Snoop Dogg, and the Girls Gone Wild guy, and we have a few instances of having to serve papers to crazy people. Trust me, this job is never boring.
Not a professional PI, but I did some investigating for fun during my senior year in high school, as I had literally half the school day's worth of free time, had friends who weren't exactly on the same schedule, was always in want of pocket change, like everyone else, and had variable amounts of craps to give. So from time to time, I would be hired for my services, usually $5 or $10 for some simple work, mostly just making sure boyfriends and girlfriends weren't having fun without each other during times they were apart at school hours. But aside from that work, occasionally I did have some interesting actual detective-like work. In this case, I was actually hired by this really chill teacher who taught comp sci in order to try and catch a serial class cutter, in exchange for access to the computer lab, so I could chill and occasionally use to probe social media for other cases. He wanted me to catch the cutter and bring him to the teach, because he really wanted the kid to come to class and learn, and he really wanted to help the kid. Also, he didn't want administration to catch the kid, as that would just screw the kid over more. So I accepted the case. First thing was first, I made sure to check in with some of his classmates, who actually saw him come to school. In exchange for some gum, they told me when he'd come in, and the names of some kids he hung around. From that, I drew a list of potential people to question, but soon found out the kids either belonged into one of two categories. Category A involved mostly normal kids, who went to school and did their thing. From these kids, I kinda got the gist of mapping out the perp's normal schedule, had he chose to attend class, and from his schedule, I came up with a potential theory for the perp's motive. You see, this kid was a supposed overachiever, and was Korean. This meant he was probably pressured by his family to overachieve in all of his classes, and judging by his schedule, he was overloaded. He was only a sophomore, and yet he was already taking calculus and 2 AP courses. He was also overloaded on 5 classes, with his elective of computer science. And for all I knew about the typical Asian household, he was also probably prepping for the SATs as well. Yeah, this kid was overworked. In any case, on to Category B. From this group, most of the kids here were known stoners, users mostly, who hung about at the park next door, smoking pot and just chilling. From this group, there were 2 people, I guess famous among the student population, for being dealers, who dealt usually in some cheap, but still works weed, or more expensive edibles. I heard from kids that the perp had been hanging around these 2, trying to ask around how these kids could be so chill in high school. After that meeting, the kid said he would meet the group more and more often, and after those few meetings, it seemed to correlate with the perp's started absences. So I went to talk to the 2. When I first met them, they were extremely tight-lipped about not snitching out their clientele. Pretty admirable if I do say so myself. But I had a job to do, and a perp to find. So I tried to convince them by appealing to both their compassion and their business interest. I told them about the perp, told them of his circumstances, and told them why I wanted to bring him in. I told them he needs actual help about his circumstances, and someone professional to talk to, not just a temporary escape. Keep in mind I was not this eloquent. I'm just retelling it as so, because we all like to glamour the proud moments of our past. I could tell this had some effect, though they wouldn't budge, so I told them to cut me a deal just this once, and said, in exchange for info about the perp, I would help keep lookout for a week, for them when they dealt in the building. In any case, from the two, I found out where the perp regularly hung out, which was either out in the farthest edge of the park, near the forestry area, or near the school's boiler room. I found the perp at the park. I knew he was there because I could smell the pot in the air. Pot always smells like skunk, with a tinge of metal. When I spotted him, he was facing away, just sitting there, looking at the trees, a rolled joint hanging out of his mouth. And when I knelt down next to him to talk, I could see his lifeless, bloodshot eyes. So I just talked to him while he listened, just sitting there, staring into the trees. I told him who I was, what I was doing here. No reaction. I told him about the comp Sci teach and how we wanted to help him. No reaction. I told him their people worried about him. He cringed a bit, then resumed sitting. So I sat down, sighed, opened a bag of chips, and offered him some. He ate some. And for the rest of that morning, I just chilled there with the perp, telling him it was okay to wait, but I needed to bring him back by the end of the day. I ended up inadvertently cutting some classes myself that day, though it wasn't as important as I was a senior, and really only showed up as a formality anyway. In any case, as he inadvertently sobered up and came back to reality, he started weeping. I could tell from his demeanor he was sick and tired of his life, but was too scared to say anything, as I knew from the Asian stereotypes, the kids were harshly disciplined from a young age. And as I took his hands to pick him up, I could tell he had no strength in him. So I had to bring back this sad, weeping, lifeless, sad sack, and had to carry him, shoulder to shoulder, out of the park and into the school building. Luckily, it was still during class times, so not a lot of people saw me carrying this weeping kid in. The security guard up front and passing aides were originally suspicious, but I managed to convince them, as I told them I was working a case for a teacher. And when they pressed further, I gave them a handwritten note, signed by the comp Sci teach, which had his number, in case people pressed. Naturally, a security guard did press, and we had to wait at the entrance, while the comp Sci teach was called in to pick us up. And when he showed up, the teach had a face of, first, relief, but then sudden shock, as he looked at the kid's lifeless, weeping face. And so, he escorted us back to his office, as I continued having to drag the kid over. I explained to the teach everything I had investigated about the kid and his circumstances, especially with the potential abusive household and his resulting escapism. And while I stood there explaining, the kid was just lifeless. In the end of the meeting, the teach called in both a guidance counselor and the school psychologist. And as I left to attend the only class I had left, I heard his parents were called in. In any case, that was a case closed. But unfortunately, the kid's life didn't really get much better. I heard from the teach, because of the loose definition of what constituted discipline and abuse in the household, they couldn't press charges against the family. And because the family found out about his apparent drug use, skipping class, and apparently wasting the kid's own time and future, the parents were very angry with the kid. And so, afterwards, rather than getting help or getting better, the kid just kind of shut down as a person. Though he attended all of his classes and did all of his work, he made no friends, exhibited no apparent emotion, expressed no interest, achieved only what was necessary to pass, and always went straight home. It seems the teach, I, and the system all failed him. That was probably one job which wasn't worth doing. The resulting room felt empty, as we would both lament it on this case, with guilt, if and when I showed up to the comp lab. So I didn't really hang out there, and just went to the library with a VPN for my needs. In any case, a few years after I graduated, I tried to look the kid up, but found nothing. I tried to investigate, via people who knew him, but everyone didn't really know what happened to him. He made no friends, talked to no one, didn't even have an account on social media. He just kind of disappeared.
I'm not a PI, but I did have cases in both middle and high school. I didn't get paid other than in favors and or lunches. The way this worked is someone would tell me their story and I'd give advice. This ranged from school stuff to love and even revenge advice once in a while. They'd have to decide whether or not to do it themselves, since I wouldn't do anything to stop or make them do whatever. Well, this was one that ended in revenge. A guy who's a player comes to me on the bus ride home and asked how to get revenge on his 3 ex-girlfriends, who all dumped him when they found out that he was dating all of them at the same time. I tell him he deserved to take his lumps, and he was an idiot for dating 3 popular girls at once. He shouldn't try to take revenge on any of them. Well, he didn't listen to me, and went about getting payback on his own. He also didn't do the favor I asked. About 2 weeks later, all 3 of the girls come to me to ask how to get payback for him on his payback. They buy me lunch, and one does a small favor for me. I tell them a good revenge plan. 2 out of the 3 go about my plan, and I get to sit back and watch the train wreck of events unfold. He gets publicly humiliated for the next month. The last girl goes back to dating him. Probably like 20 minutes ago, my apartment building fire alarm went off. I gathered my cat and purse and headed out the door. Right outside my door was a young man walking into the building with a DoorDash bag / sleeve. Like those pizza terminal sleeves that Domino's delivers with. He tries to stop me as if I'm leaving my apartment. I said, I didn't order DoorDash. He's holding the DoorDash bag weird, like he's about to unzip it or something. Maybe I'm paranoid. He motions me to follow him. I tell him if he wants me to tell me something, then he's got to come outside, because I'm not standing in the middle of those blasting alarms. My poor cat. He keeps trying to motion me and says I set the alarm off. I immediately leave the apartment building and walk out to the parking lot. He's still following me and trying to get me to follow him inside the building. Police car has already shown up. Usually one sits around our apartment complex at this time of night. So I go to tell the police officer about what I just encountered. He goes to investigate and look for him. Can't find him. He's not anywhere in the entire crowd that evacuated the building. What could it possibly have been? Am I paranoid? I've been in a scenario where someone tried to lure me and act cool about it. I ended up being assaulted. I understand that was dumb on my part. I was very young and had no clue how evil the world could be. This just kind of reminded me of that. I'm worried he knows where my apartment is. I got inside after everything was cleared and inspected my entire house twice. I'm paranoid. What could that have been all about? This story takes place all the way back in October of 2016, when I was a freshman in high school. During my freshman year, I met this boy named Elijah, and we eventually ended up dating. We were both new to the school. We first met each other at orientation, but we didn't have any classes together. It was now October and it's been a month since we started dating, and the relationship was going pretty well. I thought he was a good person, but he later on showed his true colors. One day when I was in class, I had to use the bathroom. I raised my hand and asked the teacher to go and excuse myself, and she said it was okay. As I was on the way to the bathroom, I saw Elijah in the hallway. We both smiled at each other and gave a small smooch to one another. I asked him what he was doing out in the hallway and why he wasn't in class. He told me that he was disrupting the class and he had to take a break. I rolled my eyes while laughing after he said this. I then said to him, "I'm going to use the bathroom now. I'll see you later." He said back, "Yeah, I'll text you." I then entered the bathroom, which was right next to his class. I went into a stall and I was doing my business. I was in the stall for like a minute and a half when I suddenly heard the door to the bathroom open. At first, I figured it was someone who was the same gender as me that had to use the bathroom as well, but I spoke too soon. I then heard this person open the stall right next to the stall that I was in. As I was still my you-know-what, I didn't even look down. I just looked straight ahead in front of me. As I was doing this, I felt a hand touch me. I looked down to the right to only see the haunting sight of Elijah giving a sinister smile as he was the one who was touching me. I screamed bloody murder and pulled up my skirt right away while I was running out of the bathroom. I completely forgot to wash my hands. Elijah didn't even follow me. He just stayed where he was. I was sprinting like Usain Bolt all the way to the principal's office. I then got to the principal's office. Right away as the headmaster saw me, he looked really concerned as if he knew something was wrong, because I was bursting out crying. He asked me what was wrong. I told him everything from when I was going into the bathroom and when I bumped into Elijah outside the hallway because he got kicked out of class, to the moment that he intruded into the women's restroom and violated my personal area. I could tell by the look on his face that he knew that I wasn't lying. He told me that I can go home for the rest of the day because he clearly saw that I wasn't in the right mindset, and he also said that he'll speak to Elijah. The next morning, I was called into the principal's office while I was in the middle of my first class. I then arrived there and sat down. The headmaster then spoke and said that Elijah had been expelled from this school. He also told me that it wasn't his first time that he had been expelled. I found out that he had previously gotten kicked out from his last school for harassing many women. I felt queasy, and I was flabbergasted just hearing about this. Not too long after we wrapped up our meeting and I went back to class. I was able to complete my high school life without any other issues. People like Elijah never change. If any other woman ends up dating him, I feel very sorry for you.
Hi, I'm Patrick Beverly. You might know me as an NBA basketball player. I most notably played for the Houston Rockets. I am now playing in Israel. Before I went pro, I used to do some naughty things, like selling drugs to different people. I only did it because me and my mother were poor, and we wanted to make it out of the hood, which we did eventually. We lived in a rough neighborhood in Chicago in a one-bedroom apartment. My mother worked 3 jobs getting paid on minimum wage. Yes, that is how poor we were. My aunt and cousins would sometimes take turns watching me as an infant. When I was getting older as a kid, my mom would date a bunch of drug dealer boyfriends. This inspired me to sell drugs. One night in August of 2008, I met up with my homeboy named Donovan. I sold him some dope and smoked it with him. I don't remember how high I got, but I do remember that I went off the rails that time. After finishing that deal, I went home in my white Dodge Magnum. I was really driving under the influence. It was a huge mistake that I made. While I was driving while being on another planet, I approached an intersection. There were no cars in front of me. I thought the light said green, but in reality it was red. As I was crossing the intersection running the red light, I collided with another vehicle. My car flipped 3 times. I was not wearing a seatbelt and the windows were down. My mindset was now coming back to real life, slowly. I don't even know how I even survived the crash. I was able to climb out of the car without a scratch. I heard someone call out to me in front of me. As my eyes were still adjusting from all the weed that I smoked, I saw a guy standing outside next to a car with the hazards on. He said that he had my phone after it flew out from my car. I said to him to call the ambulance, saying it loudly as I was still trying to catch my breath. I remember the EMT arriving and I told them my story. They were even amazed at how I was still alive. I later on healed from the physical trauma, but I suffered an emotional scar that has not healed to this day. A few weeks after the car accident, something even more tragic happened. I was driving a new affordable car, and Donovan was in the car with me. We were just shooting dice at a corner street. We were now driving to a park. We hung out for a little while, and then I decided to go back to my grandmother's place. I kept insisting for him to come with me, but he told me that he'll meet up with me later. I just left by myself, leaving him behind. This would be the biggest failure I'd ever made in my entire 36 years of living. Not too long after driving off, I got a call from a nearby hospital, and I was told that Donovan had been shot multiple times and had died. I was at a loss for words. My brother-like figure had just died, and he was the closest person to me in the world. I then phoned my mom, and she even started to cry like a big baby. She told me to pick her up, and that we will go to the hospital together. We got to the hospital and we had to identify Donovan, because he wasn't carrying any ID at that time. I should have never brought him over there in the first place. I didn't know what I was thinking. I would have nightmares for 2 months straight. I know this sounds crazy, but after Donovan died, I would sometimes talk to him like a ghost. I was basically talking to air. 2 days after he died, I got a call to play pro basketball in Ukraine. I was 20 at the time. The reason why I wasn't in college at that time is because I had academic issues. I would also have constant insufficient grades, and I was suspended from school for some time because I hired and paid someone to do a college essay for me. Although he did it, he later ended up snitching on me about this. At first I kept denying it, but I eventually owned up to it, and I accepted full punishment for it. Nevertheless, I accepted the contract because there was nothing else I loved more than basketball, and I would actually earn money playing basketball as my family could use the money I would earn. I also did this for my homie Donovan. He would have wanted me to keep going, no matter what happened. I know how proud he is of me in heaven, after all the accomplishments of making the NBA, and having some accolades along with it, which included getting 3 All-NBA defensive teams. I love you, Donovan, and this story is for you. I'll see you soon and we will reunite in heaven, but I still have a long way to go. Back in 2023, me and my partner were both living at his mom's house. Most days we'd get home from work, about 5 p.m., get dressed, and then we would go to these woods in the hills just outside the town we live in. For context, these woods as a whole are 12 miles long and 4 miles wide. There's breaks in the woods of farmland and fields creating separate woods over these hills with different names. You can walk through these woods if you want. There's paths winding through most of the woods as trails, and if you want to walk over the span of hills, from one side to the other, you can if you really want to. Just most of it's through the woods and uphill if you're coming from the south. The one we always went to is called Wind Down Woods, so me and my partner would go to these woods nearly every day after we finished work just to go for a walk, or a smoke, or both. We went about doing our usual routine, walking around and talking about our days, following the trail in these woods that loops around a large set of trees, with more around you on the outside. Would kind of look like a messed donut, from bird's eye view, I guess. We were walking on the path that takes you back up towards the top of the woods. That path also takes you down towards the car park, once you get to the meeting point of all the paths. When we see this man in the distance walking down the path at Point B are one of the trails that just goes up into the woods beyond Wind Down. We've still got to get to the meeting point of all the paths to get back to the car. At this point, he's pretty far away from us still. But I had a bad feeling, because the first thing I noticed about this man when we got closer was that he was wearing office shoes and carrying a pair of hiking boots, whilst seemingly on a walk in the woods. We were talking about this as we were walking up and laughing about how strange it was. The guy was walking faster than us as he was going downhill, and reached the meeting point of the paths a few minutes before we did, but we could see him the whole time. When he got to the meeting point of the paths, all he did was stand there. He didn't do anything. He just stood and was looking around. I had a really bad feeling at this point, as he didn't even look like he was lost. He just looked like he was waiting for something. Me and my partner were pretty weirded out at this point, and we're thinking about turning around and heading back down into the woods and go back around the long way, just to get away from this guy's weird vibes. In the end, we decided that walking back down into the woods would ultimately look way too suspicious, as the man had definitely seen us walking up the path towards him, the same time we'd seen him walking down. So we just kept walking up. The whole time this guy's still just standing there, looking around with these shoes in his hands. Having no other choice than to walk past this guy to get to the path down to the car park, we went up and passed him. Getting close to him, I saw something that worried me more than it weirded me out. The guy had a backpack on and there was a handle coming out of. 100% the handle of a hammer or an axe. I knew it couldn't have been else. He hadn't been on a phone at all the whole time we'd seen him, not even when he was just loitering around. Just more and more stuff adding up and freaking a man out. As we walked past him and started down the path towards the car park, the guy decides he now knows where he needs to go without getting a phone out or a compass, nothing, and starts walking down behind us. At this point, I was freaking out, and so was my partner, who doesn't usually get paranoid about stuff like this because I do it all the time for no reason. But this guy was not right. There were no other cars in the car park out mine, so he had no reason to be walking there. We were walking as fast as we could without running away from this guy. After what felt like a lifetime, we got to car, locked the doors and drove off. I didn't even look back. To this day, I think about that guy and how strange he was acting. But then again, I think about how strange we were probably acting, and maybe the poor guy was simply on a walk. Cut to just the other week, and me and partner are at our friend's house for their birthday, just hanging out, meeting their other friends we haven't met before, having a blast. But as usual with every small group hangout, it got late, and we started talking about weird experiences we'd had and spooky encounters. Obviously, we told everyone about our encounter with this really strange man in the woods. A couple of the girls at this hangout work at a reserve called Fine Court. It's one of the woods in the hills I've been talking about. They seemed pretty rattled by the story we had told, and said that they had one that would make it worse, but they had to tell the group now. Plus, we needed to hear. One evening at work, E was on a closing shift with her manager, and they'd been cleaning up the cafe and doing final checks, when E's manager tells her that he's good doing the rest by himself, and that she can just go home. Who doesn't want to hear that? So off she goes to her car. Sits there for a bit to chill and roll and cigarette before driving home. Later that night, she gets a text saying, "Don't ask, just don't come into work tomorrow." E finds out that after she left work, her manager had finished cleaning up like he said, and gone to his car to leave. Getting into his car, a man approached him from out of the woods and started wrestling with him, trying to steal his car keys. Managing to get the man off and get into his car, the manager drove away and called the police. After talking to police, they connected some dots of a call they'd had earlier that evening from a concerned neighbor living in a village a couple miles from Fine Court, reporting a suspected burglary of one of her neighbors. Another call from a mental health institute in a town about as far away as ours from these woods from the opposite direction, saying one of their patients had escaped. Turns out, after the police put the whole story together, this man escaped, got a haircut, and then walked miles to this village in the middle of nowhere. Broke into this house he thought was abandoned. It was actually the home of an elderly couple. The man was completely disabled and wheelchair bound, and his caretaker was his wife. The man actually murdered the elderly lady and just left the man in the house before leaving and walking into the woods, wandering around them and looking for someone with a car he could steal. That's when he ended up at Fine Court and tried to take S manager's car, running off into the woods again to find someone else. Me and my partner are so sure this is the same man we saw acting suspicious at Windown all that time ago, as their story was from the same month as ours was, and the time frames matched up perfectly to when we would have seen him after he had tried to steal the manager's car and ran back off into the woods again. The police caught him the next day just wandering around in the woods up there. He was following us back down to the car, but who's gonna jump two guys in an open space where one of us could have easily made it to the road? I think he was trying to freak us out and get us to go back into the woods when he stopped at that meeting point and was loitering around. IDK. This still horrifies me to this day, and I just needed to get it off my chest and share this with someone. I'm a property manager and 1 year postpartum, so I returned to my company part-time. This is fun because I get to float around to different apartment communities who need help and just help where needed. In September, I helped at a property about an hour from my house. It's a bit of a drive, but fairly small property with relatively no big problems, so easy money for the day. I'm covering for a manager out on vacation, and of course it's the dreaded 6th of the month. This means I'm handing out late letters and making calls, unfortunately. Definitely not my favorite part of the job, but it is necessary. The one thing I hate about floating is the residents don't know me well, so I'm delivering late letters and calling, and they don't even know me. Again, not my favorite part of the job, but has to be done. So here we go. I had about 10 late letters to deliver. All was going normal and fine. Some people answer the door and say, "Yep, sorry, I'll have it paid on such and such date." Another person didn't answer, so I left info on door, but they flipped me off as I was walking away. All pretty normal stuff that comes with the job. I get down to about the 7th or 8th person. I walk up to this apartment, and I can tell from the outside the occupants have absolutely destroyed this home. I smelled cigarettes, cat urine, and general mustiness before I even knocked. All blinds were broken. Blankets up in the window, all the works. I get up to the door, do my normal quick knock, waited about 5 seconds and was ready to post notice to door. Right as I was folding it up to put it between the door partly swings open. A gentleman wearing just his boxers and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth opens the door, but doesn't unlatch the security lock, so door's not opened all the way. "What do you want?" he says as he's giving me a death glare, but also looking me up and down inappropriately at the same time. I explained I was just here to deliver the late letters and that I would be on my way now. As I'm explaining this, I notice he keeps looking over his shoulder, as if someone is standing next to him behind the door. I find this odd, as if someone is hiding from me, especially because this gentleman won't open the door all the way. I hear some whispering and now I'm sure he is communicating with someone. The gentleman in the doorway asks me to wait and says he has things in his apartment that he needs looked at. I explained I was just there for the letter, but that he can send photos into the office and that I would get work orders in. He begins complaining about our maintenance team and states he really wants someone to take a look in person. At this point, I'm feeling really uneasy. Typically, I would enter and help no problem. But between the looks this guy was giving me and creepy who knows who behind the door, I'm just not feeling safe at this point. I defer again, trying to make myself sound unimportant and just say I'm just a floating person. I can't do anything without manager approval when she gets back, so really there is no point. At this point, something catches my eye upstairs. I see a window blind move. I notice 2 additional guys upstairs who are both staring down at me. I'm so uneasy I could be sick at this point. I tell the gentleman that I won't be entering without maintenance or the property manager present, due to it being an ongoing maintenance concern, and there not being much I can personally do. He looks annoyed and finally slams the door in my face. I get back to the office and grab the maintenance supervisor for the property to chat things over regarding this encounter. The maintenance supervisor explained to me that there used to be an old man who lived in that apartment, but then his son took over lease after he died. He told me he's noticed a lot of strange activity and individuals around that home since the dad died, but he hasn't personally witnessed anything illegal yet, so he's just let it go. He explained they plan to make them move when the contract is over, due to condition of the home alone anyways. While I cannot prove something horrible was going to happen if I entered the premises, this is by far the creepiest encounter I have had in property management in 7 years. our night one. I 20M, pretty small guy, have a routine of walking my dog in the morning and at night, and what happened these past couple nights does not seem normal. At 11:30 p.m., this white BMW is driving down the road, and all of a sudden he slows down close to me. I assume it could be a delivery driver of some sort because other people live on our property. After slowing down close to me, he speeds up again, this time pulling into the house next to mine. I had the feeling he was going to turn around and come back, and he did. This time, rolling up real close behind me, there aren't any sidewalks. He stops for a second and then speeds up again past me. I give him that fight or flight look, almost an angry look, and he parks sideways down the street. At this point, I start running back to our property out of panic, and then he also drives off. Night 2. My girlfriend told me she'd prefer if I went out with another person for safety, and so tonight we went out together instead. Normal walk. Everything's going great except for some paranoia. We turn around to go back home, and I hear this quack noise, like a call or a signal. I look at my girlfriend confused, and her face is pale. I look at my dog, who is normally energetic and protective, and he has his head down and is frozen in place. I look and I see a black figure moving towards us, came out of nowhere. I quickly rush my girlfriend and my dog home, and they speed up just as we do. As we get home, he rides past on an e-bike, wearing all black, and the bike had no reflectors or night visibility. We are both terrified and unsure of what to do. Luckily, we live in an RV on a big property with multiple people, so that's about the only thing keeping me calm currently. So I was picking my daughter up from her nursery with my newborn in a baby carrier attached to me. My daughter was in her pushchair on our way home on the train. The station next to our house doesn't have step-free access on the platform we get off at, so we go to the next station and get the train back to our station, as this way we can get off on the step-free access platform. As I got to the station after my home station, we were getting off the train, and this guy suddenly lifted my daughter's pushchair up, as if to help us get off the train, but it wasn't necessary. I was a bit confused as we didn't need any help. He said, "Let me help you," looking down, and now looking back, probably to cover his face with his peak cap. Long story short, he was following me all around this station. Every time I went to get the elevator to reach my platform, he would follow me. When I went to the main part of the station, he'd follow me there. The weird thing is, he was acting like he hadn't noticed that I'd noticed when I was clearly trying to avoid him. He never made eye contact with me. I was petrified as I had my 2 very young children, 23 months and 3 months old, with me. To make a very long story less long, I typed a message on my phone that I needed help and showed it to a staff member at the station, as I didn't want to create a scene or the situation to affect my daughter. The staff member helped me get to my platform and catch a train, ensuring the creepy guy didn't get the same train as me. He literally hopped on and off after me until the train left. I am shaken up, worried for my children, and feel like I need to change my route, feel paranoid. It wasn't a one-off. It was like dead obvious that he was after me for something, but didn't make eye contact with me at all. I am just curious why people think this guy was following me blatantly, but wouldn't make eye contact with me. Surely if he was trying to scare me, he would have stared at me to be intimidating. But he was being blatant and acting like he wasn't after me at the same time, and his behavior was very confusing. Maybe he was just stupid and didn't mean to be blatant, but it was way, way too obvious. Surely no one can be that dumb if they're trying to be discreet. I, a 21-year-old male, live in an area with moderate crime. About a week ago, I was walking to my car, about to drive to my girlfriend's house. This guy, who was decently far away, yells out at me asking for a cigarette. I shout out nah, and I continue walking to my car at a brisk pace. By this point, however, he's running up to me. He tells me I have a nice car, asking me how old I am. I told him I was 21. I was getting in my car and starting it, and he tries to converse with me. He then asks me to go to the corner store and grab him some cigarettes. I said no, and I gave him $3 with the intention of making him go away. He did not. He asks if I do any drugs, and I told him no. He said he was trying to get away from that stuff. I was all like, that's cool, bro. He told me he was trying to get away from people from the hood. Let it be known I am a scrawny white guy, 6'0", average build. Then he tells me his name and asks for social media and such. I told him no. Then he asks for my phone number. He's then trying to make me hang out with him and go out with him. In the heat of the moment, I made the error of giving him my phone number. I do regret doing that. Maybe he's just a friendly guy, but this guy gives me the creeps. Later that night he texts me, and I don't answer. Then he texts me again from a different number, and I didn't answer that either. 5 days later, I encounter him again when I come home late at night, and he runs up to me again. He's asking why I haven't responded, and I said it must have been a glitch or whatnot. He's talking about jobs and whatnot, and he told me he's trying to be my friend. I feel like I was obviously nervous and apprehensive. He was repeatedly asking to hang out with me, and I was giving various answers to that, ranging from maybe I don't know to I'm busy. I am not actually terribly busy. I don't work many hours. I hang out with my girlfriend at my apartment every afternoon. He's probably able to see my car in the lot on most days. I told him I can't hang out in the afternoon as I am busy. He may have good intentions just trying to make new friends, but I feel as if this man is way too forward. The next day, which was yesterday, he FaceTime called me 6 times in total from both of his numbers. He texted me today as well and called me on FaceTime again. I let all of the calls ring until they stopped. I am pretty adamant about not being his friend, but considering he lives right near me, I don't know how it's going to pan out if I tell him straight up. Update. So I haven't seen or heard from the guy ever since. I've been purposefully avoiding him, watching my surroundings each time I go out there. Another strange thing happened about 4 days ago when these 2 guys who exited their car motioned at me when I was driving off, and when I ignored them they yelled hey and actually ran after my car. I sped off. I have bought pepper spray to protect myself just in case. I have noted the plate number, and I have notified the leasing office of this event. There's this beautiful park near my area where I love to go for walks with friends, even after the dark. We often hang out in the parking lot too, but I've had creepy encounters there 3 times now, and definitely not going back. I'm torn whether I should involve the cops or just let it go, as confronting the creepy man seems like a bad idea. You never know what they're capable of. Instance 1, October 2023. I was hanging out at the park with friends, and around 11 we decided to head home. My friends took off before me, and while I was sitting in my car checking my phone, I noticed a guy in a beanie walking toward me in the rearview mirror. I freaked out and started searching for my keys, totally forgetting they were on my lap. Instead of coming straight to my car, he moved to the left side, about 10-15 feet away, and crouched down to get a look inside. He kept doing this, taking few steps towards me each time. My car isn't tinted, and with my phone's bright screen, he could definitely see I was inside. After a few seconds, I finally found the keys, started the car, and when I looked to my left, he was gone. I glanced back and didn't see him anywhere. I figured he must have wandered off into the woods. Instance 2, October 2024. Close to midnight, it started to lightly rain while my friend and I were at the park. So we headed to the parking lot and got into her car, which was in a corner spot right next to the woods. The windows were all pretty foggy, so we couldn't see much around us. While we were just relaxing and talking about random things, I looked at my friend and saw the edge of two hands on the driver's side window and a pair of eyes peering in, basically someone looking inside. I'm not sure if I screamed or just pointed, but he backed away. We wiped the fog off the window and saw a man in a beanie walking into the woods. We were way too freaked out to drive away or get out of the car. We were just shaking. We cleared the windows and kept looking around. There were only about 4 cars all over the parking lot. A few minutes later, we noticed one of the cars leave. It was a Jeep that I often see there. I'm not a car expert, but I love Jeeps, and whenever I see one, they catch my eye. I've always admired that particular expensive-looking Jeep whenever I spotted it in that parking lot, which is why I also noticed it would often leave the lot and come back after a while, but I never thought much about it. Funny enough, that night the Jeep came back as well, drove around the entire parking lot with its high beams on, and then just left without even parking. My friend and I left the park shortly after.
Instance 3, October 2024, 4 days after Instance 2. So by this point I had already told quite a few of my friends about this creep, and we were all curious to know if this was a regular thing. A few of us decided to take the most tinted car in our group and just sit in the parking lot to see if we can find out more about this. Yeah, I know, it probably wasn't the smartest idea for 5 girls to go out there, knowing that there's a creep around. But we planned to stay in the car and only hang out while there were other cars in the lot. Long story short, we spent a bit over an hour there, and the same Jeep showed up 4 times. The first time, the Jeep was parked near the exit. Someone got out, walked through the field and into the woods. A few minutes later, we saw a man, no beanie this time, lurking near our car. We had parked it in the same corner as before on purpose. It freaked us out, and we started screaming. Another car pulled into the lot, drove by us, and the creep was gone. A few minutes later, we saw someone get back in the Jeep. Instead of leaving right away, he drove around the entire lot with the high beams on before finally leaving. About 10 minutes later, it came back. He just drove around and parked a few spots away from us. This time, no one got out, and the Jeep left within seconds. After another 15 minutes of it not being back, we decided to check another parking lot nearby. We couldn't find it there, so we headed back out, thinking that was it. But as soon as we got back on the main road, the Jeep was in front of us and headed back to the original parking lot. We had to go back in, but this time we parked in the middle. The Jeep was by the exit again. Someone got out, stood outside for a bit, but then got back in and left. He didn't drive around the lot this time, maybe because no one was parked in the corner. We drove around the area for a bit and decided to check the lot one last time to try and get the license plate. Of course, the Jeep was back and parked in the same spot near the exit. It left right after, but not before doing another slow lap around the parking lot. I managed to get the last 3 digits of the plate, but it was dark, and I was way too freaked out to catch the whole thing. At that point, we figured it was time to call it a night and not push it further. While we were driving by the entrance of the other lot we previously went to check, we saw the Jeep leave. It then took a left turn to what it seemed like a parking lot of a playground. This happened to me last month when I was in the city. I was waiting for the bus on the city's plaza when a guy walked up to me from behind, startling me. He then proceeded to stare at me as he was walking around me and blowing kisses at me as he would repeat the same words, beautiful and pretty, while holding my gaze insistently with a crazy smile. Thankfully, the bus came, so I ran inside. Now, that wouldn't be so unusual for me since I'm a girl, so I'm used to seeing weird men, sadly. So then I did what I do during the day, and I'd say about 5 to 6 hours later, I took the bus back to the plaza and start to walk to my other bus stop that leads me home. and as I'm walking, I can hear the same man following me very closely and making kissing sounds and calling me beautiful and such. It freaked me out to think that that man waited literally hours for me to come back to the same place, just to follow me around until I ran into a crowded area. And he was walking away from me after seeing I found a crowd. He kept looking back and circling around the area, staring at me. I'm lucky it was during daytime, but it still freaked me out so bad that I can't go to the plaza alone anymore. This happened to my dad back in the 1990s. He parked his car outside the CBD area to avoid mid-morning congestion. However, the parking lot was quite isolated, and he had to walk around through some empty city blocks. Halfway came two guys walking quickly towards him. He didn't look at them directly, but sensed that something was very wrong. He kept his steady walking. One guy whispered something to the other, and they came very close to him. Suddenly, they sped up and left him behind. 5 minutes later, two policemen came running towards my father. They stopped, described the two men, and asked whether he had seen him. He replied yes and showed the direction they went. One policeman said, "You are very lucky. These guys had just robbed and murdered a taxi driver." My dad was a retired Army lieutenant colonel, and I believe that his posture or something like that probably saved him. I am a 28-year-old female, and I live in a small, seemingly safe but not so aesthetically nice subdivision. My partner, a 30-year-old male, works in law enforcement, so I'm home alone many nights throughout the week. A few months ago, we adopted a small dog, and since I work remotely, I frequently take our dog on walks throughout the neighborhood for exercise and to help with potty training. We've lived in the neighborhood several years, but normally do not walk the neighborhood much, so we don't know many of our neighbors. Now that I go outside more, I'm beginning to meet more of our neighbors. Usually it's a simple hello in passing, but there are a few neighbors that I now speak to frequently. Everyone seems harmless and friendly, except this one neighbor who I'll refer to as Bob, approximately 50 years old and male. One day I was out walking my dog, and as I passed Bob doing yard work, he stopped me and said what a cute dog I had. He went on to tell me about his time in the military, training bite dogs, how he was shot and had remnants behind in his heart, etc. And while odd, it seemed friendly enough. What I thought was going to be a 5-minute conversation turned into 90 minutes of me smiling, politely nodding, and slowly backing away. I'm going to try my best to retell the conversation from memory, but it's hard because Bob was all over the place, and his stories were not cohesive at all. While specific, they were very over the top and embellished. Because of this, I won't give too many details for identity reasons. Essentially, he went on to talk about how rich and important he is, along with his family, yet he lives in a mobile home. He said he's so important that he had every presidential cabinet on speed dial, that the government has flown him around the world on Apaches to do top secret missions, that his family has gotten away with murder, and it's been swept under the rug by the government, that even Googling his name would have the authorities sent to your door for questioning. He said he used to be in construction and did masonry work for a bunch of celebrities and still hang out with a lot of them. He said that he speaks 7 languages, has a black belt in martial arts, and wrestles alligators. He asked me to feel his arm muscles and lifted up his shirt to show me his scars. I could literally go on and on about all the crazy and incoherent things that he said. At this point, I chalked it up to the ramblings of someone not mentally okay. It took a turn when he asked, Your old man is a cop that lives down the street, right? I wish I wouldn't have made the mistake of saying yes. As a woman, it can be hard to set boundaries with people like this for fear of confrontation or things escalating. Bob proceeds to tell me how his son, who turns out went to high school with my partner and my partner don't get along. He said he thinks it has something to do with my partner's and his son's baby mama, as Bob put it. For context, my partner and I are high school sweethearts, and we never really spoke to Bob's son as he was in a different grade than us, and we certainly haven't spoken to him since graduating. Neither of us know the mother of the child. Bob also started making comments on my hair. It's red and often fetishized, and asked me to take my sunglasses off so he could see my eyes. He said that I reminded him of an old neighbor that he used to have, and he also said that I reminded him of his daughter. He kept saying, "You're a pretty girl," and remind me of my insert Bob's daughter's name here. He then proceeds to tell me about all the hot women that he's slept with, and how he's been to court for over 50 paternity tests, and wants to know if he might be my dad. I'm not originally from this area, and my parents have been together for 33 years. There is no way that Bob is my dad. I'm sure I'm leaving a bunch of stuff out, but you get the gist. I finally was able to make a break for it, finished my walk and headed home. This was about 3 weeks ago, and I no longer go for walks with my dog. I take him to a park or a friend's house. Since then, Bob has come to my house and knocked on my door 3 times, the last time being today. I obviously did not answer the door all 3 times. The past 2 times my partner was not home, and today my partner was sleeping. He's a night shift worker, so sleeping during the day is normal. I'm honestly a little freaked out and not sure what to do. My plan was to keep ignoring him, but I'm afraid that it will escalate, or I will run into him outside, since I still have to take my dog out to go to the bathroom. My mom wants my partner to go talk to Bob to see what his problem is or what he wants. I think that that's a bad idea. Please let me know what you guys think. Do you think he's harmless and a bit mentally unstable? Or do I have something to worry about here? Update. I looked him up on our county's clerk of court's website, and wow, he has a very long rap sheet dating all the way back to the 80s to present day. It started off with traffic infractions, careless driving, running stop signs, etc., but quickly escalated to possession and dealing of meth and cocaine. Several charges. Charges of soliciting prostitution, 2 charges of kidnapping, and tons of battery charges. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, grand theft of firearms, burglary, burglary with a firearm, domestic violence, violation of a protection order. And that's all I saw before I had to stop. I even thought that maybe I was looking at the wrong person, but I confirmed the full name and date of birth. I am definitely going to do some more digging on Bob. So this happened about 2 weeks ago. I was out late doing Uber and stopped at a Meijer to use the bathroom. For context, this one had 2 bathrooms, one in the front right by the doors, and one hidden in the way back of the store that most people don't even know is there. I went to the back one because it's usually way cleaner. I head into a stall, and as I'm doing my business, I noticed a foot sliding underneath the stall next to mine and seemingly trying to touch my leg. I was a bit weirded out because I didn't think anybody else was in there, but I just figured maybe some guy was for whatever reason trying to stretch his legs. I moved my foot away, and he pulled his leg back into his stall. I finished up and start washing my hands, and all of a sudden I got this really uncomfortable feeling. I look over at the stalls, and there is a bald guy staring at me from underneath the stall. He seemed like he was trying to be stealthy, but also kind of like he wanted me to notice. We made solid eye contact for what felt like 5 straight minutes. I said absolutely nothing, and finished washing my hands and said screw the hand dryer. Pretended I didn't notice and just booked it out of there. Part of me wants to assume that it was some paranoid dude just shooting up, but I'm almost positive that it was some kind of voyeur, or possibly worse. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke us up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just the three of us at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are windowed doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened up to our back porch. My brother and mom both had the bad habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper, and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it, but she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I start running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time that I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise, because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. We were a gun owner family in a quiet rural West Virginia neighborhood. I asked her what she was talking about, and she looked equally surprised, as if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall white male wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago in my mid-20s that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home.
This is going to be a pretty tame story compared to a lot of the great ones that I've read on here. But since it happened to me, I think it's pretty spooky. I'm definitely buying a doorbell camera ASAP. I'm writing this only a few hours after everything happened. Now that I've calmed down and the sun is coming up, and I feel somewhat safer. Last night, I was laying in bed, reading a little before I went to sleep. I think it's important to clarify that I live on the outskirts of my town. Still in town, but definitely on the edge. Off the highway that leads out of town and into about a 15-mile long stretch of lots of country. Woods, fields, a few residences, but mostly open highway. So other than the other tenants in my actual apartment building, it's normally very quiet in my area. My building is a square with 4 apartments.
and for each of us, our door simply faces out into the open. But there's no lobby or foyer or anything. My door in particular looks out into a large field that goes up a hill. I don't remember the exact time, but sometime between 1 to 2 a.m., someone randomly started banging on my door, which freaks me out at the best of times in broad daylight, but especially in the middle of the night. I nervously went to ask who it was, and this guy with a deep voice claimed that he was a police officer and that I needed to let him in. That's what he said. I needed to let him in, not that I needed to open the door. Luckily, I watch and listen to a lot of true crime stuff, so I got pretty suspicious real quick. I just got near instant alarm bells because he couldn't tell me why I needed to let him in, what I supposedly did, and he never even asked what my name was. So he also didn't really sound like a cop, if you know what I mean. Obviously, I was feeling creeped out, so I called 911 to confirm that there was actually an officer at my address, and they said there wasn't. At this point, I'm freaking out, and I kind of call out through the door that I'm on the phone with the police, and the guy just kind of bangs on my door one more time, then stops making noise. I presume because he ran off at this point. They dispatched 2 cars to my apartment, and the officers took a good look around. Unfortunately, the guy was long gone by the time they got there, and I never saw him, so I don't have a description of him or anything. But the cops did say 2 things to make me feel better. 1, they'd post more patrols in my area over Halloween weekend, and 2, it was most likely a Halloween prank, because the bar down the street from my apartment had a party, and it just closed not too long before. Anyway, trust your instincts, and remember that if you have any doubts about someone claiming to be a police officer, call 911 and confirm that they are who they say they are. Dispatch and the officers who came tonight told me that you will not get in trouble for making sure the person that you're talking to is actually an officer. This also applies to situations where it's nighttime and dark, so you can't really see for sure if it's a real cop car behind you or not. If you see flashing lights behind you on a back road or dark area at night, put on your hazard lights and call 911 first to make sure it's actually a police car. You won't get in trouble, and it's better to be safe than sorry. This happened when I was 12 and my brother was 17, and is truly proof that the living are more terrifying than the dead. I think about this every Halloween. This is not a paranormal story. The community I grew up in was made up mostly of Hispanic people, so the folklore of La Llorona was very popular in the area, and especially around Halloween. For those of you who don't know, the Curse of La Llorona is basically a story about a woman who married a rich man and had a perfect life, and then the man cheated on her. She was so distraught that she took her children to the river and drowned them. When she realized what she had done, she threw herself in the river and drowned herself. But she couldn't pass on the afterlife without her children, so she roams the river looking for her kids. If she spots living children, she will grab them and drown them to take them to the afterlife with her. The story is meant to keep kids from playing in the river. Most of my friends that year were too cool and grown up to go trick-or-treating that year, and were planning on having a party instead. I was really disappointed and asked my brother if he would take me trick-or-treating. He agreed, and we went while it was still light outside, so I would be able to make it to the party before the end of the night. Since we had gone too early, there weren't a lot of people ready to hand out candy, so after a disappointing trek, we started walking back home. On our way home, we passed by a park that had a river running next to it. On Halloween, older teens would usually wait at this park to try and see if they could spot La Llorona. Waiting to spot La Llorona at this particular park was a well-known town tradition that people had done for decades, that still continues to this day. However, there were no kids or teens there yet because it was still kind of early, but there were people in the park putting on a La Llorona play. We decided to stop and watch it. There was really not much of an audience. It seems like it was just us and another few kids who were a part of the group putting on the play, who were not in costumes and didn't have trick-or-treating buckets with them. When we sat down, a woman approached us and asked us if we were trick-or-treating. I told her that we were, and she dropped a small comic book in my trick-or-treat bag and smiled. She seemed very kind and welcoming. The play started, and I got a weird feeling that something was off. The woman playing La Llorona pointed my brother and me out in the tiny audience and asked us what religion we were, to which my brother responded Roman Catholic. She then told us that La Llorona was also a Roman Catholic and was burning in hell for her sins and rejecting Jesus. She then told us that Halloween was an evil holiday and everyone who celebrated it would burn forever. The play progressed to getting weirder and weirder, and including a scene where La Llorona started talking about abortion and held up a fake fetus and pretended to eat it. My brother and I got up to leave, but the people stopped us and started yelling at us to sit down, but we just kept going. They started following us down the street, and my brother grabbed my hand and started running because he was afraid that they were going to harm us. We finally got to our street, and only about 3 people were still following us, yelling at us about how we were going to hell, and we needed to accept Jesus. My brother and I went inside quickly, and he locked the front doors, then frantically ran around the house making sure all doors and windows were locked, before he called our dad at his office. Our dad told us to call the police, and that he'd be home in 15 minutes. When my dad got home, the people were still outside, chanting and singing some prayer song, asking God to save my brother and my soul. My dad shooed them away and told them the police would be there any second. They were not deterred and stayed there chanting until the police showed up and threatened to arrest them. I was so freaked out by the events that I decided I didn't want to go to the party, and instead just wanted to organize my Halloween candy and put aside all my Snickers for my brother as a thank you for taking me trick-or-treating. Snickers were his favorite. My mom ordered pizza, and we sat down to watch Halloween Town while I went through my trick-or-treat bag. I was halfway through sorting my candy when I came across the comic book that the lady dropped in there. I opened it up, and it truly horrified me. It was a propaganda comic about how a little boy went to a haunted house, ended up being hit by a car on the way home, and went to hell because he hadn't found Jesus. I was really scared, and for weeks as a child, I had nightmares about the event in the comic book. Years later, I asked my mom if she remembered it, and she told me that she couldn't forget, and that she and my father had called the police over it several times. Apparently, for years, the group would leave envelopes with mine and my brother's name written on it, with different weird, creepy comic books and handwritten notes about how they were praying for us. Also, invitations to join them in their church, and weird promises about baking us cakes and other creepy ways to entice our child selves into their church. To this day, we can't figure out how they knew our names or who wrote the letters. It really creeps me out that they did this. This happened just a few hours ago. I have called and reported it to the police, and I am home safely, but I guess I'm still in shock. I could do with putting it down in writing to process it, and figured this is as good a place as any to share what happened. I finished work early today, so I decided to go out for a run. I set out around 4:30, and decided that my usual routes, which cross many roads, would not be very practical, so I took an alternate route along a canal town path and some pathways through woods that I knew would be less busy. Everything was going well. I was pushing myself steady until I got to a pathway on the back around 6 kilometers into the route. It's a long straight path with a canal on the left, and on their right there is wasteland where some factories used to be, but they've mostly been demolished. It's been left abandoned for as long as I can remember, and is overgrown with trees and weeds. But there are odd bits of an old factory that for some reason weren't fully demolished. As I got level with one part of the factory, which still had some old metal fire escape steps attached to it, I noticed a rough-looking guy sat on the wall with his legs hanging down. He jumped to his feet as he saw me coming, and shouted something, but I couldn't make it out. As I came level to where he was, I heard him say, "Wait there, can you help me find my phone?" He said this while he was running down the steps. So I stopped as I got level with where the bottom of the steps were, meaning that we were standing just a few feet apart, but with a fence in between us. It was a really old iron fence with vertical metal bars, that have spikes on the top like you sometimes see around churches and things. He asked me if I would help him find his phone, saying that he had dropped it somewhere nearby, and asked if I could ring his number so that he could listen for it. I felt that I couldn't exactly refuse as my phone was strapped to my arm, so I said, could he tell me the number, and I took my phone off my arm and unlocked it. He blurted out a phone number, but said it far too fast, and it didn't begin with 07, which made me start to feel like something wasn't right. Although I was beginning to suspect at this point, I wasn't really worried. I'm in pretty good shape, had a big size and weight advantage over him, plus there was a fence between us. He didn't seem in very good physical shape, and seemed like he might be homeless. I figured if he was trying to mug me for my phone, his only chance would be if he pulled a knife. So I made sure to stay a good distance away from the fence and kept my eye on where his hands were. So I told him I didn't catch any of the numbers because he said it too quickly. And he came out with another number. This time it did have 07 at the beginning. I entered 7 numbers, and then he started to look around saying, "I can hear it, come help me look," as he looked around at the ground. I was about to say that I hadn't even finished dialing when a much larger guy appeared from behind a section of wall to my right. He was also really scruffy looking, and from the look of his eyes, it seemed like he was on drugs. He came out saying that he could hear the phone ringing over towards him, and beckoned me to come through a gap in the fence and help look. The first guy then said, "It is ringing, yeah?" And I told him it was, even though I still hadn't even dialed the last digits. And now I was sure that they were trying to lure me to come over to that side of the fence. After 2 or 3 times of them both beckoning me to come and help, always insisting that they could hear the ring, I heard the second guy say, "He's not going to fall for it." He said it in a hushed way as if he thought that I wouldn't hear, but with it being out in the middle of nowhere, I could clearly understand what he said. The first guy then started acting quite aggressive and punched a tree, telling me he needed the phone badly, and how his whole life was on the phone, telling me to come and help look for it. While he was punching the tree and ranting, the second guy had taken a few steps away to the right, meaning I couldn't keep eyes on both at the same time. It was after 5 p.m. by this point, and had gotten dark all of a sudden, which made the whole thing even more unsettling. I noticed there was a gap in the fence where some of the bars had been removed right where the second guy was heading, and I decided at that point to get the hell out of there and made a run for it. Neither of them said anything as I ran away, which makes me sure that they had malicious intentions. If they genuinely lost their phone and needed help, I would expect them to shout, "Where are you going?" or something to try and get me to come back, but they didn't shout anything. After sprinting for a good 20 to 30 seconds, I turned to see if they were chasing me. They were both just standing there on the path around where the gap in the fence had been, but they weren't chasing me. They were just standing there, watching me run away. I continued running away, but kept looking back every few seconds until I was out of sight. It was at this point that I got off the canal path and onto the roads. The person I spoke to on the phone to report it took my details and the descriptions, but seemed to think it wasn't really anything worth worrying about, but said that it will be investigated. The whole incident has left me a bit unnerved, and I'm sure that I won't be jogging that route alone anytime soon. This happened over a decade ago, but I only recently found this subreddit and I think it's a good fit. It was Halloween of 2008. I was in college and still in a relationship with my first serious boyfriend. We'd been together since high school, and it took this night to show me our relationship was abusive. It took one more incident before I finally left him for good. He was wonderful when sober, if intense and controlling, but when he was drunk, I learned he was truly terrifying. This was the first such incident that truly scared me. He joined a stupid game, a Gatorade and Shine challenge. They'd empty a bottle of Gatorade at least halfway, fill the rest up with moonshine. The goal was to finish the bottle within an hour, and then tell them crazy stories. Well, he completed the challenge, but he never did tell his friends the story. He couldn't remember most of it, and it painted him in a horrific light. I knew things were heading downhill when he started calling me a slut after saying hi to a guy friend of mine at a party we were at. I decided we better head home before he got any worse. I thought I could nip it in the bud, manage it. We get home and change out of our costumes. James wanted to passionately hug, but in his state and after what he'd call me, I wasn't interested. Oddly enough, it led him to calling me a whore. I left the apartment to go smoke. Our neighbors were having a party and 2 guys were outside smoking as well. They came over to see if I was okay. I'd been crying and they'd heard the yelling. I said I was, which they could obviously see was a lie. They let me know if I ever needed any help, that they would help me. James chose that moment to come outside, said he'd heard us and told them to get away from me, stalking towards them. I stood up to get between them. They told me they'd meant what they'd said and to not forget it. Then they told him to watch himself. I was facing them to say bye and thanks for the offer when one of the guys gasped, staring at my boyfriend in shock. I turned around and my eyes immediately caught on the ground. Just as what I was seeing registered, the other guy lunged forward and grabbed me, pulling me behind him. What was on the ground that had elicited such reactions, you ask? Blood. Blood was dripping on the ground from his hand. He was holding a knife so tight that he'd sliced his own hand open. I begged him to drop it, which he only agreed to when I walked back towards him. I was an idiot, I know. The 2 guys seemed at a loss, and I feel so bad for them having their Halloween ruined by this scary, crazy bullshit. They left me to it after I swore I'd be fine, reiterating that I could come back to them for any help. We got inside, and I immediately started hiding all sharp objects. I called James's roommates, begging them to come home. He started screaming to give him the knives back, how I was a slut, and if I wouldn't even F him, what use was I? I called my parents and left, then called his mom because I was scared he'd hurt himself. She let me know how he was my problem now. I should have called the police, but didn't want to ruin his life. I know. I'm ashamed to say that I got back together with him for 6 more months of hell after that. But today, I can safely say that I never want to see James again. It was my turn to take my kids trick-or-treating. The previous year it was my wife's, and we trade back and forth every year. My son and daughter are age 7 and 9. Usually I stay on the street while my kids go up to different houses to collect candy. After about half an hour of walking around, we came to one of the more popular hotspots for candy collecting, a main street in the neighborhood. Lots of really cool decorations and animatronics on people's lawns, so I became a bit distracted and stopped watching my kids closely. At one point, they came back from a house accompanied by another girl about the same height as my daughter. She was wearing a weird homemade mask, like a cardboard cutout or something. My daughter asked me if she could trick-or-treat with us, so I said sure, and we carried on together as a group. I didn't know who this girl was, but I figured she was just a friend from school. As we continued, I started to notice a large man tailing us. He was wearing some sort of angry cat mask. It was kind of creepy, to be honest. I thought that maybe he was the father of the girl, so I tried to start up some small chat with him. I said something like, "Nice weather, eh?" But he didn't respond. He just stood there staring at me, while our kids went up the stairs to the next house. I tried again, asking, "Hey, was that your daughter?" He nodded but didn't say anything. I figured he just wasn't in the mood for chatting, so I stopped trying. We carried on for about another 15 minutes, until suddenly my kids came up to me and said they wanted to go home. This surprised me as we hadn't been out for too long, and their bags were only about a third full. In any case, I agreed, waved goodbye to the man in the cat mask and his daughter, and started on our way home. The weird thing is that when I glanced back at the man and his daughter, they were just standing there, staring at us. I checked one more time as we turned the corner and they were still standing there, not having moved at all. At this point, I decided to ask my kids, "So who was that girl?" My daughter looked back up at me with a confused look on her face. "She's your friend," my daughter replied. I asked her what she meant. Apparently, the girl with the cardboard mask approached them and said she was a friend of mine. She told my daughter she was too shy to ask me if she could join us to trick or treat, and wanted my daughter asked me instead. I laughed at the story and replied to my daughter, "Why would you think she was my friend? I don't have any children friends." What my daughter said next chilled my bones. According to her, when the girl with the cardboard mask approached them for the first time, she wasn't wearing the mask, so they were able to see her face. As it turns out, she wasn't a girl at all, but an older woman around my age with wrinkles on her face. What's even more disturbing, the old woman had started to steal treats from my daughter's bag, apparently when I wasn't looking. This is why they asked me to go home. The old woman was creeping them out, and they wanted to just get away from her. I brought my kids home and told my wife what happened. We made sure to check through all their candy, but didn't find anything suspicious or off. We didn't call the police or anything, since nothing really happened. But thinking back, I kind of regret that decision now. What the heck was that old woman doing? And who the hell was that man following us around? I don't think I'll ever know. I just think it's sick that there are people out there on Halloween hiding behind masks, pretending to be children. Last night had to be one of the most frightening minutes of my life. It's 10:30 p.m. The baby is down for bedtime. I'm in the bedroom trying to fall asleep. Next thing I know, the doorbell rings. It's 10:30 at night. Who the hell is ringing my doorbell? It's going to wake up the baby, and I'm near angry and a little shaken. I peek through the peephole and see two men that look like they're in their early to mid-20s. At that point, I just get scared. What are two strangers doing ringing and knocking at 10:30 at night, especially on Halloween night? I froze for a minute and just watched. They kept ringing and knocking. I retreated to the bedroom to grab my phone. I called my fiance. Because I'm not smart, I know I should have called the police first. But he doesn't answer, and he's asleep and 6 hours away for an FTX. They just keep ringing and knocking for almost 5 minutes. They aren't giving up. Some sense kicks in and I call the police non-emergency line. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure if it qualified as an emergency. I didn't know what they wanted. Right as the dispatcher takes my name and address, they leave. I tell the dispatcher to cancel the report, and he tells me that if they come back, just call 911. I've never been so scared in my life. I'm home alone with the baby while the fiance is away. I've never felt so threatened in my own home. My fiance is hoping that they were either trying to prank someone or that they were drunk trying to get into the wrong apartment. My instincts tells me that they weren't friendly, and my instinct is usually right. I was nearly defenseless in my home. I'm not about to open the door to two strange people. I'm still shaking today. I don't want to leave the apartment. I really hope they don't come back again. I'd rather not have to threaten that I have a weapon, now that I know where it is, and will use it if absolutely necessary as a last line of defense. I'd rather not encounter them again. I just hope they stay away. Two years ago, my boyfriend, our best guy friend, and myself all attended a Halloween party for a college that we did not go to. We knew very few people at this party, and at the time of this event, they had all either left or passed out drunk. As most college parties do, people tend to get way too trashed way too early in the night. College kids do not live up to their partying reputation, because as this story progresses, understand that everyone in this story is probably way too inhibited for their own good, aside from my boyfriend, friend, and I, who drink fairly often. The odd dynamic that probably escalated this situation is that my boyfriend and I don't really express PDA, and when I show up with other male friends of mine, people don't necessarily think that I have a date at the party. However, I tend to be pretty standoffish to people that I don't know, and take pride in my disengaging attitude. that I feel prevents creepy encounters. I'm not an easy target. This story is about Muhammad, the host of this party. We arrive and find him outside sitting and talking with a girl. As we approach, she leaves him there. Muhammad tells us that he was just rejected by her. We pick him back up and give him the plenty of fish in the sea shtick and try not to let it dampen the party. Muhammad takes this as an invitation. Since that moment, he is taking every chance he can to put his arm across my shoulders, getting offended when I brush him off, and following us from room to room. Muhammad is absolutely trashed before we even start drinking, so we are hyper-focused on his attempts. We're just still trying to party, so every time he followed us, we would delicately leave the room, only for him to tag along not a few seconds later. Our suspicions were confirmed when we're gathering information on our beloved host. We find the girl who had rejected him earlier. She tells us that she had never met him before, and before we had showed up, he had tried to kiss her, and she was relieved when we interrupted. Our partygoers, when questioned about this behavior, simply said, "Oh, that's just Muhammad when he drinks." My boyfriend and I started kissing sloppily as a defense mechanism so that Muhammad knows that I am a lady who is spoken for, and I have a boyfriend. Watch my back every time I go to the bathroom so I would not be cornered. Muhammad is continuing to drink heavily. My best friend leaves with his DD and leaves my boyfriend and I there. My boyfriend and I are still having a good time, but making plans to leave. We intend to drink the place dry before we go just to spite our rude hosts. We're assholes. We know. So he and I plant ourselves on the couch together with a bottle of Jameo. Cue Muhammad stage left. He has a full cup of beer and can hardly make words or stand upright. He points to my bottle. I hesitate giving it to him for obvious reasons. He gestures again and I feign ignorance. Muhammad grabs this bottle of whiskey and dumps its remains into his beer hastily. He goes to take a satisfied slurp and spills half the contents into my lap. Party foul. When he realizes all the attention is on him, he stumbles away. We decide that this is the time to leave. In the calm of the storm, my boyfriend and I are in the basement alone, laughing and draining the keg set up there before we make our escape. Lo and behold, Muhammad stumbles down, barely coherent but looking for trouble. My boyfriend suggests we make our way past him up the stairs and leave, like we had been doing all night. Muhammad has other ideas. I step 1 foot on the stairs and this drunk asshat puts his arm and shoulder across the front of my body to prevent me from leaving. Big no-no. My boyfriend and I have been the most easygoing, non-confrontational people all night, and we have had enough. "Dude, it's time to stop," is all my boyfriend said before Muhammad lunged at him, and they begin brawling. Muhammad, being the more physically inhibited one, is not landing any blows, but is too drunk to feel pain, so it takes a bit of struggling for my boyfriend and I to restrain him on the ground. I yell that he better fucking stay there until we leave, and we proceed upstairs to inform his friends where he is. On the first floor of the house, trying to collect ourselves, Muhammad emerges from the basement, and he is pissed. He is completely incoherent, and no one can talk any sense into him. The scariest part about this was his eyes, completely bloodshot and void of any awareness, almost animal-like. He goes after my boyfriend and catches me in between them, so my boyfriend and I are trying desperately to fend him off together, while all the sleepy drunks are waking up from the screaming. From yours truly. I don't know how screaming would help, but I guess that's what I felt like doing. He finally subsides and my boyfriend and I fly out the door into the street, leaving the door wide open behind us. The weirdest part being that, as we left, the other partygoers were yelling, Dude, what are you doing?" Muhammad says, "I love her." The partiers remind him, "You don't know her." And with that, we left. And I haven't seen Muhammad since. This is my first time posting on Reddit. I had a strange, unsolved experience as a kid that has been on my mind a lot lately, and I decided that this is the place to share. The first half of the story takes place on Halloween in 1991. Quick bit of background. I was a 7-year-old boy at the time, and my little sister was only a few months old. I lived in Long Island, New York, on the border area of the town that kind of acted as an unspoken separation between the more affluent area and the lower income hood type area. My dad owned a bar across the train station that was extremely popular in the 80s and was still riding the tail end of that boom. My father did very well for himself. My father and his business were well known around town. I think this might have to do with what happened. He eventually squandered everything on a heroin addiction, but that's a different story. And for the record, I had nothing but love and respect for him despite this. So it was Halloween. My mom was working the night shift at my dad's bar. My sister was home with a teenage babysitter. My dad had taken me and my friend trick-or-treating. This was the first year that I was able to go out at night, so I was super stoked. When we get home, there are cops at my house. The babysitter is crying, and my mom came home. Earlier, while the sitter was alone with my sister, she got a phone call from an unknown woman asking to speak to little OP. She said I was not there, and the woman stated that she had a gift for me and would call back. This woman called back a few times saying something similar, and she began to insist that she was going to come deliver her gift. Eventually, she called and said to look in the mailbox. This is when the babysitter called the police. The police found a pirate skull Halloween decoration that would talk and shake when you clapped, as well as several candy bars. My whole family was really bugged out about this. I was scared, but I also kind of liked the skull thing and convinced my parents after much protest to let me keep it. My parents for a few weeks after that were on edge and hated the toy. They tried to work with the police, but there wasn't much they could do, and the whole thing kind of went cold. Fast forward to the following summer, 1992. My best friend and I decided to have a car wash in front of his house, which was diagonally across the street from my house. We had buckets, soap, a hose, and a sign. You get the picture. This black car rolls up. It was an old 80s Crown Vic or something that looked like that. One of those big cars that steers like a boat. Rolls down the window, and there's a woman sitting in the driver's seat. She has short white hair. Kinda the whole Ursula vibe going. I told my parents she was old because of the hair, but looking back, she could have been as young as her 40s. She says, "Hi, OP. Do you know who I am?" I said no. She goes, "I'm the one who gave you those nice presents on Halloween." My jaw drops, and I freeze, just staring at her. Then, like something out of a movie, she begins to laugh maniacally and then speeds off. I ran home and told my parents. That was the end of it, and they never figured out who it was. My father had speculated that this person may have believed he was wealthy and maybe was trying to get a ransom. Maybe she was a scorned ex-lover. I don't know. I've speculated many things, but will likely never know at this point, as I am now 35 and that was a lifetime ago. Sorry if this story had an underwhelming payoff at the end, but it has bugged me for years and I wanted to share it. In the past year, I've had several of my dad's old friends find and reach out to me on Facebook. My dad and I have the same name and face, so I was easy to find. 2 of them are women. One of them made me a little uncomfortable because she kept pushing to hang out, and she's a lot older than me. Like, go to the bar hang out. I said no, of course, but she asked me a lot of personal questions. That's what brought the story back to the forefront of my mind. I'm getting a weird feeling in my gut that this woman, or even the other one that found me on Facebook, is the same woman that stalked me as a child. That thought gives me a chill, but I would really like to know who this person was, and why they stalked me. So this only happened yesterday, and it's been driving me crazy. It's not as wild as other stories on here, but it's by far one of the creepiest things that's ever happened to me. So my husband and I are walking home from having a beer at the local pub around 6 p.m. In terms of setting the scene, we live in a small New Zealand town. The population is around 2,000. It's a real mixed bag in terms of residents. Older folk, meth heads, low income, but increasingly commuters from our capital city have been settling here. We fall into the latter category. It's spring here, so it's still plenty light, and we're just chatting as we walk the 10 minutes or so home. About 3 minutes into the walk, at the first intersection on our walk, I spot a cat sitting on the fence of one of the corner houses on the other side of the street from us. I say meow, and it meows back. It then starts stalking a bird, so my husband and I continue watching this house. The cat really, as we walk past. Suddenly, a person with a brown paper bag mask on their head kind of stumbles out of the front door of his house, into the yard. Their mannerisms and how they're moving are so strange, but not what I'd associate with being drunk. The house itself seems completely dead, so there's no party or anything. The person then turns to us and makes eye contact. Well, the eye holes in the mask are staring at us. Then, he starts backing away slowly to the front door alcove of the house and disappears from view into the alcove. We've been slowly walking this whole time, and at this point, I have literal goosebumps and an intense sense of dread. When I write it down, it sounds so silly, but there was something so creepy about this person. We're still looking as we walk past the house, and the paper bag face slowly emerges from the alcove, watching us before disappearing from view again. As we walk and get further and further away, we keep turning around to look, and the same thing happens over and over again. Nothing, and then slowly but surely, the paper bag face emerges out to watch us. This continued until we were at the end of the street, some 350 meters, and rounded the corner out of sight. It still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. My husband laughed and said it was probably some kid getting ready for Halloween or just messing with us. And he's probably right. But I had to keep turning around to watch my back the rest of the walk home because I was so creeped out. Hi everyone. I'm really writing this out as a way to vent, because I'm in a situation where I feel really stuck. Any advice is appreciated, but I'm not sure there's anything that can be said that will actually help. I've tried just about everything. I'm going to start from the beginning. This story is 2 years in the making, so I'll try to be as thorough as possible. In 2019, I graduated with my master's degree and moved to a relatively rural area for my PhD. Thinking we'd make an investment, my dad and I purchased a house. The intent was to rent it out once I completed my PhD. This house was only a block away from a dive bar where my dad was able to make some pretty good friends. He introduced me to everyone, and everyone let me know that I would be so happy in my new house, because my next door neighbor was the absolute nicest guy you could ever meet. So, we met the neighbor, and he did seem nice enough. He suggested we exchange numbers just in case I ever needed anything, and I thought that was a good idea. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? A few days later, my dad left to go back to his home in another state, and I was left to my own devices. Literally, the day he left it started. My neighbor texted me while I was away, and let me know he left a gift for me on my front porch. In this text exchange, he started using pet names like Sweetie and Cutie. I went home, and he had left a hand-painted feeding dish for my cats in my mailbox. At this point, I wasn't that alarmed. He was just being nice, I thought. The next day, he sent me more texts with pet names, and I took the opportunity to make sure that he knew that I was not interested in anything romantic. He replied back with a rambling text about how all a person ever needs is friends, and he would like to be friends with me. After that, he would send me texts frequently. Everything from inviting me fishing to telling me that he left more gifts on my porch. I would often not reply, or I would tell him I'm busy. I didn't want to be rude, but I also had no interest in any sort of relationship with him other than neighborly. One night, I got a text from the manager of the bar down the street. letting me know that if my neighbor knocked on my door, I shouldn't answer. She then told me that my neighbor had walked down to the bar with a hatchet and told the bartender he was hearing voices that got louder as he got closer to the bar. He threatened to kill someone with the hatchet if the voices didn't stop. They called the police, and the police took the hatchet from him, but made no arrest. The manager of the bar picked me up, and I spent the night at her house. She told me that the police said my neighbor was on meth. After that, I tried to keep my distance even more, but things got even weirder. One day, I went out to my car to find a dead squirrel in my driveway. This squirrel had very clearly been run over, and it was moved to right in front of my driver's side door. I stepped over it, got in my car, and left. When I returned home, the squirrel was gone. Shortly after, I received a text from my neighbor that said, "Someone or something put a dead squirrel in your driveway. Don't worry, I moved it for you." I felt like this was a weird way to word this, and I suspect that he's the one who put the squirrel in my driveway to begin with. Another time, I walked out of my house to see he had placed an unspent shotgun shell on the bricks in his front yard. He came out and told me it was to serve as a warning for anyone walking between our houses. For the next couple of months, I did my best to avoid him. He would text me inviting me over, and I would come up with an excuse or just ignore him completely. I wanted to remain cordial since he was my neighbor, but it was getting very annoying and I was uncomfortable. He would text me as soon as I got home, telling me that he was watching me come and go from my house. Around Halloween, he hand-grafted a large casket and wrote, "Here lies the last son of a bitch who played mind games. November 2012. What? All this time still sending me texts. Eventually, I got fed up and stopped responding completely. Less than 2 weeks after I stopped responding completely, he threw a 50-pound flower pot at my front door. You know those big concrete planters? Yeah, one of those. I called the police, who advised me to get a stalking no-contact order. A few days later, I was watching TV when a notification popped up that my neighbor was trying to cast a video to my screen. I declined it twice. I filed another report with the police. During this time, I started the process of getting a stalking no-contact order. I saw 3 different victims advocates, who all told me different things. I went out of town for a conference, and during that time, someone had attempted to break into my home. I had an ADT security system, so while they didn't succeed, I was aware of the attempt. After the conference, I came home to the entire world shutting down because of COVID. I was trapped in my home 24/7, with my stalker neighbor right next door. Luckily, court proceedings for protection orders didn't stop. Right after court, he sent me a text telling me that he was sorry for what he'd done, that he could tell when he saw me outside that he made me uncomfortable. Then he went on to tell me he can tell my hair has gotten longer, and I look beautiful. I went to court and provided all the evidence I had, the timeline of everything that had ever happened, the text he'd sent me asking if I wanted a massage, the text I sent him telling him the way that he was speaking to me was inappropriate, the text saying that he knew he made me uncomfortable. I told the judge that I had suspected he had attempted to break into my house while I was out of town. The kicker is, he didn't deny any of it. Actually, he told the judge that he took full accountability for everything. He said he was in recovery and was trying to turn over a new leaf. He didn't oppose the protection order at all. So, in March of 2020, I actually received the stalking no-contact order. Everything was pretty quiet for a while. I mean, he did some weird stuff, but that's because he's a weird guy. It wasn't anything that made me fear for my safety. That is, until he got on drugs again. At this time, we found an unspent shotgun casing in my flower bed. It was consistent with the one that he had previously used to send a warning. This occurred a couple of months after I started dating my boyfriend, and I suspected that it was a warning to him. After this, and for a variety of reasons, my boyfriend moved in with me. He moved in pretty quickly, but everything turned out fine. We're still together and as happy in our relationship as we can be. New Year's 2021. I was awoken to yelling. I turned on my security cameras and got footage of him sticking his head out his window and screaming obscenities at my bedroom window for about 7 minutes. It doesn't sound like a long time, but when your stalker is screaming threats and obscenities, 7 minutes is forever. He called me a harlot. He said, "Happy effing New Year." He said he was going to blow up his house with a gas line. I called the police, who responded. They told me that he never said my name, so they can't prove it was a violation of the protection order. The officer said, and I quote, "There's nothing illegal about yelling in your own house." They left without even speaking to him. All I could do at this point was do my best to avoid him. I parked on my street because my driveway is pretty close to his front porch. I got used to living with curtains drawn. I always made sure my cameras were charged. All 5 of them. Yes, because of him, I spent over $1,000 on cameras. Every inch of my yard is covered. Since then, he's been seen by me and by my other neighbors, talking to people who aren't there. Going outside and screaming nonsense. Things like, "I have Cheerios on my necklace," or "I'll put my arm up your anus." I'm not even joking. This basically brings me to last week. In the morning, I was getting ready for the day when I heard screaming. "Someone is going to die over this sweatshirt." I turned on the cameras. I got footage of him walking around the alley behind my house screaming, "Are you fucking proud? How about I get my shotgun? I'll get everybody all fired up." I called the police. Once again, they didn't charge him with the violation of the protection order. Instead, they gave him an ordinance violation for disturbing the peace. The police told me that it seems like he's off his medication again. And that was that. They left. Last night, I was awoken to hammering outside my window at 1 a.m. He was cutting down his privacy fence, horizontally. I called the police for a noise complaint, and they just told him to stop, and that was that. As I write this, he is outside continuing to horizontally cut down his privacy fence. That means the privacy fence only stands about 3 feet tall now. This was the one thing that made me feel relatively safe about hanging out in my own backyard, and now that's gone. All of this to say, I'm fucking tired. I just want to live in a house where I can be sure that my neighbor won't try to kill me, where I can feel confident that he's not going to try to break in. My boyfriend and I are trying to buy a house to move, but it's difficult. I'm a PhD student, so I don't make very much money. Renting won't work because I have 4 cats, plus my partner's cat and dog, although we have a place secured for them if necessary. And finding a place to rent with so many animals is difficult, if not impossible. I refuse to rehome them, so maybe it's partially my fault that I'm stuck in this situation. My dad has agreed to co-sign on another mortgage, and I've gotten a second job. We should be able to save up enough money within a few months, but until then, I'm stuck. I just don't know what else to do. I'm tired. I'm angry. So I figured I'd write this to vent. If you've made it this far, thanks for reading it all. There's still so many different instances that I left out. I'm just so exhausted. So this was 2 years ago on Halloween. I just discovered this subreddit about an hour ago and decided to post my own encounter. My best friend and I were leaving a club in Dallas, and we stopped at a gas station to pick up some snacks and refreshments. This guy comes up to me and tells me that I look pretty. At this point, I'm drunk and not worried about a damn thing, so I thank him, smile, and continue looking for munchies. He starts to follow me through the gas station, but I just kind of shrug it off. Me and my friend pay, and we're walking out when he comes up behind us and asks where we're going. At this point, I'm thinking, F off, dude. We say curtly that we're going home, and he seemed to take the hint and left. We started to walk down the street. My friend was planning on driving us home in my car since I was unfit to drive. My friend wasn't 21 yet, so he hadn't been drinking. We were about 3 blocks from my car when we noticed a car driving really slowly behind us. We glance back a few times and realize that it's the guy from the gas station following us. We decide that it's not a good idea to lead him back to my car, so we turn around and walk a different way back towards the street where the clubs are. He makes an illegal U-turn and follows us. He then rolls down his window and shouts to us asking if we need a ride. Politely, I say no thank you. We're all good and we just made a wrong turn. He continues to follow us. We speed up our pace a little bit and he speeds up as well.
He calls out to us again through the passenger window, asking again if we want to ride. I tell him to please stop following us or I'll have to call the police. He then calls me a cunt and speeds off. And yeah, all of this happened on Halloween, so it's pretty weird. This story took place in 2008. My family was invited by one of my brother's friends to go trick-or-treating in our neighborhood. At the time, I was 13 years old. I am a male and have a very tall build. The night went as normal for the most part until I got to this one house. After leaving the house, I was suddenly tackled to the ground by a kid of about my age who put a knife to my neck. My first reaction was to kick him off of me. Back then, I was known for my ability to send people flying a few feet when pinned down. He flew off. Next thing I knew, I see more kids of his age around me, all of them with pocket knives as well. I knew I could take on one kid, but the 6 or 7 I was no match for. I bolted as fast as I could, and the group gave chase. I probably ran for 10 to 15 minutes before I found a place to hide. I jumped, and about 20 seconds later, I saw the group run right past me. That was my cue to return to my brother's friend's house. Nothing too serious happened after that. Though, as we were leaving the area that night, my mom pointed out a few cop cars with some kids getting inside. One of them looked like the kid who tackled me. When I saw my brother's friends next, he mentioned that no one was hurt by them and they were just playing a prank. But it was enough for someone's parents to call the police. So to preface this, I live in Los Angeles, in an area right on the cusp of being dangerous in my opinion. I had just gotten off of work on Halloween at about 3 a.m., and me and my brother decided to go to 7-Eleven for some snacks and candy, so we could somewhat celebrate a Halloween spent working. We get there, and there's a visibly drunk guy idling by the door, who turns to us and smiles, and then opens the doors for us and insists we go in. We just say thanks and walk in. The cashier, who knows me and my brother by name, and I've never seen yell, is instantly eyeing this guy as he goes to the cold drink aisle. I don't know what he was doing as we were looking at the candy, but the cashier starts yelling at him, telling him to get out. The guy doesn't go. The cashier calls the cops. This is where the guy starts roaming around the store, and eventually stops next to me, and starts asking me how my night's going, with both of his hands in his pockets. I tell him fine, and he starts getting closer to me, and stands at an angle where he's almost out of my peripheral vision, behind me, and every time I pivot to keep him in view, he moves again. Then I fully turn to him and he says to me, "You know Mein Kampf, my dude?" And I say, "Yeah, I know what it is." This, I assume, he interprets while drunk as I've read it. Then he asks me, "You German, man? You for Hitler?" And I say, "Nah, man." Then he says, "You want to die tonight, man? I'm ready to die tonight. Man, it's been a good night." Which he says while getting real close to me. Then I tell him to back off, and he gets real offended, saying that he's just having a conversation. I quickly walked away from him, and left when my brother was done buying his food. Luckily, the cops arrived right as we left, and the guy could see us walk in the direction of our home, which was only a block away. Hello everybody, long-time lurker, first-time poster. I apologize in advance for any spelling errors. I'm using my tablet. This happened when I was around the age of 12 on Halloween night. My friend and I were off to go egging. The two of us hit a few houses, got the evil bitch neighbor of mine. Lucky for us, she left her patio door open, eggs straight into the kitchen. As the night continued on, More and more trick-or-treaters were disappearing from the streets. It was getting late and pretty dark. At this point, I'm ready to go home. My friend insists that we go meet up with a buddy of his to continue on with the Halloween festivities. I agree to go with him. I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, but stupidly I agreed. We begin our roughly 2-block hike to his friend's house. The streetlights are on, but they're pretty far apart and some are pretty dim. So there are some pretty dark patches of street. Dark enough to where anyone could be hiding and you wouldn't have the slightest clue of it. As we're walking through one of these dark patches, there just so happens to be an alley on our left side, which was equally as dark, and the street to our right. By this time, no one is on the streets but us and a few straggler trick-or-treaters calling it in for the night. We make it about halfway to his friend's house when I hear the screech of an old, beat-up pickup truck's brake engage on the street to the right of us. We both freeze. My stomach dropped along with my eyes being stuck open in disbelief. 2 men wearing black ski masks and dark clothing. I honestly can't remember anything about the ski masks. Step out of the old, rusted, beat-to-hell Ford truck and walk towards us with a purpose. The driver, with a big smile on his face, looked me dead in the eye and says, "What's up, fellas?" His voice was scratchy and sounded to be in the mid-30s. I can't think of anything else to compare it to. As I continue to stand there in shock, my friend grabs my arm and we book it. We make a left onto the street and start pounding on a few doors. No one answers. By now, we are both frantically trying to find a way to ditch these guys. We only make it a few houses down the block before they come roaring down the street in their truck. We end up spotting a house across the street with their porch light on, which is the intergalactic rule of Halloween for, yes, we have candy still, meaning hopefully someone was still awake in that house and willing to answer the door. We both start running down the street, all while the masked men are still speeding towards us. As soon as we step onto the other side of the street, they blew by us. They were actually going to try and hit us. We make it up to the house and pound and kick on the door until the woman answers. We explain what had just happened. She grabs the phone for us and my friend calls his dad to come get us. While he's on the phone, I'm looking up and down the street. No creeps. No trucks. Not a single person. While I'm still scanning, the woman who potentially just saved our lives tells me her husband is a cop, and she called him and let him know. At the time, that was the best news I had heard in my young life. A few minutes go by, and my friend's dad comes and gets us. He drops me off at home and tells my parents what happened. My parents call the police. They come to my house and ask me questions. Unfortunately, me being young and still terrified, I wasn't much help. After that night, I never heard from the police about them being caught, and never saw that truck again. Looking back, from the point of the men approaching us up until we ran into the woman's house, only about 3 minutes went by, but it felt like hours. This story may not be as scary as some of the others here, but at the time, I was scared out of my mind. The events happened in October of 2003, obviously since it's Halloween. I was 10 years old and in 6th grade. Where I am from, the middle schools got out after the elementary schools and high schools. My friends and I knew that we would have to immediately start trick-or-treating if we wanted to get any candy. Remember, Halloween of 2003 was on a Friday. This excited us. We could hit every house we wanted and didn't have to worry about school the next day. After school, our parents picked us up and drove us to our friend Alex's house. He lived on a road named South Harold. To the left of South Harold was an identical street named South Concord. At the end of one side of South Harold was a turn that brought you to South Concord. On the other side was a main road. Alec lived closer to the main road, so our plan was to start at his house, go to the main road, then turn up and go down Concord. After that, we'd go back down to Harold and return to Alec's house. Let's begin, shall we? Okay, so we began trick-or-treating. There was probably about 12 of us, but the notable ones were myself, Alec,
Nate, and James. We had been accruing a great deal of candy when we got to this fateful house. It wasn't unlike any of the other houses, 2 stories, a garage, front lawn, etc. However, there was a Michael Myers statue, or so I thought, in the front lawn. We went up to the house, got candy, and then examined the statue. It was holding a knife and was hunched over. James decided it was a good idea to kick it in the shin. Suddenly, the statue jumped and began holding its shin. We were frightened that this statue was actually a dude. "I'm gonna effing kill you," said the man. Obviously, plenty of people claim to want to kill someone and not really mean it. We just assumed that it was an idle threat and continued on our way. At like 8:30, it got pretty dark out. I lived up north at the time, and anyone who lives up there can agree that it gets dark pretty quickly. Anyway, we were still collecting candy when Nate and I began discussing the science behind slasher films, like who gets offed first and whatnot. One of the people we were with, who was in the middle of the pack, dropped his bag. We all stopped and waited. Now, the person had to turn around in order to pick up his bag. When he lifted up his head, he began to squint as if he was trying hard to see something. We all turned to see the man in the Michael Myers costume walking behind us. It was odd. No one else was with him. Hell, we were the only group on the road. He was still holding onto the knife. When he noticed we were looking at him, he quickened his pace. Being stupid preteens, we booked it. Looking over my shoulder, I realized that he started running too. Fortunately for my slow ass, he was a decent length behind us. Our luck even turned more in our favor when a minivan stopped at the end of Concord. It was one of the people I was with's mother. We all piled in and quickly told her that someone was chasing us. She drove us back to Alec's house. What makes this even worse is that Alec and Nate told me that the man was still roaming the streets after we had all left. I don't think I really have felt so terrified. I honestly have never left the house on Halloween since. Now, whether or not the knife was real or not is irrelevant. It's one of those things that I had no intention of knowing, just in case it was real. Again, this story pales in comparison to some of the other experiences here, and I'm not really much of a storyteller, but still, I hope you enjoyed my misfortune. I have other stories under my belt, but here's a memory from when I was younger. My dad was the coolest guy on the block, probably because he was one of the 3 black dads who lived in our town. The population is around 98% Caucasian, and that's not an exaggeration. He was a state police officer, intimidating, wore Oakleys before the hipsters, and he was generally a rough-sounding person. Damn, do I miss him. But the one thing he feared the most was Halloween. He would tell my sister and I stories at night about his life when he was in high school, in the slums of New Jersey, and that every Halloween crazy things would happen. He may have been pulling our legs a bit, but we didn't care. When Halloween would roll around, he would take us out while Mom stayed home to trick-or-treat. One night, in 5th grade, Lexi and I were dressed as a witch and a 50s poodle skirt girl. Dad held our hands, walking to the last street when I realized I'd lost Mom's scarf she'd let me borrow. She loved that thing, so we walked all the way back towards the darker end of the street. It's by the woods and a small stream, but when it's dark, you can't see anything. Dad said he's seen something and walked towards it. When he got there, he started slowing down. He was staring at something in the dark that we couldn't see. Lexi called out to him if he found Mom's scarf. He told her to be quiet and started crouching down, looking in the distance. For several moments, we stood there waiting. I could make out the scarf above his head tied to a branch. He grabbed the scarf tied, still staring in the dark, and started backing away. Then, Dad screamed and sort of shuffled backwards. It was a low, throaty scream like he was furious. He was swearing too, but I don't remember what he was saying. Whatever Dad had been staring at then bolted out of the trees and ran down the street, opposite of where we lived. It was a little child, probably boy from his silhouette shape, in a black costume with skeleton bones in the front and a skull mask. When Lexi and I tried to go over and see what happened, Dad yelled for us to stay back. He got onto his ancient cell phone and called Mom to come pick us up. His next call was to the local police. We left before we could see anything, but the next day, Mom told us about the dead, skinned animals that they had found. By the time us kids could go look, they taped off the place and taken out the bloody animals. But there were stains on the pavement, and the smell was pretty bad. The kids talked about it in school a little, and I was curious if they ever caught the boy. Nothing came out in the local papers, though, and it was quickly forgotten. Eventually, Dad could have told me more, but it was the last Halloween we'd ever spend together. But I do remember him and Mom arguing for the next couple of days about ever letting us go back to trick-or-treating ever again. With the recent Mortal Kombat 10 DLC including Jason Voorhees, it got me thinking recently about this one encounter I had with someone on Halloween when I was 14 years old. I was around that time in my life where most kids my age would stop trick-or-treating, either because they thought it was lame or because their parents told them to stop. Me and my father had a similar conversation, and in the end, we decided that this trick-or-treat would be my final one. So when October 31st came, my dad helped me paint my face to look like a zombie. I figured that this costume should be simple, yet something I liked, so zombie it was. I grabbed an empty pillowcase and headed out, with my parents telling me to be back by 11-ish. Before you ask, yes, I was going trick-or-treating by myself. I was able to convince my parents that I needed to get as much candy as I could, seeing as how I wouldn't be able to do this again next year. So off I went, running from house to house, shoving candy into my pillowcase as fast as I could. So by the time it got dark, my pillowcase is about 3/4 filled, and I had no intent on slowing down. As I'm about to walk into a new neighborhood, a black van pulls up to the curb that was about a few feet away from me. The door opens, and out of the darkness comes some guy in a hockey mask and tattered jacket, wielding a machete. He turns his head towards me, probably just trying to creep me out. Nice Jason costume, I say, trying to be friendly as I begin to walk past him. Thanks, zombie. You want some candy? I've got bags of them, he says as he pulls out these little sacks of candy. So I, being the idiot 14-year-old I was, opened my pillowcase and let him plop 2 or 3 sacks into it. Make sure you eat them real soon. You'll love them, he snickered, which really sent a chill down my spine. He left as quickly as he came, but I just shrugged it off as I needed to finish trick-or-treating. I continued down the road again, going from house to house for candy. After about the 3rd or 4th house, I noticed something odd. It was the same black van from before. After every house I went to, the van would get closer and closer. At around what I could only guess was 10:30, I headed home with my sack full to bursting. As I walked, the area behind me illuminated. I turned around, expecting to see a car that would soon pass me. It was the van, and in the driver's seat was the same Jason Voorhees who gave me the quote-unquote candy. My heart stopped, and I broke into a mad dash back to my house, the van easily keeping up with me. I was luckily able to lose him by running into the woods near my house. I exited the woods that led to the side of my house, and looked for the fake rock that held the spare key to our home. After I got in, I put my candy on the kitchen table and somehow found a way to go to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, my parents were sitting at the kitchen table, digging around through the bags of candy that Jason gave me. They started asking me where/who I got the bags from, which started to freak me out. I would later learn that the bags of candy were nothing more than just bags of prescription drugs. There was a ton of sleeping pills in them, and I finally understood his intentions. He was going to follow me until I fell asleep, then do God knows what with me after he got me in the van. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure whether or not that machete he had was fake or not. The police came up empty-handed, so I guess I'll never know his fate. So to start, I'm a female, and at the time of this story I was 13 years old, going out with a few friends for Halloween. It was a tradition that stopped after that night, but we would all get together and go out and have a good time, then head to one of our houses to watch horror movies until the sunrise the next morning. For some stupid reason, the 6 of us decided to split up. So Sarah and Alex went one way towards Sarah's house because she was tired. Alice and Jessica went to head towards some more of the houses to stop at before meeting up with us again. And Rachel and I went off in the opposite direction towards the school. Rachel told me that she wasn't feeling too well, and that she wanted to head back to Alice's place. So she went back towards Alice's house, leaving me alone. It was around 10 at night, and I was getting cold, so I thought that it would be a good idea to cut through the park to go to Alice's house myself. We had decided beforehand to meet back at her house once we were all done. As I was getting close to the park, I could hear some boys laughing about something. I thought it was nothing and just ignored them. When I got to the walkway, I saw about 4 boys standing in the park. One clearly had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was, and I started walking faster to pass them. They all started walking to the path and blocked me. For reference, I went as Amy Lee, so I had a short, poofy, strapless dress on and high heels. There was no way that I was going to outrun them. They started saying stuff like, "Hey sexy, where are you off to? Why didn't you come say hi to us? What's a girl like you doing out here so late?" I gave short answers and tried backing away. I don't really remember how I got away, but I'm pretty sure it's because I sacked one of them. I just remember running like hell in my shitty heels back to Alice's place. When I got there, all the other girls were crying. Alex had already gone home, but Alice and Jessica and Rachel were on Alice's front lawn and asked me if I saw those guys in the park. Alice and Jessica had dressed as boys for that year, and apparently those guys tried to fight them. And when they figured out that they were girls, they were grabbing at them and making comments. They got away because Alice held her phone up to them and said that she was calling the police. We decided that we weren't going to go out for Halloween after that, and eventually we all stopped talking. But before that, we never talked about that night to anyone else. This happened back in elementary school. I was around 7 or 8 years old at the time. I haven't thought about it too much in the past years, but reading through this sub made me think about this. However, at school there was the annual Halloween party, where brothers and sisters of my elementary school mates were invited. We always had lots of fun, would eat spooky snacks, etc. I was wearing a vampire costume, and my best friend Sarah at the time had a strange costume that involved some fake plastic chains, but seemed real because they were quite heavy. The story begins. Sarah tells me she had to go to the bathroom, so we both head to the bathroom. I wait for her outside the entrance of the toilet. Another couple of girls go into the bathroom, but I don't pay much attention to that. A few minutes go by and I start getting very annoyed because I didn't want to lose the party. Another 5 minutes. I was pissed off. I turned around and ended in the bathroom. I heard the sound of her chains moving around, but I can't really tell from which bathroom it comes from, so I knock on every door. No response. I get to the ground and look through the spot between the door and the floor to understand where the noise is coming from, and I find it. Strangely, I see that she isn't alone in the room. I raise my voice and ask if she's okay, and who's that girl? No reply. I start trying to open the door. We couldn't lock the door, so someone had to keep it closed somehow. I start panicking and screaming, and after I try with all the force a 7-year-old can muster, I open it slightly. From now on, I have some confused memories, but I'll try to explain myself the best I can. I see a girl, and I knew her. She was the teenage sister of one of our classmates. I asked her what was happening, and she told me that Sarah was having some problems and she was helping her. But I didn't hear Sarah anymore. I tickled her ankle/leg and managed to get into the bathroom. I was scared as hell and just wanted my friends back. As I get into the bathroom, she closes it again using her back to keep it closed. I look at Sarah, and she was sitting on the toilet with her face red and the chains on her neck. She was slowly choking. I begin to scream, and that chick slaps me. I was sobbing, crying, and basically, I wasn't able to move because of the fear. All I could do was scream as loud as possible again. A teacher finally arrives and gets me and Sarah out of there. She calls our parents and the ambulance, and my parents bring me home while Sarah goes to the hospital. Turns out that her brother, our classmate, was pissed off by her, and his sister decided to do something about it. She was a lot older than us at the time. I still get chills thinking about what happened, but I've never seen cops talking to my parents or at school, so I guess she got away with it. Me and Sarah never talked about it ever again, and when I try to ask her what happened, she just doesn't want to talk about it. Halloween night several years ago, I was followed home by a stranger. I worked at a large mall about an hour away from home. The stores closed at 10 p.m., and the only bus home ran every hour and only dropped me off 2/3 of the way home, and I would have to walk the rest. This usually happened between 11 to 1 a.m. at night, depending on if I could get the store closed down on time and if the bus wasn't too packed for me to get on. I'm not a small woman. I'm fairly tall and fairly round, and not particularly attractive. My uniform was just a polo shirt and black trousers, flat shoes, all covered with a thick coat. I didn't see him get on the bus. To be fair, the bus was packed and noisy, and the walkways were crowded, and I did my best to just block it all out with my headphones, and while I was staring out the window. I'm not a people person, and having been to work for 12 hours on a busy day, surrounded by these same assholes, I was just pissed off and desperate to get off the bus and be alone. When we finally got to my stop, and I managed to struggle my way out of the front of the bus through people that refused to move, I stumbled into the night air and breathed a sigh of relief. A couple of people got off the bus behind me, and I started up the hill, crossing the road to continue up the side of the street that led to my road. This side street is very long and has offshoots into residential streets on very steep hills going down. The street itself is lined with small shops, and there's a high grassy bank on the opposite side that has houses along the top, so it feels very isolated after the shops close. Very few people get off at my bus stop this time of night, and even fewer head in the same direction. Those that do cut off and go down one of these hills, long before I get to the hill that leads up to my building. Now, the street isn't very well lit. The street lamps are few and far between. Several of them are motion activated, so don't even turn on until you're right on top of them. I've walked home in the dark this way 1,000 times, and I've walked to work this way at 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning 1,000 times too, for a different job. Whilst I always enjoy the cool night air, I'm not afraid of the dark and love how bright the stars are where I live. I don't loiter. I walk as fast as I can, get home, and then shower as soon as possible. This night, I noticed someone walking behind me. I usually do because, like I stated above, very few people walk this way at this time of night. I was aware of him and waiting for him to turn down one of these side streets. He didn't. It felt weird, but I'm not the only person that lives in the area, so maybe he just isn't regularly walking this way at this time of night, so I've just never seen him before. I get to the medical surgery and car park at the bottom of my hill, and cut across it as always. At this point, I know that if he also heads up my hill, I need to worry a little more. This hill goes alongside the surgery, and then there are high walls on my side of the street that block off the flats on the other side of my road. They can only be accessed from the road before mine. At the top of the hill, this wall ends and turns into an alley that runs parallel to my building. The opposite side of the road has multiple closed pubs, a closed corner store, and an old church that has been converted into a Muslim worship center, which is also closed. There are even less street lamps here, and my building is surrounded by a metal fence, with 20 or so feet of grass that slopes down to the entrance of the building where the doorway is lit up. The point is, it's isolated, and the only reason that someone should be up here at this time of night is if they live in my building. This guy crosses the car park after me, and now I'm feeling concerned. I know he doesn't live in my building. There are 9 flats over 3 floors and 10 people. I know all of them and they know me. We would recognize each other even in this level of darkness. So I walk faster up the hill, hoping to get in the building before he catches up. He starts walking faster too. I can hear him gaining on me, and by the time I get to the gate, I know he's too close for me to be able to open the door and get inside before he's on me. The building is dark, and I know everyone is in bed, and it makes me feel all alone. And at this point, I'm crapping myself. So thinking quickly, I cross the road and walk further up the hill behind parked cars. I use the opportunity to swing my backpack off of one shoulder and grab my keys. I wait for him to follow me and get behind the cars too, so it'll take just a little bit longer for him to be able to cross back over, before I bolt across the road, throwing open the gate. I swing it hard behind me because he's now running at me, and I think it'll either latch before he can catch it or it'll hit him. Either way, it'll buy me a few seconds. I slide down the slope, barely staying on my feet because it's dangerously slippery when it's wet. I turn the corner at the bottom and slam my keycard on the reader, pressing hard on the heavy door before it beeps so it'll open that much faster. The door is heavy, and on a fire safety hinge that means I can't slam it or force it closed. The stairs are a couple of steps into the building, and to the left. I live on the top floor. It's not a big building, 3 flats on each other, 2 flights of stairs. It's also a concrete stairwell, so every little sound echoes and can be heard behind closed doors. I get inside the building and immediately bolt up the stairs. I'm only a few steps up when the door flies open behind me, and this guy comes after me. Feeling a little more secure now, I'm in my building, and only feet away from my neighbors. I spin around before he reaches me and slam my heavy backpack into him. He falls back to the landing and manages to catch himself by grabbing hold of the handrail. I scream "what the fuck" at the top of my lungs and hold my bag in front of me. Now we're inside, and the stairwell is lit by the motion-activated lights. I get my first proper look at him. He's a little taller than me. I'm 5'8". He's African American and old enough to be graying. His clothes are weird, all made out of that weird waxy material some weatherproof jackets are. And he's wearing heavy boots. I don't recognize him at all, and he looks up at me with wide eyes as I stare down at him. I'm fully prepared to kick him in the face and throw my bag if I have to. I don't want him to be able to follow me into my flat, so I stare him down. He begins to stutter, hands ringing over the handrail and ducking his head a little, trying to look pathetic and harmless. He mutters something about visiting his son. Like I stated before, 9 people other than me live in this building. At the time, none of them were African American, and none of them, other than myself, were young enough for him to be their parent. Even if his son did live here, how would he know to follow me off the bus and get to my building? Why did he follow me when I moved away from my building? And why did he chase me? He could have walked to the building and buzzed up to his son for him to let him in if it was true. I began shouting at him to get out, repeating those 2 words over and over again, sprinkling in, "I don't know you and you don't live here." He continues muttering, making his excuses, but I shout over him when I hear neighbors moving around and coming towards their doors, probably to look through their peepholes. I begin to back up the stairs. My neighbor, right at the bottom of the stairs behind the man, opens her door, leaving her chain on and peering through at us. She asks me if I'm okay and if she needs to call the police. The guy spins to stare at her, his hands out in a stop motion, and I hear another neighbor open his door behind the stairs, also on the ground floor. He calls out to ask if everything is okay too, and I just yell out to both of them, "He followed me home. I don't know him. He won't leave." I'm now at the top of the first set of stairs, still looking down at him. My male neighbor starts to tell him to get the fuck out, either more intimidated by the man than he was me, or realizing that he was outnumbered. He begins trying to open the front door. You have to press a button to get it open, and he clearly doesn't know this. Further evidence that he's never been here before. Feeling more secure now that I'm not alone and he's trying to leave, I bolt across the landing and up the final flight of stairs, and get my door open before locking it behind me. I was dripping sweat and very close to a panic attack. I dragged my Hoover to the front door and propped it up, just in case someone tried to open my door. I would hear the Hoover fall. I didn't sleep very well at all, listening to every sound in the building, and luckily, I didn't have to work the next day. I woke up about 6 a.m. to a lot of sound in the building's landings. I could hear people opening every bin chute room and coming back out again. I peered through my peephole to see uniformed policemen searching the common areas of the building. I didn't call the police, but I assume one of the neighbors downstairs did. The bin rooms are fairly large, so I imagine they were checking to see if someone was hiding. I don't know for sure and I didn't ask. Other than asking me if I was okay when we saw each other next, the neighbors that helped on that night never said anything else about it. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. I've never seen him again, and I've stopped working at that shopping center a couple of years later. I do feel guilty for not calling the police, just in case he had done this before or since, and the woman didn't manage to get away. But at the time, I just wanted to forget about it and move forward. This incident happened to me last year on Halloween. My little brother and I were home alone since our parents had gone out to a Halloween party. They had tasked us with handing out candy to the trick-or-treaters. This bummed my brother and I out because we had made plans to go trick-or-treating with a few friends. Our parents told us that we were too old to be still trick-or-treating, and that we could instead invite our friends over to the house and hang out there. My friends declined my invitation to come over because they still wanted to go trick-or-treating, so that left me home alone with my brother handing out candy. A lot of people stopped by our house, and by 10 o'clock, almost all of the candy was gone. My brother and I decided that we'd eat the rest. We were sitting out on the couch, watching a scary movie, stuffing ourselves with candy, when there was a knock at the door. I stormed off the couch, wondering who the hell could be knocking on our door this late. I assumed that it was just some late-night trick-or-treaters. Even if that was the case, I had turned the porch light and Halloween decorations off, which should have been a dead giveaway that we were out of candy or that we weren't home, so I assumed it was my parents. Being cautious, I looked through the peephole and saw a suspicious man standing on our front porch. He was wearing a black hoodie with the hood over his head, which made it difficult to see his face. The only detail of his face that I could spot was that he had a beard and dry, crusty lips. There was no way that this guy was a trick-or-treater, because he wasn't wearing a costume and was far too old to be trick-or-treating alone. His hands were stuffed in the front pocket of his hoodie, and he also looked very thin. Every single red flag went off in my head about this guy. There was no way in hell I was going to open the door. Still looking through the peephole, I watched as he knocked on the door again. He seemed desperate for us to open the door and was shaking a bit. It wasn't cold outside. Definitely not cold enough for someone to be trembling. He was giving me a bad vibe, and I wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. "We're out of candy," I shouted to him. I watched as a smile spread across his face. It wasn't a friendly smile either. "Are you alone in there?" the man asked, almost in a mocking voice. His voice was raspy and dry. "Should I call the police?" my little brother asked me quietly, gripping his cell phone. The man let out a low grumble and said, "Sounds like you're not alone in there." I continued to watch him through the peephole. His hands were still wedged tightly in his pocket, and he was still shaking a bit. I began to wonder if he was armed. I decided to take action, and spoke to him in the most intimidating voice I could. "Get the fuck away from my house or I'll call the police," I shouted. His smile faded, and he bared his teeth. His teeth were yellow, and I concluded that he was probably some homeless crackhead. He had a look of fury plastered on his face. Fortunately, he left without trying to break in, probably because he knew that I wasn't messing around with him. I didn't stop watching him through the peephole until I saw him completely off of our property. My brother and I breathed a sigh of relief and decided that we didn't need to call the police since he was gone. My brother and I were a bit paranoid after this and watched TV until our parents came home. We didn't tell them about the man since he hadn't really tried to harm us. Now when I think back to this, I wish we had called the police, because maybe we would have been able to prevent a murder. You see, the next day, we found out that the elderly woman who lived a few houses down from us had been brutally murdered. Her neighbor had found her lying out on her front porch, covered in blood. She had been stabbed multiple times in the chest and neck. My brother and I immediately knew who had done it, and we told the police what we knew. They couldn't do much from the information we had given them, since we hadn't seen many of the details of his face. They went on to hunt for the man, but never caught him. I blame myself for that poor old lady's murder, because I could have prevented it from happening just by calling the police. I think the most disturbing thing of all is the fact that he didn't take anything from the old lady's house. Her home had been left untouched, but he could have gone in and taken what he wanted since her door was wide open. This means that he just wanted to kill. That was his only intention. He didn't want money or jewelry. His only urge was to murder. Halloween is my favorite holiday. Is, not was. Even despite the events that unfolded one crisp Hallows Eve when I was about 16. At the time, I lived with my parents, younger brother, older stepbrother, and cousin, in a big but old house that sat in a cul-de-sac close to Main Street. Behind it ran an alleyway flanked by apartments, and it had a huge yard that my basement bedroom looked out on. We lived in a small town. Crime seemed minimal in the area, and I'd made my way out that Halloween night to make the most out of the best day of the year. It wasn't just what happened that night, though. It was, of course, what came after, and one small incident that came before. A few days before Halloween, my stepbrother and cousin arrived home to discover a pickup truck full of dudes taking photos of our house. Weird, but when approached, the men seemed friendly and complimented our Halloween setup. It was pretty great, that is true. The men sped off without incident and were quickly forgotten. My stepbrother and cousin re-entered the story Halloween night, the big event itself, at about 3 a.m. Both had been out drinking with their friends, and as such, both had left their respective vehicles and braved the icy walk back home on their own. My cousin arrived home first, but couldn't seem to get his key in the lock, so just sat on the front porch bench and waited for my stepbrother to show up. He did about half an hour later. After having a bit of a laugh at my cousin for being an uncoordinated goober, he went to unlock the door himself. And no luck. So they bit the bullet and called my mom, waking her up to let them in. She was, of course, unimpressed to be opening the door for a pair of drunken idiots at this time of night, and didn't buy their story about the wonky lock. They insisted, though, and to shut them up, she finally relented and tried her key. She, too, could not get her key in the lock. Annoyed, tired, and now just confused, she wrote it off as a problem for tomorrow, and the three of them hit their respective hay. One other person arrived home late that night, me, though I arrived much later than those two, and was in bed by about midnight. I woke up close to 1 a.m., still tired. All I could feel was anxiety, and I didn't know why. At first, I tried to sell myself that I had just gotten a bit too into the holiday spirit, and had psyched myself out. But then, I noticed a shadow. It was perfectly man-shaped and cast upon my window. I turned on my bedside lamp, blinked, and it was gone. It wasn't unusual, mind you, to see the shadows of people harmlessly walking through the alley, and I told myself that's all there was to it. Then, there was what happened after. I came home from school the next day. My parents were there. So was a locksmith. And so were the police. My parents were there because, well, that's where they lived. The locksmith was there because my mother had called him, as the confusion over the broken lock persisted. The cops were there because the locksmith and my parents had both called them, when the locksmith proceeded to pull the tip of a knife out of our lock. I was relieved to see that's where the knife tip ended up, as they discovered 2 of our window screens had been slashed. One on our garage, and the other, my bedroom window. Alright, so this happened my junior year of high school. One of my best friends invited me to a Halloween party at her house with our school friends, and some of her friends from a previous school. When I got there, I was wearing a poor iteration of Tom Cruise in Top Gun. My friend introduced me to this girl, and we actually hit it off really well. She told me that my friend had told her a lot about me, and that they knew each other through their parents' work. We started talking about our interests and were decently flirty with each other. Now, I had gotten out of my first real relationship earlier that year, and I was not one to hop around from girl to girl. So being really flirty with someone on my first time meeting with them was not something that I was used to doing. At the end of the night, we were sitting in the ground floor of my friend's house, and we ended up kissing for a little bit, which again was moving really, really fast for me. We started texting after that, but it kind of had a weird feeling about her and couldn't really see myself being in a relationship with her. But prior to realizing that, we had made plans for a date with my friend who threw the party and her boyfriend. When the day of the date came, I had come down with a 101.7 degree fever and felt very, very out of it. I called and explained to her that I was sick and was extremely sorry, but I wouldn't be able to make it to the date. This was a solid 3 or 4 hours before we were supposed to meet, so I wasn't pulling this last minute. Her response kicked off the most backward period of my entire high school life. She responded by saying, "Well, I wasn't going to tell you this earlier, but I have brain cancer. Brain cancer. So I don't have much time to go on dates." The strangest part was she asked me to not tell anyone about it at all. She stated this was because her father didn't want to use her cancer as a way to work people over to get stuff, which I found odd. Now, a little backstory. I had a football coach who had passed away of cancer, and my friend's mom, the friend who threw the party, also developed cancer around that time. So the topic of cancer was heavy on my heart, and I felt incredible guilt. And being the emotionally charged person I am, I decided to go out on the date. During the date, she started saying that she really appreciated me coming and the way that I treated her. This made me feel better knowing that I was helping. At a point near the end of the date, we were walking towards my car when she again brought up that she appreciated the way that I treat her. She followed it up by explaining that she wasn't used to guys treating her right because she was SA'd when she was younger and actually had to have an abortion due to a forced pregnancy at the hand of a male relative of hers. My heart broke for her as she sounded like she had endured a lot of hardship, on top of the fact that she was going to supposedly pass away from cancer in the next year. I was an emotional wreck following the date, because it was a lot for me to take on, but I knew that if I all of a sudden stopped talking to her, I would never forgive myself. At this point, I had a small sense of suspicion of things that she had told me, especially the part about not telling anyone under any circumstances. That, coupled with a couple of things that she had said on our dates so far, regarding what she wanted to do with her future, and saying things like, "I want to try out blank hairstyle when I get older." After she said these things, she seemed to tense up a bit, but I chalked it up to her coming to terms with the fact that she wouldn't be able to do any of these things. My suspicions grew and grew, and eventually, I decided to try and do some investigating. Her father was a doctor at the place where I went for doctor things, and my personal doctor was a family friend of mine, who knew her father very well. I asked her if there was anything I could do to support or help her regarding her cancer. My doctor looked at me and said, "What cancer? She doesn't have cancer." I immediately became filled with anger and texting her telling her what I had learned. A day before, she had called me to let me know that her diagnosis was a mistake, but her tone was very melodramatic and not at all what you would expect as a response to finding out that you didn't have a deadly disease. She tried to cover her tracks and was asking me why I would question her and was saying, "I thought you cared about me." I am livid, and I block her on everything, and I block her number. I also fall into a pretty deep depression for the next week or so because of how much I was yanked around by this girl, and this intersection led me to have a major trust issues with women, which I still have not gotten over. A couple of weeks later, I get a Facebook message request from a name that I didn't recognize. It was her. She had made a fake profile and was telling me that I was being super immature and told me that she has some explaining to do.
No duh. I, of course, didn't answer, and that was the last that I had ever heard of her. Until a year and a half later, I had signed up for an ACT retake exam at my local university, and when I got there and sat down, I looked one row in front of me and about 3 seats to the right, and guess who was there? We ended up talking, and she apologized for everything that she had did in a relatively believable manner, and I forgave her. I never found out if any of the other things she had told me about her home life were true, but I made sure to avoid her at all costs, which was a pain because she worked at Cold Stone and that was 2 minutes away from my house. I had to go to the one downtown. I came across her real Facebook profile recently, and she seems to be doing well, which I'm glad to see. But as far as our interaction goes, I don't want to hang out with her anymore, and I definitely don't want to see her again. This happened during my college's Halloween celebration a few years ago, and is the most terrifying experience of my life. One of my roommates, some friends, and myself left to go to a party around dusk, and we were catcalled by a group of 3 drifters/homeless people. We thought nothing of it and went on our merry way. About 4 hours later, we're going back to our apartment to change shoes. High heels and messed up streets are hell when you've been drinking. When one of the drifters calls out to me, "Hey, beautiful, how about a kiss?" Me, being a little drunk and sassy, I reply, "No thanks, girls are more my type." To my shock and horror, he says, "Hey, my friend here likes the ladies." A homeless girl comes out of nowhere and proceeds to kiss me on the mouth. My friend picks me up and throws me over his shoulder. I proceed to flip out in my apartment, shrug it off, and we venture back out. Well, I got separated from my group in the crowd, and then I see the 3 drifters again. I try not to show that I'm shitting bricks. When they ask me where they can find a liquor store, I point down the street to the Kroger, and they say, "Okay, you can show us." I'm a small woman, and they shove me into their vehicle. I think naively at the time that they will literally let me out of the grocery store, except it's closed because it's after midnight. I plead for them to let me out of the car. They keep saying, "The power does what it wants," and headed away from the safety of the campus area, onto the freeway, and out of the state. For the next 4 hours, I visited 3 states with them while pleading for my life. I'll never forget how they kept saying, "The power does what it wants," and talking about how they're going to have fun with me. I kind of resigned myself to the fact that I was going to die, that I would never graduate college or see my family again. They pulled into a gas station and I slipped out of the vehicle to be grabbed again, but I screamed my head off for the clerk to help. That's when they talked about taking me to the cliff. I mentioned that my family is full of police officers and that they're probably already looking for me, how they're committing a federal crime, and that I won't press charges if they take me back to campus. I guess that's when the girl started to feel sorry for me, because she started to say, "Guys, she's really scared. Maybe we should just drop her off somewhere. This doesn't have to get any worse." They took me back to the campus area, and as soon as the girl pulled me out of the car, a police officer called my name. The girl shoved me towards the cop and yelled, "The power does what it wants, and tonight it let you live." I've never been so happy to sit in a cruiser. They pursued them, but I don't know if they were ever caught. My roommate dropped out of college and joined the military, and I transferred to another school. So ladies and gentlemen, please be careful walking at night. Always keep your cell phone with you if possible, and call the police if you see suspicious people near your apartment. I had a brush with death that day, and I'm so grateful for the time that I have now. This could have been written better, but it's still hard to talk about.
This happened back in 2014. I went out on a night for Halloween during my first year of university. I was wearing high-heeled boots and a leather jacket. Over the course of the night, drunk me had taken them off and left them at our group's table, due to being uncomfortable. By the end of the night, I'd practically danced my way to near sobriety, and I went to my group's table. However, they'd given up the table, and my boots and jacket were nowhere to be seen. Someone had stolen them. Whatever, they weren't expensive, and I rarely wore them anyway. Now. However, I had to walk the 15 minutes back to my accommodation. I didn't have money for a taxi, so I thought I'd just walk slowly. I asked one guy, the asshole in the group that everyone hated, if he could just keep me company because he was tall. He laughed, said no, and walked off, dragging the only girl who was also shoeless with him. So I was walking alone, shoeless in a busy city center, watching out for broken glass or anything else that was harmful or disgusting. Everyone else was so far ahead that I couldn't even see them, but I just kept going. I was halfway to my place when I was stopped by a Middle Eastern man. The city was very culturally diverse. He asked if I was okay, and I was grateful that someone cared enough to make sure that I was all right. He offered to help me walk home, so I accepted for at least part of the way. He was very kind and told me his name was Omar. He started saying how beautiful he thought I was, and how lucky he was to have found me, which unsettled me slightly. Once I was around the corner from my place, I thanked Omar and said I'd walk the rest of the way on my own. He instantly looked offended. "Don't you want to invite me in for a cup of tea to thank me?" I told him no because I don't know him. He kept hold of my wrist. "Well, can I have a kiss for helping you?" Again, I declined, and his grip tightened. "Well, do I get a hug for being your friend?" By this point, I just wanted to let go, so I gingerly gave him a hug. He then grabbed me and tried to kiss me, but I pressed my lips together, and instead, he just licked up my face. I finally get free and start walking away. He follows me. I speed up and so does he. I abandon my check for glass on the floor and begin sprinting, now terrified as I hear him running too. I get out and call my friend Rob, who I beg to help me. Omar is no longer following me, but I needed someone to keep me safe. He agrees and gets to my flat not long after I do with a knife in case Omar was still there. I told the people in my group, and they were mortified that they'd left me alone. I returned home for a week because I was thoroughly shook up. Now, on a night out, I make sure everyone is close by so it doesn't happen again to me or anyone else. Oh, and Omar. Let's not meet. This took place in fall of 2008 at the college that I used to go to. It was Halloween week and my friends and I decided to dress up and have a little party with cupcakes and punch on campus. We were all laughing and taking pictures, and I turned around and there was this guy who just showed up out of nowhere. I said hi and we made small chit-chat. He turns out to be an okay guy, and a few of my friends said that he was single, and that I should see where it goes. He was tall, 6'2", broad, black hair, and charming. We had a lot in common, so we decided to go to the movies together. But we had to make a stop at his place to pick up some money. We get to his place and ended up drinking, listening to music, and before I knew it, we were having sex. He was attentive, and the passionate hugging was rough and well. It was great. I don't normally sleep well at night, so while he slept, I decided to get on his laptop and check my mail and watch YouTube videos. Not long was I on his laptop that I hear this tingling from his window. I couldn't see who it was, considering the blinds and it being pitch black in his room. I go over to Jared, whispering, to tell him that there's someone at his window calling his name. He whispers back saying he knows, and told me to put my laptop away slowly, and lay down till she goes. She kept trying to get into his apartment, but the door was locked. She kept banging on the door saying, "Where is Jared?" Eventually, she gave up and went away. The next day, I asked him who that was, and he said his girlfriend. I got my stuff and left. He kept saying that he would leave her for me, but I didn't want to be with someone like that. So I thought it was over, but he kept calling me, saying he loved me and that he needs me to live. He kept showing up to my classes. I eventually told my guy friends to tell him to leave me alone. He did, and I thought that was the last that I heard of him. He was still friends with some of my friends, which didn't bother me, just as long as he ignored me. 2 of my friends went over to his apartment because he kept leaving suicidal messages on their phones. They said that they came to a trashed apartment, broke bottles in the bathroom and blood on the walls with my name and "I love her" written all over his bedroom. Drunk. My friends called to tell me this and to please carry protection with me at all times. He tried to come back twice. One incident, he yelled from a bus from college, waiting to leave, that I better not block him on Facebook or else. I found his profile and blocked him immediately. The last time I saw him, he snuck up behind me while I was waiting for the bus downtown, and I ran from the bus stop back to the nearby coffee shop. That is one creep that I never want to see again. It was my turn to take my kids trick-or-treating. The previous year it was my wife's, and we trade back and forth every year. My son and daughter are aged 7 and 9. Usually I stay on the street while my kids go up to the different houses to collect candy. After about half an hour of walking around, we came to one of the more popular hotspots for candy collecting, a main street in the neighborhood. Lots of really cool decorations and animatronics on people's lawns. So I became a bit distracted and stopped watching my kids closely. At one point, they came back from a house accompanied by another girl about the same age as my daughter. She was wearing a weird homemade mask, like a cardboard cutout or something. My daughter asked me if she could trick or treat with us, so I said sure, and we carried on together as a group. I didn't know who this girl was, but I figured she was a friend from school. As we continued, I started to notice a large man trailing us. He was wearing some sort of angry cat mask. It was kind of creepy, to be honest. I thought that maybe he was the father of the girl, so I tried to start up some small chat with him. I said something like, "Nice weather, eh?" But he didn't respond. He just stood there staring at me while our kids went up the stairs to the next house. I tried again, asking, "Hey, is that your daughter?" He nodded but didn't say anything. I figured he just wasn't in the mood for chatting, so I stopped trying. We carried on for about another 15 minutes until suddenly my kids came up and said they wanted to go home. This surprised me, as we hadn't been out for too long, and their bags were only about a third full. In any case, I agreed, waved goodbye at the man in the cat mask and his daughter, and started on our way home. The weird thing is that when I glanced back, the man and his daughter were just standing there staring at us. I checked one more time as we turned the corner, and they were still standing there, not having moved at all. At this point, I decided to ask my kids, "So who was that girl?" My daughter looked up at me with a confused look on her face. "She's your friend," my daughter replied. I asked her what she meant. Apparently, the girl with the cardboard mask approached them and said that she was a friend of mine. She told my daughter that she was too shy to ask if she could join us to trick or treat, and wanted my daughter to ask me instead. I laughed at this story and replied to my daughter, "Why would you think she was my friend? I don't have any children friends." What my daughter said next chilled my bones. According to her, the girl with the cardboard mask approached them for the first time. She wasn't wearing the mask, so they were able to see her face. As it turns out, she wasn't a girl at all, but an older woman around my age with wrinkles on her face. What's even more disturbing, the old woman had started to steal treats from my daughter's bag, apparently when I wasn't looking. This is why they asked me to go home. The old woman was creeping them out, and they wanted to just get away from her. I brought my kids home and told my wife what happened. We made sure to check through all their candy, but didn't find anything suspicious or off. We didn't call the police or anything since nothing really happened. But thinking back, I kind of regret that decision now. What the heck was the old woman doing? And who the heck was that man following us around? I don't think I'll ever know. I just think it's sick that there are people out there on Halloween hiding behind masks, pretending to be children. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I'm not going to be putting any extra rain at the end of this video because I've been dealing with copyright issues over the rain. YouTube is, for some reason, finding it as being someone's song. I don't understand it. But until YouTube is able to fix that issue, I'm unable to put extra rain at the end of those videos. So I do apologize for that. But anyways, I hope you have an excellent night's sleep, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.